Good morning all and welcome to the ordinary meeting of Council, the final one for the year, for today, Wednesday the 14th of December. I'd like to welcome councillors, staff and members of the public joining us today in the gallery, along with anyone in the community who is watching via live stream. We'll open the meeting now, and what I would like to do, first of all, is certainly pay our respects to those officers who lost their lives recently in our neighbouring local government area of Western Downs at Tara, and to their families and loved ones. We are all, I'm sure, deeply saddened by this horrific event, which has taken the lives of two young people, as well as a resident out there. And of course, our thoughts are very much with the police right across Queensland, our dedicated police officers, and particularly at this time, those police officers from the Chinchilla, Western Downs area, as well as from the South Burnett, who were involved in dealing with the matter recently, and we'd certainly like to pass on our sincere appreciation for the work that our local police do in keeping us safe. And I think there's never been a more important time than now for us to have our thoughts and prayers with them. They will all be going through a tough time, as will their families, and I'm sure that as a community we'll stand beside all of our local police officers and their families as they go through what will be a very difficult and challenging Christmas period this year. On that note, I'd like to now ask that we observe 1 minute silence in paying our respects and reflecting on the tragedy in Tara this week. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, councillors, I don't believe we have any requests for leave of absence or apologies today, so we'll proceed through to item 3, which is our customary opening prayers. And I'd like to now welcome Mrs. Carolyn Mosling from the Baptist Church to provide us with our opening prayers. Thank you very much, Mrs. Mosling.
Thank you for this opportunity to be able to come and open this meeting in prayer. And certainly our hearts go out today for the police services and so many in our lands that are needing to bring direction and good leadership. And as such, I just want to honour you as well for your place of leadership and having to make so many incredible decisions for the area for the South Burnett, not just in one particular area, but in so many diverse areas. And I want to say thank you for that. Lord God, as we come before you, we thank you for each counsellor that comes. We thank you for their position. We thank you for their heart. We thank you for their desire to bring about a unity for this area. And Lord, we pray that you will give them wisdom. You will cause them to have a unity together as they walk in looking at different subjects and different situations. So many areas, Lord, so many people who are in devastating areas right now, homelessness, suicides, so much going on. And Lord, this seems like this is the hub where they need to make decisions. So we cry out for them today, even as they meet for this last time for the year, that they will know a clarity of direction. We pray, Father, too, as we celebrate again this time to remember your birth, that it will be a special time for families and for these ones as well, as they come together to be able to remember you, that you are the one who brings leadership and understanding overall. So we thank you for this time. We thank you, Lord God, for these people, and we thank you that you are the Lord God Almighty. We ask these things in your name. Amen. Just take the opportunity to say Happy Christmas, and that it will be a good year. It's been, I know it's very challenging for you, and we appreciate what you do. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Mosling, for that beautiful prayer and for your kind words. And a blessed Christmas to you. We understand you'll have a busy day, so you're quite welcome to stay, but we understand if you have to leave. God bless. Thank you. I'd like to now call on Councillor Duff to provide us with the recognition of our traditional owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge the elders both past, present and emerging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillors, we'll now turn our minds to item 5, which is declarations of conflict of interest. And Mr. CEO, could you lead this for us, if you don't mind? Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. We've got a couple, and if we go around, but there's certainly a couple of, and appreciate councillors pre-notifying us. Actually, if I could go first, Mayor, in item 12.5, the Kingaroy Rotary Club has been taking a lot of the lead in the South Burnett Support Alliance, and whilst I've not been involved in the alliance in any way or shape or form, I am a board member on Kingaroy Rotary, and as councillors would be aware, ordinary membership is not a conflict of interest, and that's in the legislation, but certainly an executive or board position, so I was going to step out for that one, Mayor. And also with 20.3, there was a query raised with regard to a councillor conflict of interest, and I'll let the councillor speak to her own space in that. But during that conversation, I certainly have on the council register a conflict of interest in a management plan or a management process dealing with, I have a family member that works for council. So once that was brought to my attention, whilst it's not I believe a reasonable person, a direct conflict, nor is it a breach of any of procedures or processes, but it may be perceived as a conflict. So given this stage of the negotiations, I've also decided to voluntarily step aside from the negotiating committee, and General Manager Jarvis will take my space in that committee going forward, just for transparency and probity, Mayor. So those two are the ones that I've got today, and and so Mayor, if councillors wish to run around the room, or would yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. CEO. Duly noted that you'll be leaving the room for items 12.5 and 20.3, correct? General Manager May, any other General Managers, anything that you wanted to similarly disclose in relation to today before we go to councillors?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I have the similar conflict to the CEO in the EBA negotiation, having a close family member working for council. So I'm not involved with those negotiations at all this year, and will remain removed from that process. Thank
you, General Manager May. Duly noted, and it is very much in relation to ensuring that there's no perception of a conflict of interest. While we understand that your participation would not breach our procedures or guidelines, it's more about the public perception around your participation. So we acknowledge and thank you for your diligence in stepping out of the room when that matter 20.3 is addressed. Councillors, we'll now go around the room. So if we can go clockwise, we'll start with Councillor Shoemaker, conflicts of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to note, sorry, Kimberly, 17.2 is the material change of use for service station, food, drink outlet, showroom at Rogers Drive, Kingaroy. Need to edit that, sorry. I currently house sit and have a temporary arrangement to house sit a house at Rogers Drive. And I have decided, because that is a development application, I will actually leave and stay away from the place while the meeting's being held, discussed and voted upon. I also just wanted to note in relation to 11.4, shelter structure and picnic table at the intersection of Bunya Highway and Bunya Mountains Road, that I own an investment property at the Bunya Mountains, and for those reasons I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting's being held while the matter's discussed and voted upon. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. On the item, I think it's 17 point, I'm not 100%, but on Mr Iverson's subdivision, sorry, 17.1, I have a business arrangement with Mr Iverson, so I propose that I leave the...
Sorry, I think we've got the wrong item. 17.3.
Oh, 17.3,
Yep,
sorry.
so that's Michael Iverson,
Yep.
Millis, Wade and Ango.
Yep.
Yes.
So I propose I'll leave the meeting and stay away while that's discussed. I also have maybe a conflict in the 20.3, as my son works for council to the EBA negotiations. My son's actually a union delegate, something. Anyway, he's involved with the... So I intend to leave the meeting and stay away while that matter's discussed.
I will just confirm Councillor Erkins has declared conflicts of interest on items 17.3 and 20.3 and has voluntarily elected to leave the meeting and stay away from the meeting area while the matters are discussed and voted on. Councillor Duff. Just your light, Councillor Erkins. Thank you. Councillor Duff.
Mr Mayor, I don't believe I have any conflicts of interest at the meeting today. Thank you.
General Managers.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Item 12.5, I'm the treasurer of the Kingaroy Rotary Satellite Club, so I would just like to declare an interest there. I don't know, it's a letter of support, but I just would like to declare that. I don't think that there is a conflict, but I would like to declare that as a...
Right. Now, Mr C, I think we're noting that you're going to exit the room for that one. Your advice in relation to your General Manager?
All right. The General Manager is, so the Satellite Club has no active involvement in it. It's actually driven by the board of the Kingaroy Rotary Club. Whilst they sound very familiar, they are separate entities and carry their own executive. I'm through Mobile and Rotary, I'm actually on the board of Kingaroy Rotary, and so that's where my conflict may be seen to be arising. Again, I feel that I would be able to act impartially, but for that perception, so I appreciate the General Manager raising it, and if she feels uncomfortable, certainly step out. But yeah, it is actually, there's two entities, the Rotary Club of Kingaroy and the Rotary Satellite Club of Kingaroy Sunrise, so they are separate entities, and it's the board of the Rotary Club of Kingaroy that is actively involved in that matter.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Does any councillor have objection to General Manager Jarvis remaining in the meeting for item 12.5? No? Note that there's been no objection from councillors. Manager Jarvis, General Manager Jarvis may stay and participate. We will note that CEO Mark Pitt will be leaving the room for that item, and we may ask you, General Manager O'May, if you could support in the CEO's chair for that particular item, if you could. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Other General Managers? No? No, you're fine. Councillor Jones? No? Councillor Potter?
I just would like to note that I also am a member of the Rotary Satellite Club. I'm with relations to item 12.5, and I'm also a member of I'm actually the chair of the South Burnett Suicide Prevention Working Group, who are not associated with the South Burnett Support Alliance. We were going to be, but we are not due to some of their funding. So.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Mr CEO, any declarable conflict of interest there? Rotary, ordinary member, suicide prevention are not associated with item 12.5.
Thanks, Mayor. For a different reason, I printed out the section of the Act that are not declarable. Councillor undertakes an engagement, community groups. The council undertakes an engagement in capacity as a councillor for community groups, sporting club or similar organisation is not appointed as an executive officer to that organisation. So it's not a conflict.
So,
That's,
under the
section-
legislation, there is no conflict on either. Does any councillor have an objection to that? No? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Henshin? Nothing for you. Okay. I'll wrap up. I do have a conflict of interest in relation to item 12.5. It is a declarable conflict of interest on the basis that my wife and I are referenced in the report as being private, we will be privately funding through donations the operations of the South Burnett Support Alliance. And we're part of setting up that charity, which will be to provide support to homeless and vulnerable people in the South Burnett, based here in Kingaroy. As such, I will be electing to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while item 12.5 is discussed and voted on. Thank you, Council. I believe that concludes item 5 of the agenda. We have no deputations or petitions, so we'll move on to 7.1. Can be found at 33 on the agenda. And Council, the recommendation is that the minutes, oh, I've got the wrong page. No, page 7, sorry, Council. Okay, that the minutes of the previous meeting be received and recommendations therein adopted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Duff. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll move on now to 8.1 at 33, business outstanding table. Recommendation is that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henshin, thank you. Seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just, through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager O'May, just wanting to know about Kratzmann's Road and when is the community going to see the roadwork upgrades on Kratzmann's Road?
Thank you, GMMA.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, so they have actually obtained their operational works approval to do the works on the road. Council have undertaken the pre-start meeting with the contract to do the works on our road. The hold-up is they're actually waiting for a pre-start meeting with Main Roads Department for the intersection, which is on the main roads. So that was hoped to be happening now, but we followed up and that's going to be early in the new year, that pre-start. So they can't kick off until they've got that pre-start meeting. So that's expected early in the new year with the work just to commence after that. So we've done ours, but it's just that hold up on that main roads intersection.
Yeah, thank you, General Manager. We'll stay with you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you. Very happy to see that there's finally some progress, so the community will be happy to see that, that's moving forward. Just the second question is, how are we going with the mowers? I see that there's 2 mowers are completed, ready to go, and the last one is getting looked over now and getting a general tidy up. So the 2 questions, how are we going to decide who gets the mowers, those community mowers, and have we got 2 or 3, or how many mowers have we got to offer to the community?
Thank you, General Managers.
Yeah, through you. Yeah, my understanding that there's 3 mowers that will be available, and the process will be it's through the community grants fund. So when we put out our next round, which is in February for the community grants, be an expression of interest, and the idea was that committee, which is the 6 councillors, will decide. So so we'll be bringing them through that our normal grants process. So it is actually released in February. So I would expect the decisions around that sort of March, April sort of thing for those mowers.
Thank you, General Manager. We'll stay with you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, thank you. That's good news. So we're moving forward with the mowers as well. And the final one is, how are we going with the drainage at the Cloyna Hall? Because I know the community were concerned about the drainage and the fact that if we don't address that, it's going to deteriorate the hall because the walls and everything are affected by the stumps and the whole water sitting underneath that corner hall. So just wondering what's happening with that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I am probably not completely over that one. I would probably just need to refer that one to the manager of parks. But I think it is one we were getting an external party just to look at that certification. But yeah, I probably just need to take that on notice and get the manager of parks to provide a response to that.
Thank you,
you,
Mr. Mayor.
Minister.
If I could table that as a question on notice for the next committee meeting, that would be appreciated.
Duly noted. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, thank you, Councillor Duff. Further speakers? No. Just if I could refer General Manager Meehan to page 58 on the agenda, if we could go to there, where there is an item in relation to Red Tank Road. The resolution was to submit Red Tank Road and Nords Road Reaper applications, look at additional works necessary to improve the road as a matter of urgency, undertake preliminary design for potential capital works in the second quarter as to the vertical geometry of the culvert, and consider the eligibility of floodway improvements to Nord Road as part of Reaper betterment. Thank you, General Manager Meehan.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Council. I can confirm for Council 1 and 2 are complete, and 3 and 4 will be in progress in the first quarter. So the team went up there and did additional works. We have put some gravel down in some sections to allow a running course through there for those residents. Our team has been in contact with the residents on road and negotiated those works. So my understanding at this time is that it's been an amicable outcome up there, and then Council can review that when it comes through the first quarter review, whether we do some further works up there to do that.
Yeah, thank you very much, General Manager, and our thanks for you to leading the actions in relation to that resolution in meeting with the residents and working through solutions. Thank you very much. Anything further, Council? If not, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour, carry unanimously. Thank you all. 9.1, Notice of Motion, Kingaroy Transformation Project, can be found at 72. We'll go straight to you for your notice of motion. Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I've brought this back. We've had discussions and all that sort of stuff, and it was not supported in the last conversation. And I'm probably not disappointed. It's probably, in hindsight, as far as I look back, it was probably a good decision. We've had the opportunity through a request for information, and we've got those figures, and I believe that all councillors have that sheet there in front of you today. And I've asked for $120,000 of depreciation funding, funded depreciation to be brought forward from the 23-24 capital budget, and obviously it will be balanced out over the next, it'll take a 2-year period, but it balances itself out, and there'll be no cost or any other capital works or anything like that will be altered too much. So you see there on the piece of paper that was delivered to you this morning there with committed stuff, and I'll go to General Manager Meehan and Manager Darcy very shortly for a much more in-depth explanation, but in regards to committed funding and all that sort of stuff. And as we see, we walk around, people are saying it's unfinished. It's close to being finished. There's some those projects that this $120,000 will enable those projects to make the whole project look completed and finished. And there's other options down the bottom. If there was any savings or anything like that, it could be brought back to council, and it's up to council then to consider where they invest that other money through there. So that was just a brief explanation, Mr. Mayor, on why. We had a good conversation, and as I said, in hindsight, it was probably the best option moving forward, and give the staff an opportunity and other councillors to ask questions. So I'll hand over now to General Manager Meehan.
Sorry, if we could, Councillor Jones, if you could just move your motion.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor, you're correct. So I'd like to move my motion, to the chamber.
If you could just read it for us. Thank you, Councillor.
Oh, sorry. Wrong page. The motion is that council adopt a revised final scope for the Kingroy Transformation Project with an additional 120 at the second quarter budget review by advancing funded depreciation from the 23-24 capital budget.
Thank you, councillor. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Okay, thank you. Speakers are certainly entitled to speak again. Councillor Jones, anything further to add? Further speakers? Councillor Oakins, thank you.
I've got a couple of things through you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to ask General Manager Susan, how does this financially affect our bottom line? I've had a lot of feedback from my community about the money that's gone on the project, and I want to be sure that if I support this motion, that it's not going to be passed on to the ratepayers in my area.
Thank you, General Manager.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. The movement of the 120,000, council will come out of restricted cash. That's a funded depreciation, so it won't affect your bottom line. It will, however, limit the capital budget for the 22-23 year. We'll make sure that we would recover that so there wouldn't be the impact next year. So, no, in short, it doesn't affect your bottom line. Your cash, it does.
Okay, so I would also hope then that my fellow councillors would understand that if this did go ahead, that we really need to curb. We're all going to have to make, tighten our belts for other projects. I also understand, Bart, that the project really needs to be finished. And I'm told quite often that I'm here to represent the whole of the region, and I do want to see the project finished. I believe we have an obligation to the Kingroy businesses and the Kingroy residents to make sure that it's done. We've already spent, a massive amount of money. I'm very happy to see that come back with at 120, and I would hope that there would be some savings, because I do see some other things in there that would probably be good. But I'm comfortable at 120, but I wouldn't. I think that would be pushing me as far as I could go.
Further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm not going to support this extra 120,000. I've been consistent the whole way. I was supportive as a regional focus and wanting to support Kingaroy, and I knew we needed to do the upgrades. I supported the initial 4.5 million. And then we got the funding, and I've been supportive of the project, but then there was extra money and it has been asked for. And the last time it was said that it would be on time and on budget, and there wouldn't be any more overspend. And now again, another 120,000. So to be consistent and fair in my mind, I'm not supporting another 120,000 to go towards the Kingaroy Transformation Project. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Further speakers? Councillor Henshin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. Just a question, in the event of not supporting that, and we have questions in the community, we have wires hanging down in shelters, we have unfinished footpaths. So what will it look like if this is not supported? I asked that question.
Yeah, we'll go to you, General Manager Meehan. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, we look to be answered, frankly, councillor, it would look like it looks now.
Thank you, Manager Meehan. And I stand in this chamber and have often said, do it once and do it well. This has been a major project, and we will have this, I am sure, with any project that we have in our sights over the coming next 12 months, where it is impossible to budget for stuff with the escalating costs and the impossibility to get services or contractors to do jobs. And yeah, it's disappointing, of course it is, but to have wires and to walk down that street unfinished, I am sure this community and the entire South Burnett, and no one in an adjoining community would like to see that in their town. So yes, it's got to be finished. I walk down there and see wiring hanging out of the ceilings on those shelters. I see unfinished footpaths. Imagine the repercussions that would have on this council and this community if it was just left like that. So no, finish it. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First question, just want to confirm the scope, what will actually be delivered and committed to as part of the $120,000 brought forward in the motion, and what things will not be included for the community, please, General Manager.
Thank you, General Manager Mead. If you could please share with us the contents of that report.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll just circulate there to councillors the RFI response I gave to Councillor Shoemaker and the councillors the other week. What I've just put there is exactly our breakdown of what our currently committed costs are and also what we haven't commenced at the moment. So by committed, I mean in the explanation there, so we either have payments to be made, we have contracts in place, or we have commenced works on those items. So a classic one there, I'll just draw council's attention to the shared zone fence and silos. It is in there as a committed cost. That is the cost of the fencing on the northern side and the southern side. The only thing that we have not ordered there yet is the timber for the silo. So but we have commenced work because the brackets have been installed for that. Below that line, where you basically, sorry, just to answer the councillor's question, sorry, in the committed, that would be the installation of the electrical system, CCTV, and the remaining ergon works, which we're finalising. In the civil, we've still got surfacing to do through on the coloured sections. We've got the lanterns, which are being manufactured in Yarraman, which are on their way. And we've got the alfresco ceilings and the fencing. The last of the fencing is going in at the moment. We've got landscaping. We've got the bike rack footing, which has been installed. That was actually installed the day of the last council meeting. There is bolts coming out of that footing at the moment. If council was not to proceed with the bike rack, we would find an alternative cover, or Aaron's come up with some ideas that we could place an alternative sign on top of those bolts, possibly, to cover them up as well. Below that, we have the Glennon Street. Below that line, this is works that we have not commenced yet, so we've got furniture there as well. But generally, the main items that we're looking at is the Glennon Street surfacing, the Indigenous pillars in the shared zone, and also the rail trail. There was a map up there, which was a backlit map that was to be installed, and a bike rack up there as well, which has got a picture of the rail trail and also the alternative steam or the old locomotive that was up in that area. And then we've got the yarning circles and pebbles up there as well. Just, if I may, Mr. Mayor, just talk to that a little bit, if that's okay. So what we would be looking to do there currently is we've done our breakup there. Above the line would be anything that is committed or identified as committed in that RFI would be covered in the 120. We've looked at those numbers again last night. We're confident that that will cover those elements with our contingency in there. What I would say to council, if council was open to proceeding with it, we would ask council that they prioritise the Glennon Street surfacing and the Indigenous pillars as the priority for delivery from any savings within that program. We have been working with the Waka Waka community for some time now to design those pillars. They are being designed and they're ready. They'll be ready for manufacture. The reason why I would highlight to that, there is a bit of lead time to deliver one of those things. If we have an opportunity to afford that, we would like to move up on those elements fairly quickly. Otherwise, we may see a delay on those. The other one there is the tactiles, obviously at 2,000. We would install those as well as part of our scope. Lawfully, we're required to put those in, and we'll be looking to proceed with that. So hopefully that answers the councillor's question. What I would just say to council, our intent would be to bring the project back further if there was savings, if additional money was allocated. So very much we're looking forward to closing out the project if the motion is successful, to work with council directly each time that comes up as a group so that we can make those decisions that council's been informed.
Thank you, General Manager. We'll stay with you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, General Manager, for the feedback. Certainly, you know, Mrs. Mosling spoke this morning about the toughest thing about our jobs is the having clarity of thought. And, you know, I've been sitting here reflecting on that. To be honest, I'm so disappointed. I'm genuinely disappointed for my community because I've actually spent hours in the street talking to residents and members of the community, business owners, community members of all ages about this project. And I knew that so much of the spend was going to be on the infrastructure that would not be seen, would not necessarily be known about. It's genuinely taken for granted the number of kilometres of underground pipe work in that project, the conglomerate of network cables, just purely because the operations of our CBD have changed so much, and that people, you know, never before would have needed those network connections, now certainly do. I am so disappointed because at the end of the day, the reality is, regardless of all the work we did underground, regardless of how much the street was failing and the pavement was peeling away, regardless of how many people were falling over the footpaths, which had giant cracks, holes, were absolutely disgraceful for a regional community to have to put up with these sorts of things. I'm disappointed because it was the icing on top that we've had to cut from the scope. It's the things that, despite all those hours and hours of consultation that have been done, the things that people were most attached to with this project were the things that provided an identity, provided a sense of place. The trees, ability to have some street trees in our street, the ability to sit on a park bench and sit next to somebody in a wheelchair, the ability to sit on some grass and for kids to gather in the street. These are simple asks, and the reality is, because we have overspent on our budget, we've had to cut back on the things that actually really matter to our community. And I am very disappointed for my community about that. In terms of the direction for how to proceed, this is where we're really held over a bit of a barrel. And in many ways, you know, I do see us as the custodians of every single dollar that comes in and out of this council. And I am so mindful that we have an obligation to complete the project. It is a once in a lifetime, once in a generation project. It has been celebrated across other regional councils and areas who would like to do something similar. But it was very ambitious, and I raised my concerns at the very beginning. I was very concerned that we had not done the work on the planning. I was concerned about the fact that we were entering into a pandemic, and I asked this council to actually give me more time, give us more time to review that scope, to review the work before we went out to public consultation, and the answer was no. And so I have supported this project. I have been out on the street. I've done my utmost to support the people it has impacted, and I have been a part of creating a new era for the Kingaroy community and the South Burnett, a regional hub that we can be proud of, and I'm excited by that. I am so saddened that we're at the final end of this project, and this is what it comes down to. We're scrapping over dollars and scrapping over what things will be delivered and what things won't, when the reality is these are basic needs that every regional community in Australia deserves. And so I have made the very tough decision today that I will support this motion because I feel I have got the information in front of me. I also recognise that since the time we've started the KTP project, we've had 5 declared disasters, record CPI and construction inflation over the project ranging between 12 to 25.7%, which is extraordinary. I do feel it was ambitious. I do feel there are learnings from this project, and I feel we must take them forward because we cannot possibly have this happen again. Absolutely not. Not with the large scope of projects that we deliver on. There is no way we can have project overruns into the future. And I absolutely respect, I am so grateful for the work the team have put in. I know they are pushing uphill, trying their very best to deliver this project for our community. I know they're equally disappointed because these things really do matter. But the reality is this project is a once in a lifetime project. It must be completed. It must be completed. And so I will support this motion today. However, I do
Excuse me, Councillor, that's time.
Yes, I do want to see us do some significant work in the evaluation of the project.
Thank you. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions as well, and also a statement with regards to, look, I'd like to actually thank the staff because we know the staff have put so much time and energy into this, and there are many staff members that have actually put their own time on weekends and after hours doing this because they really believe in this project. So I'd like you to convey our thanks to them for that. But just a couple of questions. So by doing this with this 120, that means we will have nothing in that streetscape, in that area to do with the Waka Waka. There'll be no link or connection to our Indigenous neighbours. That's question number one. Question number two, so also in that shared area, there will also be no tables and chairs for community. So if there's any functions, they'll have to bring their own. Question number three is, what is the alternative to not having boom gates there? So does that mean that the road management plan will change? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to you, General Manager Megan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. If I miss a question, councillor, please let me know. Yeah, so our Indigenous pillars and the Glennon Street surfacing, that would be our priority to deliver through savings. So that is your connection to the Waka Waka community for those two items as part of the project. In relation to the table and chairs, the table and chairs is the picnic style tables that are in the southern area, and the chairs up in the northern area are a similar bench seat to what's in the street, but it's a curved style one, and it is cut out and reduced to allow for disabled access in those areas. Our thoughts on those two, particularly that we would bring them back if there was program savings for further discussion with council on how you wanted to proceed through there. And the boom gates. The boom gates is one that we're looking at. I think council on this does come up quite a bit. The traffic management rules continue to change, and workplace health and safety continues to increase across a lot of our areas. If the boom gates weren't there, that means we would fail to close that on a Friday and Saturday night if we had the lights on, but there is a shared zone in place there at the moment, so we would review that. In relation to a large event, such as when the Christmas Carnival's on, you still do require traffic management because it's a large-scale event. There's moving, it's beyond the size of the shared zone, so you're not just closing a car park. So there is horses for courses with that. If that was the case, if those boom gates weren't be installed, you would need to put a road closure in place if you were to have a concert or a market or something like that in those arrangements. So it is something that we do want to review a little bit further. So that's probably it would probably be our next preference after the other elements. But the Indigenous elements are probably our and the surfacing is our priority inside that list.
Okay, thank you, Jim. And further to those questions, the town and village lanterns, we had talked about having those because they linked back to every single town and village within the South Burnett. And we had talked about having barcodes on those. So when people could scan them, it would link back to that town and village. Say if it was Mergen, link to Mergen, and then would say what's coming up and things like that. Is that still as part of this? Is that still being done? Thank you.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. So those lanterns will be installed. So they're manufactured. I believe they're at the painter now. So they've actually been made by a local company in Yarraman. So which has been great. As far as adding the barcodes, the way the barcode would be applied by a L4 sticker or sticker. So if council was to develop its tourism, I'm not probably across council's tourism at the moment, but if council was to have videos for its tourism, say for the South Burnett, or if there was a Bacon Fest video and that sort of thing, you can create a link where you just tie that to that barcode. So it would be a further project as council move forward with its tourism and economic development.
Thank you, General Manager. Thank you, Councillor Potter. Okay, so I think everyone's had an opportunity to speak, and I'll just probably summarise my views, if I could, just before we go back to Councillor Jones for right of reply. So probably just to start with some background. So I sat in this chamber as a member of the community 3 years ago when the previous council passed a resolution to submit an application to the federal government for the Kingaroy Transformation Project, as it was renamed at that time, for a $9 million project that would include $4.5 million in federal funding, and the council would tip in $4.5. I'd like to acknowledge the state government through the Department of Transport and Main Roads for the ongoing contribution they've made to the project. They've been very good in coming forward, General Manager Meehan, in supporting us as some of those road works through the main street have taken place. We then adopted a budget, Council, of $11.1 million. That was the original budget for this project, $11.1 million. We then considered an additional $2.8 million to bring it up to $13.9 million. And I did speak against that. And like some of my colleagues, I was concerned that we hadn't done our due diligence in relation to understanding the scope of what the additional works was and what the $2.8 million was going to be for. Having said that, Council, through a majority decision, did resolve to grant the additional $2.8 million. We then allocated a further $900,000. And again, I spoke against and voted against that. The reasons for doing so are not that I certainly don't support this wonderful project. I live in Kingaroy, and my family, we have had to endure bad roads, bad footpaths in the main street. I have many friends who are living with disabilities. We employ a young boy who lives with disabilities. I fully understand the importance, and I acknowledge the staff certainly for the work that they've done, the concreters, the roadworks guys, the supervisors out there. Our guys have done a great job. The quality of their workmanship has been second to none, I believe, in terms of the workmanship of the men and women on the ground out there. I also acknowledge the work that we've done in terms of our sewerage and underground water, which would have had to be done anyway. The road needed to be done. The footpath needed to be done. Absolutely support the project from that perspective. My concern, as I raised, is that the shared zone in Glendon Street, I thought was something that we could have negotiated more with the federal government on, in terms of saving some money there. The lights in the footpath, the coloured lights, I thought we could have perhaps looked to wind that back. I don't know that that was necessarily going to be an important part of the project, and I'm disappointed now that some of these critical elements, particularly with our connection to our First Nations people, and as you know, my wife's a First Nations woman, and we'll be disappointed that we can't see that connection to the Waka Waka country. I think that's so important, and I hope we can find some savings to enable that to happen. Having said that, for me, the extra $120,000 will push this up to almost $15 million. So our 4.5 contribution from ratepayers' funds has now gone over $10 million. So it's more than doubled. When we add the George Street car park to compensate for the loss of 99 car parks in the main street, it'll go to $16 million almost. That means a $4.5 million contribution has gone to $11.5 million. That's an extra $7 million of ratepayers' funds that we've taken from our funded depreciation bank account, our ratepayers' bank account, to fund this additional works. For me, then, it comes down to a conflict between my principles in relation to good governance and financial management. I signed up when I was elected to the people of this community that with my professional qualifications, I would commit to much more robust financial management, to being much more careful with how we manage their money. I don't feel we've been careful enough with how we've managed the finances on this project. We have continued to dip into our bank account, and we have now pulled an extra $7 million out of our bank account in an asset class that could have been directed into the roads, which around our region have been significantly impacted well before the floods. Well before the floods, we've had roads, rural roads, gravel roads, bitumen roads that are failing us, and I believe that's where we should have directed the money. Having said that, we are where we are now. My conflict is my principles in terms of good governance versus the practicalities of finishing this job. I am going to stick with my principles and not support this. I believe that we should do more work in finding another way in which we can finish this project, however that may be. But on principle, again, I cannot support this because I believe that we have mismanaged the financial arrangements with this. That's my personal view. And we could have done better and we should have done better in managing our community's finances. So with that, I'll finalise my views and now hand to Councillor Jones to conclude the debate. Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I don't have too much. This is the same conversation happens every time that the KTP has come up. I've just brought this forward simply to try and get it finished. I, like you, Mr Mayor, you have stuck to your guns and I have stuck to my guns. I can see the benefits, all that sort of stuff. Yes, there's been some overruns. As far as the on time, on budget, five disasters. I think we were meant to complete the project in October. We're now in December. We're 2 months over time. And with 5 major weather events, I think self-explanatory. The budget, with what we've been saying, is, we put in this and we put in that, but the conversations we've had, the explanations we've had with the CPI and the inflation, everything else, the labour costs, the material costs, the weight on materials, every single project we do in the last 18 months has run over. And the longer we leave them to finish them, the more it's costing us. So it's a two-edged sword. And Councillor Shoemaker's right. There's not one of us in here making this decision easily today. We've got a budget that we're just in the process of putting down. It's going to be a hell of a time. But I'll just leave it at that. When this project's finished, I'm going to ask and move a motion later on down the track that the staff do a full costing and the breakdown of where the money went and who contributed what and where it went and all that sort of stuff. I think it will be a good document to table and share with our public. But on that, I'll just leave that, and I hope this is supported in the chamber today so that the staff that have worked tirelessly to try and get this project completed are able to finish it to a pretty good standard.
That concludes the debate. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Erkins, Councillor Jones, Councillor Potter and Councillor Henson. Those against, Councillor Duff and Councillor Otto. The motion has been carried 5 votes to 2. Thank you all. We'll now move on to 9.2, notice of motion in relation to Maidenwell Glencliff Road at 73, Council. I have the notice of motion there that I brought forward pursuant to a meeting with residents on Maidenwell Glencliff Road. As presented, it has 3 items. Maintenance work be undertaken, preferably prior to Christmas, including drainage works, escalation of the Reaper assessment and lodgement as a matter of priority, and thirdly, that a letter be sent under the signature of the Mayor to residents who made representation to Council at that meeting, outlining a report on the maintenance works undertaken by Council over the past 3 years, and also a summary of our Reaper submission and proposed flood works, including time frame. I'd now like to open this up for discussion before we actually put a motion on the table. I think it's fair to give General Meehan an opportunity to explain to us what is realistically achievable by our infrastructure team. And then I'd like to go to Councillor Jones as the portfolio holder and the divisional councillor to provide some leadership and some guidance to Council around what would be an appropriate motion to address the issue. So thank you, General Manager Meehan, if you could start.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So as per our discussion the other day, the team has had a look at what is our actual availability. At the moment, we have multiple crews out on the network. We were just talking this morning before the council meeting. We currently have crews on Seaford Street, West Street, Harris Road, Edenvale North Road, Runnymede Road and Eastern Anango Road doing major reconstruction, who are all council or local contractors, I might add. With that, our resourcing is fairly stretched, but we did have a discussion with the team yesterday. Realistically, they've gone through and have taken a pickup on the road. I've asked them to prioritise that, which is fine. I'm just looking on my left here. James and his team have gone through with looking at the previous Rackus videos of that road. Where we have to go through and do a comparison. So talking with the Reaper team and the QRA team, some of the works that we're looking at on there, they don't believe will be eligible under Reaper, as in the road may never have been constructed with certain elements. However, simple things like some of the things we spoke to the residents about was drainage and those sort of things. Realistically, I think there's a conversation to have with those residents in the new year when we actually go through and do the works. And by that, what I would suggest to Council, that Council, if they wanted to proceed, and we're happy to, we do have a contractor available to us, is to go through there and do holding works, which is basically a bit like we did on Red Tank Road. We would restore the running surface temporarily. That doesn't mean we're going to go through and resheet and reconstruct the road. And then what we would like to do is probably take the team to spend a bit of time, reviewing what's eligible under Reaper, and also what Council may need to do to upgrade that road. And I think it's probably important that we have a conversation with the residents following our meeting the other day around some of their ideas that we need to do to the road to improve the drainage. I think there's an opportunity there, and then council can consider that if they wish to do additional works in the new year. So in a nutshell, Mr Mayor, our suggestion would be that council do holding works between now and Christmas to improve the access to that road, and then REPA be submitted in the first quarter of next year, or at the earliest opportunity, which is what we did previously.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor Jones, would you like to put forward a suitable motion? If not, we can come back to my notice of motion. We'll need a motion, Council, before we can debate the matter. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, I just, you've mentioned Red Tank Road this morning, and this road is just up the road from where I live, and I drive it well, not quite regularly, but I do drive it on the odd occasion, and it is a hell of a mess. But I will speak exactly as I did again as Red Tank Road. I do not want to see this road escalated up the process, because there is enormous amount of roads right across our region, and we have a process that we follow. And that's what we done with Red Tank Road. It just happened that it rained not long after we had that discussion, and the staff went out and addressed the situations appropriately at the time, and they fixed up gravel. They put gravel resheeting on patches that didn't have any gravel on. I would like to see the same process with this road as what we've done with Red Tank Road, because everybody needs to be treated fairly and the same right across our region. Because this road, I guarantee you, we all walk out here and there would be people that could tell us that their roads are just as bad, or that there is a list of roads that are just as bad, if not worse. So I would like to move a motion that, as the General Manager said, we address some holding works through before Christmas, and not escalate. I'd like to see the escalation of the REPA flood damage assessment come out to as soon as, or where it sits. I'll be guided by the General Manager or CEO in wording of this as it follows the process. And yeah, I would just like to see the holding works discussions with the residents out there in regards to drainage that possibly has never been done and formed up properly. So we need to discuss that. So I would be guided, but that's the basis of my motion. I would like to see it treated exactly as we did with Red Tank Road, and put it in to the REPA applications when it is certainly available to do so, and do some holding works between now and Christmas, because right now is when everybody, all the rural people with cattle, are doing their branding and cutting and all that sort of stuff, and getting their weaners ready for sale in April, May, June. So there's a lot of cattle work. That's mainly the whole use of that road is primary producers, and there's probably 10 or 12. You probably met with the whole lot of them there. I wasn't able to attend that meeting. I was in Brisbane for an appointment for my knees, but I followed up, and yeah, so I would be guided on that proviso along those lines of a motion. Yeah, maintenance works, holding works to be done as best as possible between now and Christmas. Yeah, and on the point too about the REPA, I would like to see it somehow followed through as the correct and proper process that we do as soon as the roads are eligible, or when they're able to be put in. So, General Manager, I'd be keen for your input there.
Yeah,
okay,
thanks, Councillor Jones. We might just try and get this motion up, a motion out for the council to consider. If we can go back to the original motion, number one, could we change maintenance works to holding works in accordance with Councillor Jones' proposal? Can we backspace including works on table and tail drains? Just put a full stop after the Christmas break. Escalation of the maybe take special submission out. Just take the word special out as a matter of priority in Q1 of the 2023 year. Would that be the way to word it, General Manager? Q1 of 2023?
Yeah, or even if you wanted at the earliest opportunity, Mayor, that would be fine.
Yeah, as a matter of priority, at the earliest opportunity.
Which is what we did for Red Tank, I believe.
Yeah, at the earliest opportunity in 2023. Full stop. If we could then, full stop there, enter. If we could insert an item 3, Item 3, consideration is given to capital works as to gravel resheeting and drainage that is not eligible under the REAPER program. Full stop. And then I'd like to leave item 3 in place because I think it is important that we write back to the residents and let them know what's happening. So I might go to you, Councillor Jones. That's just a proposal. Can you have a look at that? Are you comfortable with that motion as it stands? You are. Okay. So you're happy to move that? We'll take that as moved by Councillor Jones. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Thank you. Okay. Further speakers? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, just in that number 1, agricultural purposes, just a question. Is there any agricultural machinery use that road? Like, is it oversized machinery?
If I can address that. Yeah, at the meeting that we had with the residents, they indicated that they can't undertake cultivation work on that road, on their properties because they can't get their heavy machinery up there. They said they can't get planters up through there and they're having trouble getting cattle trucks through there as well. So that's just the observations of the community.
Mr. Mayor, because agricultural machinery can be quite excessive in width, that's all, and certainly in height, whether there's anything that needs to be addressed as well up in that space, that was all.
Yeah, good point. Thank you, Councillor Henson. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly did appreciate the opportunity to meet with some of the residents, and I know a number of my colleagues were absent, so I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. In terms of this road, is it actually a declared formed road? And when you said you've done a look at the RACUS footage, can you confirm the maintenance history on the road? When was the last time we had a grader on the road?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the road is actually an open road, so it is open road reserve. And through our mapping, the road it's be fair to say it's not a high order road, it is a low order road in our system. It looks like it is constructed. We've gone right back to 2018, 2019, 2020. We have videos of the road. There is limited gravel on there. It's virtually single lane through there. What I would say is that it looks like we have done maintenance on the road periodically since 2018. With that, it appears that the road has been suffered ongoing rainfall damage since late last year, from what I can see. So I am just looking at the corner of my eye to see the screen. Yep. And with that, the road probably is in need of emergent works. I understand that one of the ends is still closed on that road. So obviously James and myself, we went through the road and we went out onto the left-hand side. But I'm happy to circulate to council the maintenance history on that road, Mr. Mayor. Like that's not a problem. And what we'll probably do, our intention is that when we go through our REAPER submission, if there is additional work to do, we'll probably take council through those roads. One of the joys of having RACUS is rather than having to drive out there, we can actually quite happy to workshop that with council and run through the videos to show where some of that work is. The drains have closed up a little bit there, and the grass is quite high. So I note too that it's been a growing season. Grass is quite high, but I don't believe that we've done much maintenance there since late last year, in my opinion, and what I can see on the records. But up until the flood, it looks like it has had a regular grade of some sort and attention.
So just my supplementary questions, just to confirm, we don't slash low water rural dirt roads purely because the grader runs through every year. Is that my understanding is correct?
Yeah, correct. So we don't slash unsealed roads on the proviso that the grader would normally go through and slice that. If they do the drains, they don't always do that, and that's something that we're going to review as part of those maintenance standards as well. But we don't slash unsealed roads, correct?
And you said there hadn't been maintenance on the road for the last year. Is this a case, is this because of the 5 flood events, or is this a systematic issue with our system? Like, I'm trying to understand how or why the road, because our current service standard and our maintenance is that a grader goes on every rural road every road across the region. That's what I've been told since the day I started here for the year. So I'm just trying to understand why that hasn't occurred.
Yeah, easy answer for that one. So we had a look at that yesterday. So the roads that are graded, they are tracked over in the office. So there is a spreadsheet that carries those roads. The reason for this one not being graded, that it has had holding works previously done on it, and it's had a couple of rounds of emergent works. So that's, sorry, when I say it hasn't been graded, it has had emergent works on the road, hence the rock and that sort of thing. Where we've had emergent works on unsealed roads that require further, you can't grade them. So it had been maintained up until that point. Sorry, I probably should have cleared that up earlier.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you. No,
Yep.
certainly my view on this is that roads really are the lifeblood of our region, particularly for primary producers and those with agricultural pursuits in the area. It was wonderful to meet with some of the residents and understand and hear firsthand some of their concerns. My concern, however, is I would like to spend more time, and I know in this term of council we've done an enormous amount of work in reviewing different processes. Should we add should we add another grader to our fleet? Should we add a roller? How often do we water roads? All of these things. And to be honest, I think we're really getting to a point where we can review, and what I really want the focus for the year to be in the following year is to review our maintenance system and to really identify where learnings can be made, where improvements can be made, and where instances like this one try to communicate to our community better in terms of how we stretch our maintenance budget across our unsealed and sealed network, and how we try to deliver best value. I think the reality is, for our lower order roads, I have a property on a lower order road. I have a couple of properties on lower order roads. They have no gravel on them. You know, they are sticky when it's wet. This is a challenge and will be a challenge forevermore. I guess what I really want to focus on as a council is not focusing on individual roads, but doing our role as councillors, which is focusing on the strategy, trying to get best value out of the budget we have, and reviewing every process and policy to make sure if there are systematic issues in our processes that we're addressing them, that we're learning from them, and that we're doing better. I think the reality is we don't have enough money as a council to spread across our rural road network. We all know that, and our community's expectations are high, and so our role is consistently challenged. But certainly it was wonderful to hear from the residents in the area, and I'm supportive of the motion. I think it would be good to get something done, but I think there's a much bigger parcel of work to be done, and that's where my focus will be.
Councillor Erkins.
I'd just like to know, does this actually mean that this road is jumping the queue on other roads that are in there that need repairs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The issue I have with this road, and in discussion I've had with the works manager and his team, in this case here, I do believe the road does need work. The fact is that we haven't pursued it to be fully reopened inside the time frame. I probably do consider it as an unsealed priority. Your question is there's so many priorities at the moment. There really is. In this case here, I believe it's in the condition of the road. I believe it's probably a case of, yes, it's not the highest order road, but there are some access limitations there. If I may, Mr. Mayor, I just confirm for council, we did grade it on the 8th of the 8th, 2019. We did grade it on the 7th of the 7th, 2020. The road was due to be graded on the 26th of the 11th, 21. We actually went there and did emergency grading work since the first rainfall event in November. So it's only had emergency work since then. And given that there's probably a couple of washouts there, councillor, probably from our point of view, we're not looking to go there and spend a heap of money. But talking with the team, they will direct one of our local contractors to go there and restore access through there until council can resolve it. So I would say too, just to council, it's probably to answer your question, we do get a number of these where people are trying to seek vehicle access for the movement of cattle on low order roads, and we do often redirect gear to enable that to happen. We have done that on a number of roads, so it probably is consistent to go and do some works to ensure that those trucks can get in at least temporarily with what we do in other practices.
My concern, I take on board what you're saying, but my concern is I have many residents complaining to me about their roads and whether they're safe for them to drive their kids on. So, you know, I'm just concerned that I'm telling my residents when they come and complain about their road, that roads are being done on a priority basis. And, you know, I just don't like to see roads being brought in here for us to be debating on whether it should be put ahead of other roads. And I think, you know, all councillors went out and visited the residents on Muir Drive. And I was complaining about that road before I got into council, because that was a road that many people drove on because they had great Christmas decorations on. And last year, you know, it was terrible to drive on. This year he hasn't done Christmas decorations, but I drove out there last week and that road is in terrible condition. But when I went out there, I met several residents again out there and told them that they just had to get in line because lots of roads were bad and they had to wait until the other roads that had priority over them were done. So I just feel a little bit uncomfortable with this whole idea of bringing roads in and getting them put ahead when we all know especially if you're in an area that's got lots of bad roads, you all know that you've got residents ringing you up all the time, and we're still getting, you know, like storms come through, and a storm comes through and the residents, you know, are worried about driving on their roads. So that is my concern, that are we bringing roads in and saying, you know, my residents have got, you know, the squeaky wheel and they're complaining about their road. Are we given priority to the squeaky wheel when really we should be doing it on a priority basis of what our staff are telling us where the roads are that need repairs?
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm very supportive of this motion. I think that roads are a core council business. I think that we need to be discussing more in this chamber about what's happening with our roads, and I'm particularly concerned about the drainage, and I think, as Councillor Shoemaker said, we need to drill down about why these roads are coming, and we've got all over the region. As Councillor Erkins said, it's a huge issue for our region, and agriculture is core council business, and if these people can't get their machinery along the road, we need to be addressing that. And as the General Manager said, it's a priority. That road is run down, and they need to address that. I've had people say to me they can't get a truck in, and I've talked to General Manager Meehan, and they've accommodated to get that movement of agriculture because it's core council business. The drains, the dogs are barking that we need to do more with our drainage, and that's something I think we really, really need to address, because it's no good just continuing to grade these roads unless we form them up and fix the drainage up. So that's a conversation that we need to happen, but certainly supportive of this. It's core council business and it's agriculture, so very, very supportive of making this road a priority. Thank you.
Anything further? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I do understand Councillor Erkin's concerns, because we all do have those people and we all do tell them, basically, wait in line, it's going to get done. But by the same token, because I agreed to the Red Tank Road one as well, so I will be following that and agreeing to this one. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question through you, directed to Mr Manager Meehan. How long would those works do you anticipate to take to be done? Because I asked that question on Red Tank Road, where we sat here in chambers and discussed that. The work that was done, and commend the staff on that, because they went out there on Red Tank Road, and to my colleagues in the chamber, that Red Tank Road, with the works they did there, and it was select where they did it, we were well aware of the spots that needed work done to it. I commend the staff on the work they did there, and I believe they had that done in a day or just under a day. They did the drains, they did an absolutely sensational job. So if that was in line, this particular motion was in line with the Red Tank Road. So can you allude as to how long or you anticipate that would take to do?
Yeah, through Mr Mayor. So I'd just highlight to council, so these works are, I'd fully take the points to about prioritising works. I'll just highlight with this one. This one here is basically what we would call emergent works to restore access. We'd only be there for a couple of days. Essentially, it is QRA paid for, so it is holding works, which is still covered. So we can do additional works to hold the road together. And I think the question came one other time too, if it came through as a normal customer request, what would we do about that? Would we, from an operational point of view, what would we do about a network issue? Our view on this one, I'm not talking wholesale upgrades, drainage, major formation works. This is purely just to get through there and put a running surface through where it's loss of access essentially. So to answer your question, Council, I reckon a couple of days at the most.
So
Yep.
similar to Red Tank Road.
Yeah, it would only be temporary works to restore access. So, but I do take the councillor's points.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, Council, just share my views and then we'll go to Councillor Jones. Thank you for the debate. I certainly responded to the community out there by holding the meeting on the road with them. We had 12 residents turn up. I think they raised some really good points here that I'd like to share. The first thing is that we did communicate, I believe previously Council has communicated that we'd endeavour to grade every road in 12 months, every 12 months. This road hasn't had a maintenance grade in 2.5 years, since July 2020. It has had emergent works done and some patching works done last year since then, but in 2.5 years it hasn't had a full maintenance patrol grade since the 7th of July 2020. That's 2.5 years. I just want to make that point. That was something the community were very concerned about. I've driven the road, I've even walked parts of the road. Much of this road is damaged because there are no, thank you Councillor Erkins, much of this road is damaged because the table drains and the tail drains have not been cleared out for several years, and that has caused the water to run down the centre of the road and scour out much of the road and much of the edges of the road. That's making it really hard to get machinery through, get trucks through. A lot of the residents are actually taking detours around now to get to their homes because they can't drive this road. I went through it in my four-wheel drive. It's very difficult to navigate. And, we need to, I believe, consider more in capital works. And, we've talked about, councillors have said this morning, we don't have the money to do our roads get in the queue. But I believe this is about the decisions we make in this chamber as to where our priorities are. I believe that we should make rural roads and our town bitumen roads a #1 priority for our community. And I don't think we're investing enough in maintaining standards of roads. I don't think we're investing enough in renewals of roads, in putting gravel on roads, in fixing the drainage works. And I've said before, my dad did 51 years as a road worker in this council, and he constantly shakes his head at me as to why we don't do the table and tail drains anymore. And that's why our gravel roads are washing out. And I don't blame the staff for that. That comes down to budget decisions that we make as a council. And, it goes back to where we've discussed it earlier this morning. Where have we decided to spend our capital works money? We've invested 16 million, 12 million or so in the KTP, 7 million extra. What if we had to spent that on gravel resheeting? What if we had to spent that on table and tail drain renewal works across our region? Where would we be today? These are the things that I've been raising for 2.5 years. I commend Councillor Duff. I agree with what she said. Drainage works, road work should be our first priority. It's core business of council. And I believe we're not in this position because our staff don't give us the data. I believe we're in this position because of the decisions that we've made over the last 2.5 years as to our priorities as to where we spend our capital funds. And I would like to think that into the future, we will give much more consideration to spending a significant amount more of our capital works on road renewals, gravel resheeting, table and tail drains, fixing the potholes and the broken roads in our towns. I live in Kingaroy. Many of our roads around Kingaroy need work. Alfred Street, First Avenue, many of them need significant rehab. And I think our community deserves that. And what I'm hearing from the residents, whether they be townies in Kingaroy or whether they be farmers out the back of Maidenwell, they're all saying, if you want to give us value for our rates, give us good roads. Give us good roads. And I believe that that's what we should be turning our mind to as a council. And I'm hoping that we can do better in the future. But I absolutely support this motion from Councillor Jones. I think the people out there deserve it. They've waited 2.5 years. Councillor Erkins, as to Muir and Hamilton, I've been out on that road several times myself. I've been in constant contact with the community out there, with the residents. We did consider it. We've kept communicating with them. We've met with them. We have asked our staff to do special reports on that road. They have had work done out there. There is capital works planned for that road. There is Reaper works planned for that road. So there will be works done as a matter of priority on Hamilton Mule Road. But this road, I believe, we have to start giving our farmers value for money. They pay a lot of rates, our farmers in this region, and I believe all they want is their roads done, and that's what we should be focusing on. And I think the farmers out there that are trying to move machinery and cattle deserve a decent road because they are major contributors to our economy. That's my view. I'll leave it at that. We'll go to Councillor Jones for right of reply and to close. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. I've only got 2 minutes to respond. Yeah. I'd just like to make a change to that motion in the fact that number 2, and I mentioned it earlier, escalation of the Reaper. I would like to just see it as Reaper flood damage assessment and lodgement of submission to the QRA as a matter of priority at the earliest opportunity, rather than have the word escalation in there, because I said that on Red Tank Road. There's a process to follow and all that sort of stuff. As far as the roads and the rural roads, we had a plan and it was all going quite well and the roads were improving. And I can remember conversations here where we were discussing about taking money off the rural roads and putting it onto reseals and all that sort of stuff. So there's conversation. I'm going to sit back and I will wait. I will wait and see what happens. I hope you can get as much money as you possibly can into the rural roads and road network. That's my portfolio, and if you want to throw more money into it, I will certainly take it with open hands. So I don't disagree with that at all, and I've always said that we need to maintain our rural roads and, in particular, all roads. But yeah, that's the only. So I'd just like to know if Councillor Potter would be acceptable of taking that escalation out, and happy to go forward.
Councillor Potter.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Any councillors object to that change? We've all debated it. I think we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Council, I know we're due to break for morning tea, but I do know we have some members of the gallery who are waiting for us to deal with the item, so I'd like to push through. We'll go now tonight, if that's okay, Mr CEO. Will that cause a problem? Oh, okay. All right. I'll try and push through. Peter, if you don't mind, we'll try and push through and hopefully it won't take too long, but we'll do our best. Macaulay Weir at 9.3, page 74. Councillor Shoemaker.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, can I be excused for the bathroom? Since
Sure.
we're not breaking?
Yeah, no, you're right. Please. Councillor Erkins, let's go to you for your notice of motion at 9.3. Thank you.
So I would like to move the motion that the South Bennett Regional Council grant the community access to the Macaulay Weir Water Reserve for a 6-month trial with the following conditions. The gate remains locked with one council padlock in place. The residents who use the road be issued with 1 key. Residents who wish to have more keys are given permission for council's locksmith to have them cut at their expense and councillor keep a register of keys issued. 10 keys then be available to the public to allow them access to the Weir Reserve. A deposit of $100 to be refunded when the key is returned, and the key is not to be held for any longer than 2 days. These people who wish to obtain a key for access are then given an agreement to sign, acknowledging that they will drive to the conditions of the road. They agree to take all rubbish away and leave nothing there. They agree they need to make their own arrangements for toileting. Dogs must be kept under control. No fuel motors on the water. They must keep to the roads. No four-wheel driving off-road and no motorbikes off-road. And further conditions to be added as identified during the trial.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Councillor Erkins, would you like to speak to your motion further?
The rationale for moving the motion is the community have been trying to regain access to the Weir since 2013, when NAPTA contacted council with a proposal to have the Macaulay Weir reopened. The lock was only fitted to the gate after some vandalism and prior to amalgamation, and the public were always able to obtain a key from the Nanango Shire Council to access the weir. Prior to the vandalism, they were actually able to go there at any time. After amalgamation, it seems the practice ceased with no community consultation. There are currently about 7 locks currently fitted to the gate, and yet emergency services do not have access to the properties. If a resident takes ill, someone needs to go to the gate and meet them to open it. A key needs to be given to each of these emergency services that may need to access the property. For example, ambulance, police, fire brigade, etc. It is said that the road is not in good order. However, it's in a lot better condition than many of our roads in our region and was only recently been graded. There are many of our roads in much worse condition, and even the road leading up to the gate is worse than the road inside. Many local roads have major damage and huge potholes are the norm. Some could be said to be described by residents as extremely dangerous. I note that a sign, damaged road, appears to be sufficient to cover council in these instances. I believe a drive with care or something similar on the areas that are of concern would therefore suffice in this instance. The current landowners are all aware that the road that travels to the weir is a public road. While the gate has been locked, I do not believe that that road has ever actually been closed through DNR. I have had several conversations with one landowner who is fully supportive of the proposal. I've had a detailed conversation with this landowner, with another landowner who did express some concerns about allowing the community to use the weir reserve. After I discussed my proposal with him and the fact that I was going to ask for a 6-month trial, this appeared to address his concerns. The resident that I've had conversations with and who joins the weir has had said there are other residents out there who have had numerous visitors who make full use of the facility. This is unfair, and because it's not a private facility and all the community should have the same access as this person's guests. I believe one resident has been extremely aggressive and made several complaints to and about the previous councillor, Barry Green, when he brought the matter to council. This person has also made several complaints to other residents on the road and has written to the mayor. In the past, this behaviour appears that it may have been rewarded by the road remaining closed. I posted a video of the area on YouTube and on Facebook and have had many supportive posts. I'll just read out a couple of the posts. This is exactly why my husband and I moved to Nanango just over a week ago. We want fresh air, walking tracks and peaceful country life. We are well versed in the Leave No Trace policy and think this would be a fabulous place to hike on a regular basis. Response 2, this needs to be open to the public. Response 3, I'm with you. Should never have been closed to the public, etc., etc. And I would have had more than 50 people who have responded with many more likes on the Facebook pages. I've also had a lot of people phone me, and I've had a lot of people contact me in my office to tell me what a great idea it is. In correspondence sent to the council by the Nanango Tourism and Development Association in 2013, the following points were given. The weir was built in the 1950s as a portable water supply to Nanango and surrounds and was officially opened on the 16th of July 1954. It has not been used as a source of reticulated water to the town since the early 1990s and is unlikely to be required for that purpose in future. Notwithstanding the demise of its original purpose, the weir was, of course, built as a public utility on a publicly owned land at public cost and remains a publicly owned asset. With a wall length of approximately 100 metres, the weir backs up a broad body of water, estimated...
Excuse me, councillor, time.
Okay,
Thank you. Okay, further speakers. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I fully support Councillor Erkins. It's her division. She understands the issues. However, I just have a question. who is going to police, for example, once they give the key out, that they drive to the conditions of the road, they agree to take all the rubbish away, dogs must be kept under control, no fuel motors on the water, there no four-wheel driving, no motorbikes off the road. Like, who is going to check that that has happened? And to get the $100 back, how's that going to work?
General managers, advice around the ongoing compliance? Thank you, GMMA.
Yeah, good question. I imagine we would have to commit resources to it, so we would have to essentially say commit a compliance officer or someone to go down and do an inspection. It's certainly something that we haven't really considered or put much thought to.
Thank you, Jim. We'll stay with you, Councillor Duff. Anything further?
Just probably interested to hear Councillor Erkins' comments around that.
Yeah, we'll have that when you get to close. Councillor Erkins can address that in her right of reply. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, just a couple of questions, I suppose, as follow on from Councillor Duff, through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to what would this cost us as a council to actually get that road, because I know there's a fair bit of work that probably needs to be done on that road. Also, the cost to open that whole recreation area and the cost of ongoing maintenance. And I'm thinking that some of these may have to be taken on notice. Thank you.
General Manager Meehan.
Through Mr. Mayor. So I'll just highlight to council. So probably a couple of things. Firstly, without influence of debate, we're not against the motion or opening the road in any way, shape or form. The only recommendation that we would add for council, and the reason is we have a supplementary report which is in 11.6, which deals with the issue. Probably two things. We would just ask that council undertake a road safety audit for appropriate measures to subject to a road safety audit or something along those lines, Mr. Mayor. The reason for that is council's got an opinion there that there has previously been closed due to road safety concerns. So to address your signage requirements and those sort of things, we would just seek an opinion to what's appropriate to open the road without trying to hold back that. So so we just suggest to council, if council was to endorse the motion, Mr. Mayor, we would just ask that council would just subject to road safety audit. If there was any showstoppers in that, we would come back to council and have a discussion to probably answer council's. The reason why I say that too, it just gives council diligence. If there was an incident to happen on the road, you do have a report on the table or previous opinion that needs to be addressed in some shape, way or form, if that makes sense.
In light of that, we'll come back to Councillor Potter if we need to, but General Manager Meehan and Councillor Erkins, if there we said for a 6-month trial, in brackets, subject to a road safety audit, is that what you're suggesting, General Manager Meehan?
Yeah, if council was to do that, and if it was operational expenditure, so we're talking signs and lines and that sort of stuff, we would just implement that as council's wish, if that makes sense. If there was a capital works item in there because something was wrong, then we would come back to the table. So we would not look to hold up the resolution. We would just purely follow those recommendations. If there was something there, we would talk to council. So it allows the chamber to move through.
Thank you, General Manager. Other General Managers? Thoughts?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also, just from financial perspective or risk perspective, is to, and I have spoken to Councillor Erkins there, to the opportunity to review our insurance and the implications there with public liability as well. Thank you.
In that brackets, Kimberley, can we put subject to a road safety audit and insurance review? Councillors Erkins, are you comfortable with those few insertions? Who was our seconder? Councillor Potter. You comfortable with that? Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Hench and then back across to Councillor Jones. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, and I guess directed at Councillor Erkins. I'm supportive of all of this, and obviously it was a facility well used years ago. I just wonder, like, at the 6-month time frame, and I guess we all sit here concerned about the costs, and as Councillor Duff has alluded to, how we police that, and if things start to get out of control there will be a significant cost. So would it be feasible to perhaps reduce that to the summer months for the trial period? Because 6 months will take us through until the end of June, we're into winter time. Would it be a consideration that we shorten that trial period so then we could perhaps get a better grip on just exactly what's happening there? Is that a feasible thought, being summer, Christmas period, the Easter period for argument's sake, great time where I would suspect it would be highly utilised, rather than drag it out for 6 months, and we'll have a better appreciation of what might be involved in what's going on down there and how it's policed and what the cost implications may be?
Thanks, councillor. We'll have you address that in your right of reply. There's two issues there, and we'll come back to those if we could, councillor Erkins. Councillor Jones, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Again, as everyone else, I support this. Councillor Erkins has done a lot of work, but just my concerns is the fact that there's been some questions raised here this morning, and knowing that we're on the 14th today and most of our staff finish up on Friday the 16th, and the likelihood of anything progressing through that Christmas break and getting this done, because I just think that there's a lot of stuff that needs to come back to the table, and I would hate to see Councillor Erkins, you put this forward and we didn't do everything and dot our I's and cross our T's, and you lose the opportunity to, because of something happens. I was just wondering whether or not you would be prepared to just leave it on the table until early next year for further discussion, and maybe ask the general managers, and as they've indicated with their insurance, their roads, all that sort of stuff, to really nut down into this and make sure that you've got it right, so that when you do go, you're going to be very confident that you've got everything that's going to support your proposal, because I don't think that you're going to get too much action between now and Christmas, New Year, and the time that they do have, it may give them the ability to come back and do some of that work and have a discussion in mid-January when we come back after the Christmas break. Would you be prepared just to have that conversation? Because I don't think that we're going to get anything up and approved and open gates until at least mid to late January at least anyway. I just don't think that the staff will have enough time to answer these questions that have been thrown at you today. I fully support it, but I just don't want to see, I know how much work you've done in it, I just don't want to see you go too early and give yourself the opportunity to fail.
Thank you, councillor Jones. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly. Wow, isn't there a long history here with this weir? And from what I've seen, it looks like an extraordinary facility, and certainly an area that I think it's been wonderful to see the support from the community. It really goes to show that if we don't prioritise, well, we must prioritise roads, of course, but our natural assets equally hold a high value in our community. And I'm very excited about the prospect of a trial. And to be honest, I think local governments, you know, we are quite flexible and agile. However, sometimes we slow ourselves down trying to complicate things. I really like the idea of a trial. I think we'll learn a lot through the trial period. I agree the road has to be safe. I agree the insurance has to be right. You know, we already hold public liability insurance over a number of assets that we run and maintain. So I certainly think there's work to be done in that space. I really like the ideas and the suggestions put forward around a key. Kind of does remind me, and I too vaguely remember as a customer service officer back in Nanangarshire Council days, handing out keys for a number of things. This was sort of common practice. So I think this is a really good idea. I think as local government, sometimes we've got to get better at trialling new things, learning something. This may or may not work. It may or may not be something that is seen to be providing value. It may cost us money. And it may be something that we need to review in terms of the behaviours. I certainly do hope that people do respect the weir and they take care of the landscape, just as we do with many of our other landscapes. So in this instance, I'm supportive of this. And as for Councillor Jones' comments, I certainly agree. I can see there's not going to be a great deal of action happen quickly on this one. But I think the motion speaks more to granting a trial with some of these conditions, and there really is no tight time frame as to when this may occur. So I do feel there will be time for our staff to go back, to make a plan around this motion and bring more information forward to council, which I really look forward to. So I congratulate Councillor Erkins on her efforts in terms of trying to engage the community in this discussion. No doubt she's copped a bit of a beating up as well as some praise, and you know, that's a real real challenge, quite admirable to have that bravery to start out the term, this being your first motion that you've brought to the table, and to certainly start the term with what is possibly one of the most gnarliest Nanango issues dating all the way back to 1996. I do think the way in which landholders are engaged through this trial is very important, and I do think perhaps through the work that we do, maybe that should be a condition in your agreement of the trial, is that we're actually engaging and actively seeking feedback from landholders in the area, because if there are concerns with this, we need to know about them, we need to be on the front foot, we need to be doing what we can to address them. So I really look forward to hopefully being able to meet some of our community members at the Weir in the near future.
Okay. Right, my views on this are that certainly keen to support the Nanango community. This was certainly spoken about in the last election. It's appropriate though that I do refer council, in fact I have a responsibility to refer council to item 11.6, and Mr CEO did mention to me yesterday to make sure that we understand that if we pass this resolution, if it's carried, 11.6 will then drop off the agenda. So I just wanted to bring everyone's attention to 11.6 at page 194, and I just wanted to read the report from the staff where the recommendation is that council maintains the lock gate at Macaulay Road to restrict general public access, with the exception of council staff and landholders, to Macaulay Weir Road beyond that location due to significant safety concerns, and continues to exclude recreational use of Macaulay Weir and Reserve. Some of the implications as stated here is that the closure, restriction of access was formally considered by council back in 2012. Preliminary estimates were presented with that report. Significant safety issues exist with the approximate 4 kilometre section of unmaintained road, reserve, and extensive capital works would be required to address safety considerations regardless of level of service provided. Additionally, as identified in the 2020 report to council, if the Macaulay Weir Road is open to traffic, basic recreational facilities will be required at the Weir site. Annual operational and maintenance costs will depend on the standard of road and facilities provided, usage and weather conditions experienced. The current estimated cost scope of work has not been assessed. In the conclusion on page 197, the staff do report that Nanango Shire Council, by resolution in November 2005, closed the road under section 915 of the Local Government Act as it read at that time. It had assessed the road as unsuitable for even four-wheel drive vehicles. The road is not maintained and remains unsafe to be open to general public use. Considerable capital expenditure would be required to ensure a safe rural road standard is met. Fencing of the road would be recommended in the interest of safety and to reduce adverse impact to adjoining property owners. Fencing would likely impact current stock management practices and stock water supply. The capital cost of developing the reserve area to support active recreation is considerable, and ongoing operational budgets would be required for both road maintenance and to support the operation and maintenance of the recreational facilities and impoundment. So, in summary, I would just like council to please ensure you have considered the recommendation of the officers at page 194 in your deliberations prior to voting. Mr. CEO, did you want to add anything further to that in terms of those two items being considered together? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very briefly, that the two recommendations are, I'll use the word contradictory. So if this first one gets up, well, then it just makes the second report surplus. So we'll knock both of them over with, or if this one goes down, well, then 11.6 would still be discussed. It's almost effectively a foreshadowed. So yeah, so if we deal with this one first and see where we go, but if it gets up, we've got one other one off the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Yeah, and look, I'll just wrap up mine. I've still got some time. I'll be relying on the staff report here. I'm concerned about the safety issues that they've brought to our attention. General Manager Meehan, unless there's something you'd like to add, but this is a report that your staff have given us.
Yeah,
so you're recommending that we don't open the road for safety reasons. Can you clarify that? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So all we would recommend in 9.3, I just can't see it on the screen whether Kim's put it in. It would be subject to road safety audit. So that's from a legality point of view. to remove your risk from that, we would come back to council with a road safety audit and recommendations around that, what that looks like, and we'll get someone who's worked in this space to do that.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I'm happy to support it. If the road safety audit comes back and says that it's safe for people to travel on that road, I don't want to see us expose ourselves to liability if someone has an accident on a road that we've deemed to be unsafe. Thank you.
So we just had that in as number 5, Mr Mayor, sorry.
Mr Mayor,
Sorry.
can I move a procedural motion?
Yes, you may.
Can I move a procedural motion that we leave this lay on the table, subject to a road safety audit and information report come back as far as insurances and everything else go?
We'll take that as moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Mr CEO, that will mean we won't address item 11.6. It will be picked up in that. Council, I want to keep moving forward. 9.4, Coronation Drive, Mergen, 77, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move that council requests the relevant council manager meet with the management committee of the Mergen Business and Development Association and the divisional councillor to address the median strips in Coronation Drive before the Christmas break.
Do we have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Jones. Thank you. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So recently the grass in Coronation Drive was all poisoned. That's on the medium strip. The Coronation Drive is in the middle of Mergen, and there's a lot of residents live along that particular street. And I was made aware through Facebook posts that people were not happy. I contacted the CEO to find out why we had suddenly poisoned all of the grass along Coronation Drive, and I was told, the feedback came back from the CEO that it was done because they were planning to put mulch there and mulch the whole area down. So I responded to the concerned ratepayers, thinking then that was going to all happen. So it was brought to my attention at the Mergen Business and Development Association Management Committee meeting that it was a disgrace, that the mulch hadn't been spread, it had just been put in lumps everywhere. The grass was growing back through where it had been killed originally, and it was breeding haven for cockroaches. It was just causing incredible reputational damage for our council. I've distributed some photos for so council is aware of how it actually looks, and so that is why I have asked as a matter of, well, that's why I've put this motion forward as a priority to address this and meet with the business association prior to Christmas, because I'm embarrassed about it. The community is up in arms about it, and I just wanted something to happen through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Certainly, thank you for bringing the update forward. I think it's concerning that we have these issues raised in this chamber. I am wondering, GMO May, can you please provide an update as to, this is an operational matter, it's not a strategic matter of council. Certainly we set the agenda, and we set this in the strategic plan, an area that I've been very passionate about, reviewing our median strips. I know this is a priority for council. Very keen to hear what's actually happened in this instance and the plan that council may have to remedy such.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I start forward, I have to agree with Councillor Duff that it isn't good enough, as you can see by the photos. To be honest, I think the guys have just bit off a bit more than they could chew, certainly with the recent tree planting program that was done in Mergen, or at this time of year with the mowing and the Christmas trees. There is a lot of alternative work, so I think it was just poor timing. But I would like just to advise Councillor that the Mergen team are there today, so there are, because they started the works and basically got onto other works, but the team are there today, tomorrow, to try and rectify the situation, spread the mulch and improve the situation. But yeah, it's just basically trying to do too many things at once, spread a bit thin. But yeah, the guys are on site today.
Yeah, thank you. It's a reminder of just how challenging it is for a small team of people to deliver on all of the expectations of our community. I don't disagree. This is not good enough, and we do need to do better. But the reality is we are stretching our resources thin across a number of different asset classes with a very finite budget. You know, there are possibly not enough people doing all of the work that we need done in each of our towns across our region. And the reality is that this is an outcome of that. And in discussions we've had this morning, if all we want to do is get our roads done, then that's where all of our funding goes, is to our roads, then projects for parks and gardens, just like this, are always on the back burner. And that is the reality of it. I've got a number of medians in my division, we all do, that need love, care and attention. I've brought reports to this council about options to ensure that we no longer have to maintain them, try to cut operational costs. The reality is we haven't had the budget. I've put forward proposals to establish a median maintenance program. I put forward proposals to put money from our Works for Queensland into median redevelopment. None of that has happened. And that is because we are constantly juggling a number of priorities and challenges. I agree, this is not good enough, but I absolutely thank and appreciate our staff members. I stood there on the weekend at the tree dedication. They have done an enormous amount of work in QE2 Park over these last couple of weeks. Our Christmas trees around the region, they are looking gorgeous. I know there are challenges. There's a report in here about the fact that we need new Christmas trees, new Christmas tree decorations. These, unfortunately, are the things that we consistently compromise on because such a large portion of our ratepayer funds are invested in our roads. Now, if we continue, you know what? Cancel it all, call it all off. Cancel all of our parks, close them all, close the swimming pools, close the lot. We'll just focus on the roads. And you know what? We'll just have to put up with issues like this. That's the reality of the challenges we face here. And quite frankly, I'm supportive of our staff. I can see their vision here. I can see they're trying hard to create something better for our town. They're trying to remove the grass and the weeds. They're trying to mulch up the area so they don't have to maintain it all the time. I appreciate their efforts. I completely understand. They are stretched like the rest of us. And these projects, I believe, really do matter to our community. And it's instances like this that remind us of that. And that is why we can't spend every single one of the dollars we collect on our roads. That's the reality of it.
Further speakers? No. Okay, Councillor Erkins.
I'd like to say that I do agree that that is pretty messy, but I would also like to comment on how lovely you had the park and everything up there on the weekend. It was really a credit to them, but you know, they apparently are there doing this now, so it's good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further speakers? No, we'll go to Councillor Duff to wrap up shortly, but before we do, just want to clarify, Councillor Schumacher, I don't think anyone in this chamber is suggesting, as you've inferred, that we spend all of our money on the roads and that we only focus on roads. And I would commend this chamber that in parks and gardens, I think we've made a big difference since being elected. You know, during the last term of council, I did feel that the parks and gardens around the region were far less than a desirable standard. Our CEO with our management team have worked hard on improving the service standards in parks and gardens. We still have a way to go though. The discussions in relation to roads were very much about capital works around particularly renewals. This is not a capital works project, this is an operational project. It is disappointing that this has to come to council to get resolved. But you know, it is an issue for the Mergen community. We are here to represent the community, and I think that Councillor Duff is looking for our support to have this operational matter dealt with, because it has been something that the Mergen community are disappointed in. I don't know the reasons for it. I don't think we should necessarily go into that, but certainly I certainly would say this council has committed extra resources, extra money, extra equipment to parks and gardens. And I think we're seeing the results, particularly in the CBDs across our region. They are looking much better. Our parks are looking much better. Our staff are doing a much better job. So I certainly, like you, I acknowledge the staff, but certainly there is no suggestion that we don't maintain a commitment to parks and gardens across the region moving forward. I believe we can do that alongside having a good, strong roads network, but we have to have a properly considered, balanced capital budget into the future. Okay, Councillor Duff, to you for right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just keen to, I know that General Manager O'May said that they're addressing it today, but it's the whole fact that it was the grass was all killed out when it probably could have just been mowed and kept nice. That's what's been done for years and years and years. The concern is that mulch, that you would have to dig it all out and put the mulch down on that whole median strip, because otherwise it's just going to flow over onto the road. So that's what the community is saying. Why have we done this? And this was no consultation. It's a big long strip, and it's, like I say, it's causing reputational damage. So that's the motion, was to explain to the community what we are doing there and why we are doing it, as well as addressing the situation. So that was the purpose behind
Thank you,
the
Councillor.
motion.
Okay, let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Councillor, I'm aware that we do need to have a break. We've got a gentleman here. Thanks for joining us for an award. On that basis, I would like to deal with one more item, because we have people in the gallery who I think are interested in this, and then go to morning tea. So I'd like to move a procedural motion that we escalate item 9.9 to be attended to as the next item on the agenda. Notice of motion, Mergen Swimming Pool. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, those in favour? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Item 9.9, Mergen Swimming Pool. Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move that the manager in charge of council's swimming pools provides a full report to the Livability, Governance and Finance Standing Committee meeting on the 8th of February 2023, disclosing the pool manager's obligations to providing services, in particular a Learn to Swim program to patrons of the pool, and comparative data as to what services are being provided in other pools across our region.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Thank you. Councillor Duff, speak
Thank
to
you,
your
Mr
motion.
Mayor. I attended a meeting of the Mergen Business and Development Association Management Committee, and they raised concerns about the services at the pool having deteriorated significantly. They believe that Mergen is being unfairly disadvantaged by not having the services that are being provided in other towns. Further to that, I've had email, since I put this forward, and the community have been made aware that there's going to be debate about the swimming pool in Mergen. There's been, I've had numerous emails of people concerned and issues that are about not having learned to swim, but also now they're talking about opening the pool at 8 o'clock as opposed to 6 o'clock. There's a lot of people that normally go there at 6, and the pool's now going to open at 8. So there's all sorts of changes. It's not being, some of them are turning up and not knowing that there's been changes. There's all sorts of issues with the current manager of the pool, and so just wanted to flag that here in the chamber. Thank you.
Councillor Jones.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I have significant concerns on whether this should be discussed just now in an open public meeting, simply because we're discussing, and it could come down to financial situations and all that sort of stuff. I don't feel comfortable about having a conversation about service levels being delivered, and I believe there's issues here that could be detrimental to the people of Mergen, and this is just a view coming in from the business chamber of Mergen, and I don't know, has Councillor Duff had any conversation with the pool managers, or has anyone spoken to the pool managers or anything like that? I just don't feel comfortable about discussing this, not knowing the full extent of it. So I'm sorry, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Jones, yeah. So the notice of motion was put forward within the required time frame. So on that basis, Mr CEO and his staff, under policy, accepted the notice of motion. Councillor, you do have the capacity, I understand, as a councillor, to move a motion pursuant to section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012 in relation to the matter being moved into closed. You would need to provide reference to which subsection under which that would apply, you would seek to rely on, and that would need to be discussed, debated, and then go to the vote of council. So, Mr CEO, would this matter need to be resolved before, or could we go into a motion part way through the debate?
Yes, Mayor. Yeah, no, it's all good. I can certainly understand where the councillor is going for, but I would probably, if I may offer a suggestion, is not getting into the details of the matter today. The contractual arrangements between council and a contractor is third party and private, and if it's just literally, I read the notice of motion, and it's probably a little bit wordy, with no offence meant with that, but it's just calling for a report. So this could be dealt with very quickly and easily if council is just of that mind to deal with it and call for the report. The report will certainly be enclosed because it will have contractual obligations attached to it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay, comfortable with that, Councillor Jones? The report would come into closed session, subject to resolution of council. Okay, noting that Councillor Duff has raised some issues around the opening times and the learn to swim. Obviously, that would be picked up as part of that report that could then be considered. Further speakers? Sorry, Mr. CEO.
Sorry, Mayor, if I may, just through you, Mayor, one more. If there are those specific concerns, because whilst the notice of motion is very broad, it really would be greatly appreciated if it would be able to be forwarded, like those specific dot points prior to, for the preparation of the report, and then each of those individual items can be addressed as well. Just if there is an opportunity to send some of that through, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Further speakers? Okay, Councillor Duff, anything to close?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. I'll now move a procedural motion that we adjourn for morning tea. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Council, can we return at 11:15 a.m, please? Thank you. We do have a presentation, if you could stay. Members of the gallery, members of the public, you're quite welcome to join us for morning tea. We have tea and bickies next door. Black and gold biscuits, I believe. Anyway, thank you. Meeting, do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Council, we're up to 9.5, Gore Street footpath at 78. We have a motion here. Councillor Duff, just technically, Councillor Duff, sorry, I think the motion is a procedural motion and it relates to a motion that was actually moved by Councillor Henson, shown on page 80, Council, at 11.4. So just point of, to be technically correct, that would need to say that Councillor Henson's motion. Could we change that, please, Kimberly? And I think we'd have to say for the Gore Street upgrade, it would probably be best just to say for the LRCI 23-24 funding, because the motion related to the full funding pool. Mr. CEO, any advice to get that motion correct?
Yep. Thank you, man. That's a good pickup because it is, and so it would be effectively a procedural motion to start the debate on the previous resolution. So it's just been sitting on the table pending action. So,
yes.
Yeah, so.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. So, Kimberly, if we could just put the cursor in front of the word BE, which is in the last towards the and just backspace. Yep, 23-24, keep going, funding. So after the word funding, B lifted, insert B back in there. The Councillor Henson's motion in relation to the allocation of LRCI 23-24 funding, be lifted off the table and dealt with. Okay, Councillor Duff, technically correct now. Are you moving that procedural motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I am moving that procedural motion.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, Councillor, those in favour? Yep, Councillor Erkins, Councillor Duff, Councillor Potter, Councillor Henson, Councillor Otto. Those against? Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Jones. Motion's been carried 5 votes to 2. We'll now proceed to deal with Councillor Henson's motion, which is shown on page 79 of the agenda, moved by Councillor, page 80 of the agenda, moved by Councillor Henson, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Okay, the debate is open. Councillor Shoemaker.
Mr. Mayor, just a question procedurally to you. Sorry, I'm confused in relation to what we're actually debating here. The motion that's been put forward on page 80 that you've referred to says that the following projects are scoped and costed, and I'm not sure I don't seem to have the scope or the costing of each of those projects in front of me to review or debate this matter at the moment. So can I just have clarity in terms of what as the chair, what we are actually doing?
Yeah, so the intent of the motion, council, good question, thank you, councillor. The intent of the motion is that council provides head of power for the staff to scope and cost those projects listed with a view to applying the 1.64 million of phase 3 LRCI funding to these capital projects, and a report be brought to, well, that would need to change, of course, to a standing committee meeting at some stage next year. So we would need just to perhaps adjust that because the time has expired. So intent of the motion, head of power to staff to go ahead and scope and cost those projects and to bring a report back in relation to the phase 3 funding to a future standing committee meeting. I just will clarify that this was laid, so underneath that you can see that we resolved as a council that the matter lay on the table until all projects are discussed for LOC funding and a workshop be scheduled. So the workshop has now been held. So it would seem...
Just a point of order.
Sorry, can I finish, councillor? Let me finish. I would think that workshop has been held. But anyway, the matter is at hand.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor, point of order just in relation to that workshop. Can we clarify when that workshop was held? Because I'm not entirely aware of that workshop.
I thought we had a capital works workshop where a list of projects were brought forward. I didn't attend, but I declined to attend. Did that not proceed, Mr. CEO?
It was my understanding, Mr. Mayor, that workshop would be part of the next quarterly review that we were doing and the review of our CapEx program
No, that's a good point.
for the year.
Did we not hold a workshop? I know I declined to attend one, but it might have been a different one. Did we hold a workshop, General Manager Megan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we did.
I thought we did.
So we headed out the project list. So just probably clarity for everyone. I'm just looking for the date that it was. So we did have a workshop. We did have a number of apologies from a number of councillors on that day. I believe it was on the Wednesday afternoon after. There you go, on the 2nd of Wednesday in the afternoon. It was late. We gave the project list, but just the councillor is right though. You did resolve at the last general meeting to do a capital review of projects at the second quarter. Was your last general meeting. So to answer that question, yep.
That for 22-23 or 23-24?
That was 22-23. Now, intent at that stage was to look at a start draft capital budget for
22-23.
Yeah, for 23-24 at the same time as part of that budget workshop. So just from clarity of how that would sit.
Yeah. This, however, was specifically for LRCI 23-24. Where was that? That was our capital budget, wasn't it? For 22-23, with the intent of considering rolling some projects into next year based on resource limitations. Was that the intent of that, General Manager?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Mayor. So our first round of capital budget would be at the same budget meeting. We haven't progressed the LRCI any further. I just identified to council, and I'm happy to be corrected, at that workshop we did identify to council that the phase 3 extension guidelines had not been released yet at that time too. I'm just not sure whether that's been released, Mr. Mayor. I'd have to confirm that.
Previous advice was that we'd have to have a submission to the federal government by the end of March if we're going to have the funding ready to roll by 1 July. General Manager O'May, has there been any further updates on when we need to have our project submission to the federal government, considering that this would start on 1 July next year?
Yeah, no, I'm not aware of any changes.
No update? No. I know previously you had informed us that we need to have that done by March. And I know we had discussed that we would need to give the staff time to scope and cost whatever projects we were going to put forward. So it would be good to know when we have to have that submitted. We don't want to have our staff in a situation where they're rushing around trying to scope and cost projects at the 11th hour to meet a deadline. General Manager, any updates? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just on their website now. So they've actually, looks like they've renamed it Phase 4. The Phase 4 guidelines, grants agreements will be drafted by the department over the coming months. Nomination for Phase 4 will open in 2023. So it says funding allocations for the LRCI Phase 4 will be determined by formula. There's no...
We received our allocation
Yeah,
for the phase 3 extension.
yeah. I think just in general, they've got Phase 3 here, but I can't actually see Phase 3 extension there. But they've actually got Phase 4 now on their website. So I just need a bit of clarity from the department, Mr. Mayor. I know when we looked at it, we were surprised that the guidelines hadn't been released yet. So we would just have, apologies to council, but we would have to check the time frame for that.
Mr. CEO.
Advice from the department with regards to the Phase 3 extension. Council receive a funding allocation equal to Phase 1 nominal funding allocation. The funding will be available from 1 July 2023 with construction due by 30 June 2024. Phase 3 extension is a separate grant opportunity delivered like a future phase and is not simply added to Phase 3 funds. The Phase 3 extension guidelines and grant agreements will be drafted by the department over the coming months. Nominations for Phase 3 will open later in the year. Funding allocations for Phase 3 extension are determined by formula, taking into account road length. So yet, as of today, we have not yet seen or any further advice from the federal government. And certainly the Albanese government, when they did the budget in October, whenever the federal budget was, have made it very clear that previous, and gets very nervous because previous grant and funding commitments are not necessarily going to be honoured. So we don't know, is the short answer, Long.
Right, Councillor Schumacher, anything further?
Well, yes, Mr. Mayor, further to the conversation that's been had, I certainly believe all of these projects are good, worthy projects. I know there are a number of projects that we've identified for LRCI Phase 3 consideration. I also know we have got a very ambitious capital works program, and upon reading the financial report in here, I believe we've only committed 15% of our capital works program year to date, which is a concern. I'm also very concerned around the fact that, as we've discussed this morning, CPI rates are enormous. The costs of construction are going through the roof. And I'm very worried that even if we scope a project today, I know steel prices are lasting less than 24 hours in my own business. So I can only imagine the challenges in terms of costing up some of these projects accurately. And I'm very mindful that we do have to learn the lessons of the past with the projects that we commit to. If a project's not properly scoped, if we don't fully understand that project, and if it hasn't been run through a prioritisation tool, I don't believe it should be considered for funding, as much as, despite however much community sentiment there may be around it. So I'm really passionate about sitting down, looking at the big picture, unpacking our entire capital works program. It was a very ambitious program for the year ahead. And unfortunately, I think with the challenges in getting suppliers, we're not going to be able to deliver on that. I think we need a full reset for our council, and I'm not prepared to make a decision about actually allocating time and resources to scoping up these projects when we've got more than $30 million worth of road damage across our network that needs to be repaired, and a number of competing priorities already. I believe we should, sometimes you have to go slow to go fast, and I believe we need to be making really good, solid decisions on the asset data and the information we have available. We shouldn't be building new assets at this point in time. We should be doing a check on what we're doing and where we're going to be heading into the future. So I'm not supportive of this motion. Discussing, I do remember that workshop, now that you say it was at the end of a full council meeting committee day, and I had left to engage in some discussions about the transition of our region with the Department of Energy and Public Works in Toowoomba that day. So that's, I attended a session on that. So that's why I wasn't here for that workshop. And I would much prefer to make solid decisions, look at the entire picture and really understand the highest priority needs before we go allocating money to scoping projects that we would like. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Further speakers. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'm actually not comfortable with this motion either. I think the fact that we've had lack of discussions about some of the things we'd like to see with the LRCI funding. There was that motion I keep bringing up that we put forward June last year, seconded by Councillor Hensham, and that had a whole heap of community infrastructure and ideas from right across the South Burnett. Some of those have been done so far, like Tipperary Flats and a few of the others. So, but I really think that there's a lot more here for discussions, and I think with the discussions we're going to have with regards to the capital works next year, I believe that we should be having this discussion when we talk about the capital works.
Further speakers. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm really keen to support this motion. These projects need to be scoped and costed, because we can't make decisions, informed decisions about what are the priorities unless we've got some idea. Like there's been talk about the Wando Industrial Estate being like anything from 300,000 to 800,000. Like we've got no idea. The Gore Street one similarly, there's all sorts of ways we can approach it. How can you make informed decisions without getting the scoping at the very least on these projects? So I'm 100% supportive, because if you want to put all the eggs, all the stuff on the table, we need to know what we're dealing with here. These projects need to be scoped so that they can equally be matched up with all of the other capital projects and decisions made, informed decisions made. So I'm really keen to see this happen. And it was actually moved by Councillor Hensham and seconded by Councillor Erkin. So I'm wondering why that at least those two councillors wouldn't support it.
Okay, I'd like to move an amendment to the motion. If we could, please, Kimberly. For debate. That the following projects are scoped and costed and considered through the application of the prioritisation tool as part of application of the prioritisation tool alongside other capital projects as part of the capital budget 2023-24, as part of the 2023-24 capital budget considerations of council. Considerations of council, colon, bullet points, all except take out Alfred Street, East Kingaroy, Wando Industrial Estate Stage 2, Haley Street, Wando Drainage and Sealing, and Gore Street, Mergen, Curb and Channeling. Okay, I'd now like to move that as an amendment to the motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, thank you. I'll now speak to the amendment and we'll open debate. The amendment has the intention of scoped and costed. Sorry, Kimberly. The following projects are scoped and costed so as to be. Thank you. Councillor Duff, you prepared to second with those changes? So Council, my intention there is that those three projects that we give a direction to staff to go ahead and scope and cost those three projects so that they can bring forward to us detailed information as to what they are likely to cost, and then we can apply that against the prioritisation tool, those three projects against the prioritisation tool alongside other capital projects as part of our 23-24 capital budget considerations of council, which Mr Sow, I imagine we'll be doing sometime between February and May next year. That would then allow us to be in a position to consider these projects alongside other projects that all projects get run through the prioritisation tool, and that we would then hopefully be in a position to be able to submit our projects to the federal government by the due date. Now, I'm conscious of the fact here that the projects open on the 1st of July next year, and we only have to 30 June next year to complete them. Now, I'd imagine if we don't get them done by 30 June next year, we're going to have to go to the seek an extension or give back the money. Now, in light of the fact that we've got a massive amount of flood repair work to do over the next 18 months, I'd just like to see us give our staff the opportunity, James and his team, to get on the front foot, to scope and cost these projects, because they are big projects, so that when we do our capital budget, we know what they're going to cost and we can consider that. My worry is that if we don't give them the opportunity to get started now, and we consider these in February, March, we then ask them to go and scope and cost them, we may not have the information in time to submit our LRCI list by the due date. And I'd imagine, Mr. CEO, that due date will be somewhere in advance of 30 June next year. So I just want to give our staff the time to do the design work that they're going to need to enable us to make an informed decision. Further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Manager Darcy, I just wanted to check in relation to your existing advanced design program, what projects you're currently working on and your capacity to be able to deliver on these. I've seen parts of some of these projects before. Where are you at, and is this even possible with current resources?
Through you, General Manager O'May. Thank you, Manager Darcy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the question, Councillor. The intent was to bring back a forward design program report in the new year, so the timing is quite good in that regard. We are working on Wandai Industrial Stage 2. We have a resolution on the books to detail design that, and that is still in the process of being completed. We do have a resource that is working very solidly on that right now. It is a large project, so it does take some time, and there's a number of challenges and risks with that project. So that is underway. Council would note that the Gore Street Mergen State High School job, we submitted that for STIP funding in October, and there was a value on that in the vicinity of about 470,000.
Yep.
And the other two projects, the rehabilitation project, we haven't scoped up. We would need to do that. And the Haley Street Wandai project, we have not scoped that up at this point in time. We did present a capital works listing at that workshop that you missed in early November, sorry. And there is a number of projects on there that are available for consideration under LRCI.
Thank you. And the projects that were identified on the list that you gave at the workshop, are they scoped and ready to go, or do they need more attention as well?
The projects are not all scoped, in all honesty. Okay. They are. There's a number of them that are scoped and costed, but there is an element in there that we've identified around risk, because the higher risk items are the ones that haven't been scoped, and there's a lack of confidence in being able to provide a value on that. So that it is around the fact that there is quite a large list, and we would need additional time and money in order to go and provide that in a timely manner back to council.
And just for the Haley Street Wandai drainage and road sealing, I have met with residents in Wandai there before. I think with yourself, we've gone over and had a look at that. And my recollection is that you needed detailed drawings or engineering designs for that project. And I wanted to confirm, are you able to actually scope the project if you haven't got those detailed drawings, or how would you actually go about that? Can you deliver on that?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Councillor, in the fact that we would need to go and facilitate our normal pre-construction process to have an idea on the accuracy of cost. It is around trying to build it up from a first principles point of view, in order to give council a high degree of confidence on what that value is, to enable consideration of how it to be funded. So yes, that is something that would need to be facilitated in the new year.
Yeah, thank you for the clarity. Look, I do think they're all important projects that do need to be somewhere in council's pipeline of shovel-ready projects, and appreciate the challenges in scoping and costing them in the current environment. But I do think that information will be critical to compiling our 23-24 capital works budget. So I'm supportive of this motion, provided that you do have the resources. It sounds like you're well progressed on Wandai Industrial Estate and Gore Street, the STIP funding. Fingers crossed. It would be wonderful if the state came to the party for that project, being that they've really created a reason, cause and effect of that situation there in Mergen with the high school growth. And certainly I would love to see the Wandai project on the list somewhere, if not now, into the future. So I'm supportive of the motion, provided you have the resources to deliver on that within the time frame needed.
Councillor Potter.
Thank you. Look, don't get me wrong, these are good, but I just feel that we're picking and choosing at the moment. As I said, I moved a resolution 2022/597 back on the 24th of June this year, resolution number 11.3.1, and that was to actually get some community engagement and scoping and things like that done, consultation done for these other particular projects. So I'm sorry, I will not vote for this unless these are on that list also, Mr. Mayor, because I just feel that these ones, some of these ones that we talked about mid-year are now being left behind. I realise there are things in there that are being done, but I do believe that others are not being done. So just to remind everyone's recollection, one was McKell Park, Coronation Park, the Cooper's Gap viewing platform, which I feel that we've already had those discussions, so that may even be taken off the list. Some of these are already done or in the works. Lions Park Kingaroy completion, the Gore Street curb and channeling at Mergen High School is on that list, Mergen basketball half court, the 9-car park shelters at BP Dam, the Tipperary Flats renewal, which is being done at the moment from the Memorial Park funds, the Proston Lookout, the Proston Wieners, Geelong Camping Ground, Apex Park car park at Kingaroy, Tingura Drainage, which we've already looked at, and also the youth park in Kingaroy. And I would like those added to that resolution. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, if I could just clarify for council, just to answer that, at page 40 of the agenda, council, there is the resolution you speak of, dated the 24th of June, and the resolution was that council start the process of community engagement and consultation for the following projects, with a review to getting scoping completed and shovel ready for grants and or funding from cash. So the resolution doesn't actually say that they'll be considered as part of the 23-24 budget. We didn't give any timeline to the staff to do the scoping and the consultation. So that is certainly there, that is in the books as a resolution that will need to be actioned. But probably where we've fallen down there is maybe to not give staff a clear indication as to when we want that done and which budget we want it considered as part of. So I'm happy if you wanted to move a resolution around that, Councillor Potter, for those issues. I can't see why that can't sit alongside this resolution. But anyway, we'll proceed. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I won't be supporting this because we've just discussed, and James has indicated, we put Gore Street into STIP. Wandai Industrial Estate's well underway. Haley Street needs to be looked at. Councillor Potter has just read out that list. Now, I can remember at the budget, Mr Mayor, and this is for LRCI funding, correct me if I'm wrong, but this LRCI, this whole conversation started with your proposed motion today, allocation of the LRCI funding. Now it's gone into capital works, and I've said on a number of occasions already, and I'll say it again, we have no hope in hell of producing our capital budget this year. And I have also said that we have got $30 to $40 million of road damage that we will be consumed, our road crews will be consumed until at least June 2024. That's my personal view. So our capital works program needs to be put back at least 12 months. If that's just my opinion, and that's what I'll be providing my comments around the budget. So at the budget this year, Mr Mayor, you put a whole list of projects forward, and you actually voted against the budget because that money wasn't allocated through the LRCI funding. So to choose 3 projects that I don't disagree that are all very, very important and significant issues in our region, I won't be supporting this because there is a whole number of issues and projects that I think that, as you just said, you can put them there, but it just becomes messy. We've got a workshop for LRCI funding discussions and funds to be allocated on, I think it's early in January or somewhere in January, February. Am I correct that we've put that in?
Could just clarify, Councillor Jones. Points of order there. Number 1, I voted against the budget because we took 1.5 million towards the water reservoir at Kingaroy, Warulin, of Works for Queensland funding, not LRCI funding. So you're actually that's incorrect. And they are the projects that Councillor Potter has got listed here.
Yep.
That was Works for Queensland, not LRCI. The other thing is, in relation to to my understanding, we've had the workshop for the capital projects. It was held on that Wednesday afternoon, as General Manager Meehan has clarified, and the procedural resolution was that we come back and revisit this matter once the workshop had been held. Now, the workshop has been held. I'm not aware of any workshop in January to look at this, but we are having workshops through February through to May on the budget, and the capital budget will be considered. The LRCI funding will have to be considered as part of that budget. So just want to clarify that for the community.
No, okay, yep. Apologies if I got that wrong. But so can I have clarification then around, am I seeing things, or is there something in there in my diary where there was LRCI workshop or to discuss projects moving forward? There is an LRCI discussion to be had, but I thought we were supposed to be having another one in the new year. Is that combined with the capital works program that the Mayor may have indicated just then?
We'll go to Mr. CEO. Thank you.
If the list, when I just don't have the list that we had of workshops in front of me that went through Monday's budget meeting, there will need to be discussions about all grant capital and all capital, grants, capital, so the whole lot of them. So everyone's correct, as much as that sounds like a funny answer. There will be, but that would be, as Mayor said, February onwards. So, and we'll plug those dates in because we're hanging off and scheduling some of those dates. But a full review of the capital program, including grants, will be by the end of February for the second quarter review by the ordinary meeting.
So yeah, thank you, Mr. CEO. So yeah, I'm quite happy for these to go through. As it's been indicated, Wandai Industrial Estate is well underway. Gore Street is already put into STIP funding, and hopefully we'll be successful with that. So it's no good trying to allocate or cost anything up until we find out at least whether we're successful with Gore Street. So yeah, I won't be supporting that, and I'm happy to wait for that capital works program and any grant funding conversation to be had in February and onwards. So that was my understanding of the whole conversation. So I won't be supporting this today.
Councillor Erkins.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, excuse my ignorance, but can somebody please explain the LRCI? How much money are we talking about that comes in from that? Also, can you just tell me what date we had that meeting?
Can you provide us with the date? Thank you, General Manager Meehan.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. So the 2nd of November was the workshop that we had, where we handed out that information. It was a fairly brief workshop, and it's the local roads and community infrastructure. So it's a federally funded program. Yeah, if that answers, sorry.
And Councillor, if I could just compliment that. So we've been advised that we'll receive 1.644 million, and that that'll be to be spent as part of a round 3 extension on local roads and community infrastructure between 1 July 23 and 30 June 24.
Okay. So I was also under the impression that we had that meeting where we were going to go out to our communities. I seem to remember we sat here and, well, I said, we all make the decision on what we think is important, but weren't we going to go out to our communities and find out what they thought was important. And I feel a little bit on the back foot here because you guys have been in here for a while and you actually have a better understanding of where money comes from and where money doesn't. So I'm not really sure what my community want and where that funding is able to be utilised for things for my community. And I would like to have the opportunity to do more consultation with my community on what is one of there, because I see everyone else coming in, and I mean the Wandai Industrial Estate, if you're talking $1.6 million, I thought that was going to cost much more than that. So, I just see
Not 1.6.
everyone's got all these ideas for things that are going to be done. We've got $1.6 million. We've just been talking about how much money we've spent already, and we're going to have to tighten belts, and we're looking at scoping things that are so expensive. I just cannot understand why we are doing that and why we're not going to our community and asking our community, more of our community, what is important to them rather than what we think is important on, with only $1.6 million.
Look, certainly there is a resolution on the books that we will hold a community forum to consider feedback from the community on capital projects. So I know, Mr. CEO, that's a job that the CEO's got at hand as something for the new year. So that would be certainly happening, Mr. CEO, I'd imagine. Yeah, across the region. Yep.
So if we're talking about scoping these, how much does it actually cost to go out and get those what does it cost us to go and get that scoped?
The free projects might be a question on notice, but General Manager Maramia, to you. Thank you.
1 2 minute lot. So 3, Mr. Mayor. We'd probably take that on notice. The big thing, one thing I'll just highlight to council, we were going to talk with council at the February meeting. We've had a lot of discussion about project overruns and what we know and what we don't know about projects. We had previously discussed, tiering projects based on their risk and how much we know about them. We will be adding a scope column to those project lists so that council's aware of how much confidence we have in an estimate. And I know too that sometimes we throw a number at a project at short notice because that's what we have to fit in. It's about how much risk you want to take on in case. And so we are looking to deal with how much do we know about a project when it hits the sheet, and how much confidence do we actually have in that estimate when it comes on the books as well. So we can scope them and we could give a number. It just depends how far down you want to go. Obviously, Wandai Industrial Estate Stage 2, there was a resolution to design. That is a complex project, and it's one I'm actually glad we are because the number keeps getting higher and higher and higher. And I know our updated numbers that we gave due to inflation and construction costs of that workshop. So Gore Street, I think we've got a pretty well a concept design for 470. So it's just a matter of how far we want to go with those other ones. Like we can add it to the list for consideration like the other projects. It just depends on how much time you want to spend on it. So
how much does it actually cost to get someone to draw up the design and tell us how much it's going to cost to do it?
Sorry. 3, Mr. Mayor. So a detailed design, quite expensive. So if you look at it, I think Wandai Industrial Estate's costing us the best part of 80, something like that. Yeah. It just on a general number from memory. So if you do a concept number, say Alfred Street East, I originally costed that for Kevin based on QR on KTP rates, and that probably took a day or two, but that is a high level estimate. So that's without digging any holes. So it depends on how much you want to spend, to be honest, councillor. It's a bit of a piece.
See, we've had all this discussion in here this morning on $120,000, and that's to do the bare necessities to finish the project. We're arguing about that, and yet we're talking about spending money scoping things that we haven't got the money to do. Why wouldn't we try and consolidate? I mean, as I said, excuse my ignorance, I don't understand where money comes from, but I do know money comes in and money goes out, and you can't be putting more money out than what you're getting in. And why are we, spending money scoping things if we don't have the money to do them? Why don't we put that money to better use? Surely we can do that. And there's supposed to be 7 people here that have got some brains. Why can't we be getting together and working out things based on what our community needs rather than, big projects that are going to cost us millions of dollars that we don't have?
Further speakers? Councillor Hitchin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Just to give you a little update in relation to Councillor Potter's motion that I seconded, there was 13, and there was community consultation with all of those things, and they were tabled as Councillor Potter read out before, and some of those works has been done and completed on them. I'll throw a couple out there. That Cooper's Gap, we're in discussions with that and have been with every time I go across there with the meeting, and that will stay on the table because the guidelines are changing with that. We have the Coronation Park where drainage was talked about. Nothing's happened in Wandai down below Coronation Park where the caravans all stay. Now this, going back July the 8th, figures that were but estimations on those 13, QE2 Park was in that, the Proston Winters, as was said. I'm pretty sure the Tingura people would be pretty happy if, and we had consultation. We went to the school, had community consultation on all these things. It was $1.449, $1,449,000 was estimated on those 13 projects there, and they've been forgotten about, practically. So I would like to see those added to the list on these three here. Fully supportive of Wandai Industrial Estate, and great work's been done on that. And I would be led to believe that that will, in itself would be $1 million plus project with what work's been done there previously, and there's regulatory requirements have to be adhered to there. Hayley Street, the drainage, I'd like to think Coronation Park would, and below where we've talked for long, that's been on the table for probably 12 months down there or more, and nothing's happened there with that drainage. And an important part of Wandai with all the tourists and the caravans that go and stay there. So I would like to see these that we talked about back in June and July put on this list as well for consideration.
Okay. Who hasn't had an opportunity to speak? Anyone? Councillor Duff?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I agree. They were actually Works for Queensland projects, as Mayor Otto said, and they were taken from the water money, in favour of the Kingaroy water money. So that, I agree that they need to be included in the mix. That Gore Street one was actually put in the STIP funding, but it was also not a priority of the STIP funding. There was, I know that Manager Darcy had mentioned to me that it probably wasn't the one that would get up. And I actually said at the time that I still was, and got support, that it should still be included in the mix for the capital and also the LRCI debate. Is that correct? I'd just like to get that clarification.
Yeah, through Mr Mayor, the council is correct. So it is on the LRCI list for consideration, yes. It's in that project, it remains on the project list at the workshop, yep.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I've listened to the debate, thinking out loud. I'm glad we've progressed work on Wandai Industrial Estate. Gore Street is in queue and we've got a good idea of costings. Thinking about Hayley Street, Wandai drainage and road sealing, I just want to confirm with Manager Darcy. So if you're to investigate that project, you will need, if it's cost $80,000 to scope up the Wandai Industrial Estate, I'm imagining that work with Hayley Street is quite complex. Are you going to need resources or funding, and do you have funding or resources available to actually deliver on that?
Through Mr Mayor, I can answer that question. So discussion with the team at that February meeting, we'll be coming back. We are extremely, to be honest, we're extremely stretched right now across the board. The other thing is too, mindful for council, we have an extensive REAPER program that requires sealed design work. So a lot of the issues we've spoken about with drainage and those sort of things, they need to be addressed by our designers, particularly on sealed roads if we're going to upgrade. Our intention would be that we would, if we were to scope and cost these, to be honest, unless it's been budgeted for detailed design now, we would use the current process where we would do a broad estimate to get it on the sheet. We'd be seeking advice from council for what detailed design you want to do after that at the February meeting, based on your capital priorities. The discussion with both Kevin's team and James's team is that we need some direction from council about what we can build, and also what do you want to design, so that we're designing for what we want to build, if that makes sense. Otherwise, we'll need to seek additional resources to do that. So we can scope and estimate it, but it will be exactly that, like every other project. It'll be our best one unless council wants to tell us to go and drop design money on it. That's our intent. Sorry, Ms. Smith.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. So I've decided there is no budget allocation for design money for the Hayley Street Wandai drainage and road sealing project. And that being the case, and listening to the debate, my colleagues today, I do agree with Councillor Erkins in the sense that we've got some very ambitious projects already in our capital works program that we're not going to be able to deliver on. I think it would be, we need to pull back, we need to go slower, we need to really look at what we've got on that sheet. Everything needs to go through the project prioritisation. And at the end of the day, repairing the $30 million worth of road damage on our network following the 5 weather events needs to be our priority at this point in time. I do think the LRCI funding will be, the reason why we squabble over it is because to have funding like this and an opportunity to actually create something is so rare, but I would like to see the big picture, and so I'm not supportive of this motion. We do not have the money to scope up projects that we can't actually act on at this point in time, and I will not waste ratepayer funds.
Thank you. I think everyone's had a chance to speak, have we? Yep. Okay. Okay. I'll now provide my right of reply, closing comments. Kimberley, can you please accommodate me in removing Hayley Street Wandai drainage and road sealing in response to councillors' comments and inserting the following projects? And I'd like to put this forward as a change to the amendment, if I could, Mr. CEO. The intent of the amendment remains the same, but it's just to make a bit more detail. I'm pulling these from Councillor Potter's resolution of June 2022, McKell Park, Coronation Park. In stating, while Kimberley's typing that, Councillor Henshin talked about the drainage at the camping ground at Coronation Park. That $150,000 is in the Works for Queensland budget, so this is not that. This is not the camping ground drainage. This is park works up in the main park area, okay, in Wandai. Okay, so this is the Coronation Park where the Percy Islob Pavilion is. Sorry, that's for Wandai, sorry. That's Coronation Park, Wandai. So this is not the camping ground drainage. That is already in the Works for Queensland budget, and we've got $150,000 to do that. But we have 2 more years to do that until the end of well, not 2 more years, but 18 months. So that's Coronation Park, Wandai. Cooper's Gap viewing platform. Lions Park, Kingaroy completion. Mergen basketball half court. Sorry, Kimberley. The 9 car park shelters at BP Dam. Has it been funded? It's been done? Okay, sorry, leave that one. Sorry, Kimberley. It's been done. Proston Lookout. Geelong Camping Ground. Apex Park, Car Park, Kingaroy. Tingura Drainage. And the final one is Youth Park, Kingaroy. And if we could go back to the top, please, Kimberley. The following projects are scoped on a preliminary basis with high-level cost estimates so as to be considered. So you can delete the next 3 words. So just while Kimberley's doing that, councillors, so in that list I haven't included, from Councillor Potter's motion, I haven't included Gore Street because it's already in here. Tipperary Flat has already been resolved. Proston Wieners has already been resolved. As you said, the Geelong, Apex, Tingura and Youth Park haven't been resolved.
Mr Mayor, if I may.
So I'm just, yeah.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, if I may, just on the Geelong campground, could we reconsider that just simply because there's major works there? That was originally to take that one tennis court out. We have issues there now with the toilets in Geelong that is out on that second area where the initial campground was going to be, where
you discussed and with the locals discussed, where that system is now going out and it, because it's end of use, it's outgrown its capabilities. So whether the campground was discussed on that second court and shift the fence, there's work actually happening there now. That fence has been shifted to the first court and that septic is being extended out onto that second court. Am I correct, Manager Pearson? Yeah, so the campground, that's probably got to be rehashed again, completely different to what that intention was originally.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll take that on board, and I might seek your counsel on that shortly, some advice on that, General Manager, through you, General Manager, to Manager Peterson, if we could, to clarify that. So just before I put this change forward, Manager Peterson, the Geelong community are keen to see us do something there. Changes with the toilets, how would that impact on any design for a camping ground?
Yeah, so I think my understanding from the proposal originally was that you were looking at that, taking one of the tennis courts away, making that additional campground. We're actually using that additional court area for the effluent disposal, so there won't be any camping occurring on that second court now. So you're still quite confined in the space, the existing space you have around the hall is where people will have to continue to camp. There's no additional space there for catering for additional campgrounds now.
Happy to take that one out on that basis. Yeah, thank you, Manager. Thank you, Councillor Henshin. So councillors, I'd like to put that forward as a change, just to change my amended motion, a motion to amend, and that's in response to what I've heard around the table. I understand, having listened to the debate, that to scope and do a detailed costing on some of those projects is going to be very expensive. But General Manager Meang, I'm hoping just to do a preliminary scope and a high-level estimate might be enough to allow us as a council next year to make decisions on our capital budget, because we are going to have to make a decision on our capital budget. And even if we do nothing through CapEx, we're still going to have to spend that $1.6 million. So we're going to need projects costed and on the list for that. So I guess what I'm trying to do here is just give our staff an indication as to which projects we'd like to see them progress on, so that when they come back to the budget discussions in February, that we've got some idea as to what they're going to cost. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard to set a capital budget if the staff haven't had a chance to do some at least high-level costing. So on that basis, I'd like to put that forward. Councillor Duff, are you happy with that change?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Now, I think it's fair that every councillor has an opportunity, Mr Mayor, Mr CEO, to speak to this, in the fact I have changed that. Councillor Erkins?
Through you, Mr Mayor, can I just ask, I know that the Nango is sorted with Tibury Flat, but didn't that money come out of somewhere that has to go,
It's come out of
taken out and go back?
that's come out of the 22-23 LRCI money. So it has been
Is that
funded.
what we're talking about here?
No, this is 23-24.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's in this current budget to be done by June next year. Yep. Councillor Shoemaker.
I had thought Tipperary Flat actually came out of some of the funding for Memorial Park. But we were going to pay it back.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, my apologies. Could you clarify, please, General Manager? I might have that wrong, sorry.
Yeah, through Mr. Yeah, Works for Queensland. It was a Memorial Park, Works for Queensland.
Yeah, Memorial Park allocation. Which, this is the biggest challenge, I feel. We're shifting money from one thing to another, trying to meet all of the needs. Look, I'm happy to look at these projects. To be honest, many of them I've seen come through this chamber, the Lions Park, Kingaroy completion. We know that $80,000 Works for Queensland funding isn't enough. We know there's the opportunity to do the playground and the toilets. Both are equally as important. Who knows how we're going to deliver on that. I think the Tingura drainage, I moved a motion about that. We've now got some cost estimates around that. Youth Park Kingaroy, there's some exciting opportunities to build a youth playground in Memorial Park, following the master planning that's been undertaken. You know, the Mergen basketball half court's great idea. There's plenty of space there to do it. I think many of these things are things we've already been discussing. So I think this is quite just a motion sort of reinstilling council support for these projects and basically reviewing the work that's already been done. So I'm supportive in that sense, that we're not allocating more advanced design funding and not have our staff chasing around trying to get money together. But yes, I agree. Our 23-24 capital projects, honestly, it's going to be a challenge. We've got an ambitious program now that we're not going to be able to deliver on, and a number of projects there that will be waiting in queue as well that have been committed to our community as being done, and they won't be done. So I look forward to the discussions in February. Much of this information, I feel, it has already come across our desks, so I don't have a problem with this motion. It's really just reinstating council support of these project ideologies. I think the hard work will be in determining exactly what we can achieve and what's realistic.
Further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm still not going to support it because there's a whole, you've just added a whole list there, and Councillor Shoemaker's just made mention of it. Councillor Erkins has spoken about it. You could add another 15 or 20 there. We're having a workshop in February to discuss our capital works program, including an LRCI fund granting and all that sort of stuff. I just can't I can't convince myself to support it. Get the staff to do it. The staff have indicated that they've stretched right across all sorts of resources with Reaper and all that sort of stuff. Why we can't wait until, and I hear what you say, yeah, we've got our projects costed, but again, Wandai Industrial Estate and Gore Street, all that sort of stuff, we've got a rough idea. You've added them. I could go and get another 15 or 20 and add to it. Who says that these are more important than the ones that we've missed and all that sort of stuff? So I still won't support this motion today.
Further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm supportive of this. It actually backs up Councillor Potter's original motion about that these projects be considered. I think that we need to have that list and get them scoped and preliminary costings, because otherwise we can't make informed decisions. So I'm really keen to see that happen. Thank you.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, just to clarify, and just for Councillor Jones's purpose, it does state there prioritisation tool alongside other capital projects as part of the 23-24. So, as mentioned, we'd all have 15 or 20 other things, and that just sums it up there. So, just wanted to clarify that, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? No. Look, I'll just probably close out the debate then. Please work with me here, Council. I'm just trying to get a motion up that's going to address Councillor Shoemaker's concerns, which I think are really valid. We don't want our staff having to run out and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars costing projects that we're not going to be able to do. But I think a preliminary scoping, General Manager Meehan, just some high-level estimates would be great. I think I'm trying to pick up the projects that Councillor Potter has been advocating for that's already on the books, and we supported having those scoped and costed. We've already agreed to do that. So I guess, as Councillor Shoemaker said, this is really just reinforcing, I think, what we've already said. But I do want to put us in a position where we are doing earlier and better planning in relation to our capital projects. And I don't want to put our staff in a position, I guess I'm asking, let's not put our staff in a position where we have a workshop in February and we give them 20 projects and say, oh, now go away and scope and cost them so we can formulate the budget. Then we have to try and get a budget brought down by June. I worry what pressure that's going to put them under. Because if we can do it now, they get at least some time between now and February to do some preliminary estimates. Otherwise, General Manager Jarvis, I don't know how we're going to put a capital budget together if we don't know what some of these projects are going to cost. So that's really what it's about. So anyway, happy to take questions before we close.
So does that mean, Mr Mayor, that if I have a project from the Nango, that I can bring it forward and it can go into February? Because I know when we looked at the Tipperary flat, I know that from what I was told, you know, we had a very, very base budget to do things there. So if I find that there are more things that we would like to put into Tipperary flat, that I can bring that back to the February meeting for consideration?
Mr CEO, our process.
Yeah, adding for next year's budget, council's bringing back projects. They'll all go into the capital mix. So if you've got projects, definitely bring them back. That's not. They just go into a long list. I mean, there's nothing. I can't give you a better answer than that, but it'll certainly get added to the long list.
So So is it going into the long list that these things are going to be into? Because they're on there, that doesn't mean that they're getting priority over something else?
The whole capital program is based over several years, and where we all want to get to is actually having a rolling program, call it the old sausage machine, where there's stuff at the front end, and the new one, the same as the TIDS program. I was only having this conversation, drove out through with the Christmas lights judging Tinny Chelmsford Road the other day. Since I've been here 5 years, that section of Tingora Chelmsford Road's been sitting in the TIDS program. It's been working its way through. All the new projects that are going into TIDS are 4 to 5 years away. So where you end up is a program, an advanced program that you can design, cost and actually do. We spend 100% of our TIDS every year. We get the program rolled out because we know 2 to 3 years in advance of what project's coming up in 2027.
Okay.
So yeah, so you bring projects in now. Now, if it's in a priority of council, I mean, and it's a hard question to answer. It's a priority of council. It gets folded into the budget. It gets a priority. It gets done. But a long list of projects so that they can, and ideally you'll have 4 to 5 years of capital program, all same as water, delivered up so that first year gets delivered, fifth year gets added, and they just become rolling.
Okay, I understand that, but I just don't want to see my community disadvantaged because of my inexperience and only being in here since May. I just don't want to see them disadvantaged because of that.
Duly noted. I think, Mr. CEO, there's plenty of opportunity between now and February, as you've said. Okay, I think we'll close the debate. Let's go to the vote on this amendment. Those in favour? Okay. We've got all councillors bar Councillor Jones, if that helps, Kimberly. Those against? Councillor Jones against. Thank you. So the amendment has been carried, now becomes a substantive motion, and we'll address the substantive motion. Thanks, Kimberly. Okay, so we've got the motion there. Is there any further debate on the substantive motion? We'll go straight to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, we have all councillors except Councillor Jones. Those against? Councillor Jones against. The motion has been carried, 6 votes to 1. Thank you all. Mr. CEO, I think we need a break, do we not? We have businesses waiting to receive their awards, so I now move that we adjourn for lunch. Seconded, Councillor Henshin. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. We resume the meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henshin, thank you. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. Council, we're at 9.6. Notice of motion welfare checks at 81. Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move that council work with local agencies to undertake welfare checks on people living at our free camping grounds prior to Christmas.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Councillor Duff.
The rationale is we have a number of people who are homeless living at our camping grounds. I believe that we have a moral obligation to check on their welfare to ensure that they are safe and adequately supported, especially leading into Christmas, which can be particularly tough for the most vulnerable in our community. So I'm just really keen. I know that the timelines are tight now because the staff breakup is this Friday, but just wanting to get something happening with those camping grounds, and just concerned about the people in those camping grounds. And also, I know there's other homeless people, but particularly that those camping grounds are our grounds, and I just think we have an obligation to check on those people.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers, Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I do agree that it'd be great if we could check on them. I just want to know that who's paying for this, which I gather that'll be councils paying for this, because we'll have to have a staff member, but we need to make sure, like, do we just have staff members going around? Are they trained in that? We really need to be careful if we're going to delve into this. Or are we going to pay an external agency to be doing this for us? And keeping in mind that a lot of these external agencies are sort of, you know, closing down and having skeleton staff over the Christmas break. So if we're going to do something like this, we've got to do it now. And, you know, and where is that funding coming from that we'll have to pay the agency to do that with?
We'll get you to respond to that, Councillor Duff. For the benefit of the debate, I think, because it's critical to the motion. Thank you.
Yes, Mr Mayor, when I put this forward, I was thinking that we would have had more time, but because the staff are breaking up now on Friday, and today's only Wednesday, we're not going to have probably the time to put, to get our staff out in the ground. When I did mention this with the CEO, he did say to me that, what was my point, and I said around the local agencies, and I thought maybe, just maybe, the CEO might have had some discussions or background to it, but obviously there's been no.
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Oh, thanks, Councillor. Yeah, no, when Councillor raised it, is trying to work in partnership. We're all, we haven't got a definitive answer for you yet, for want of trying. Everyone's having the same trouble, but ideally it would be just, and certainly taking Councillor Potter's concerns, because I had the same thoughts, is it'll be, depending on the level of it, we'll do our best in partnership with the likes of CTC and that, but it's just pinning them down, that's unfair, but getting them to be able to work with us, a couple of those groups, and do the trip around. So it's not resolved for want of inquiries, but yeah, we'll certainly do our best.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just through you, Mr Mayor, just on the back of that, I've spoken to Rick and Sarah Henwood about doing some sort of something on Christmas Eve for the homeless people, and I've also spoken to Pat and Alan Eagleson. They've got hampers, so I'm prepared, and I've also spoken to the Mayor about perhaps assisting and doing something on Christmas Eve around our homeless people, and looking at maybe the camping grounds as well as part of that process, depending on timelines. But that's certainly keen to help if that's of any assistance. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Erkins.
Probably one of the things that concern me is the welfare check, like what we could actually do if we go out there and someone is having issues. We don't have the resources. And a lot of those agencies, they don't either. That's probably one of the things that is really concerning across the whole thing. But the taking out a Christmas hamper to them is, I think, a great idea, Christmas Eve. And a lot of them, I think, you have to be very careful how you approach these people, because a lot of them are in that situation, but a lot of them are embarrassed to be in that situation. So you do have to be very careful how you approach it. But a Christmas hamper as a gift, would be a great idea. I'm happy to participate, put in for something to drop something off, bearing in mind that a lot of them don't have fridges or whatever. But yeah, I think it would be good. But as I said, my concern is, even if you go out there and someone is having issues, what are you going to do with them? Because I have those agencies ring me all the time saying they've got somebody. Have I got anywhere to put them? Because they don't.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, it's a very fair point Councillor Erkins makes. My question is to General Manager O'May. It was my understanding at the moment, with the number of homelessness, particularly people relying on our campgrounds and alike, that your Parks and Gardens team have actually been checking in or having to engage with members of the homeless, who are homeless, who have been, who are trying to, I guess, live lives in our facilities, and who we have had to move or shift because you've had to mow the park or the facility. Have I got that understanding right?
Yeah, through you. Yeah, they're probably just more engaging just for those operational things, like moving so they can mow or that. So yeah, they certainly don't engage in any form of welfare check or inquiry. It is more just around letting them know, look, we're going to be mowing here tomorrow and that sort of things. But yeah, they do probably try to stay away from the people, because they don't know what situation it is. So it's more just that, look, we'll be mowing or closing the toilets for cleaning or whatever it might be at the time. So yeah, but definitely not in the welfare check stage. And And probably just on the welfare checks, that's from this motion. I thought that we would be just facilitating and the groups, or we haven't got staff who would be qualified or trained or able to do the welfare checks. I think concur with Councillor Erkins that a lot of the agencies don't have those. We're finding that people we're talking to, the agencies have difficulty doing that as well. But yeah, it was more just we sort of saw working with them and trying to make connections if possible. And certainly in the new year, we are going to need to tackle this as far as some sort of guidelines or operations around how we are, because you've got a mixture of people, some that are taking advantage of the situation because of the things, right through to people who are desperate, and that's so yeah, it is it is something that is a difficult and challenging work at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. Look, by all means, I agree. I do feel, even as a member of this community, we have a moral obligation. And I know there are incredible people like Rick and Sarah Henwood doing amazing things in our community and checking in on people. I guess my concern is what sort of support or help we could really offer. I know the Bill Hull Christmas drive, Councillor Potter and I were CTC last year. We were in the sweatshop packing all of the hampers. You know, and CTC do an amazing job in getting them out to those in need at Christmas. I think I'd probably be more comfortable with the motion, sort of talking to some of the existing things that are already happening and however we may as a council be able to support that. I know it's a very unfortunate and awful situation. I'd be concerned about sending our people who haven't had the training or support into some of these environments when there's really little that we can offer. So I'm probably a bit perplexed about actually what the outcome would look like and how we can get the best outcome for our people, our community, and certainly those who are suffering. I think it would be much better to raise this with CTC and find out what they're doing and what some of the local agencies are already doing and try to work via that means.
Yeah, before we go to Councillor Duffy, the intention of your motion, is the intent that council work with, that the local agencies would undertake the welfare checks, not our staff, but we would contact the local agencies to see if that's something that they could do, if they have qualified staff? Was that your intention?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I think that the free camping grounds, because council runs those free camping grounds, there's kind of like a belief in the community that we would be managing that in any case. So I don't think that the agencies would be going in there knowing, like they're not thinking that that's where the homeless people are. Like I'm just flagging that we need to at the very least alert the agencies that we've got all these people in these caravan parks that are probably not 48-hour stopovers. They're actually just people that are actually dwelling there and have been for some 12 months. So it's more about, yes, working with the agencies on our free camping grounds as well as the homeless people outside our free camping grounds. It's more about that. I'm happy to change the wording, but it was just to highlight the fact that we have got homeless people in our caravan parks, and what are we going to do about it prior to Christmas, and just worried about them.
Just a suggestion, if you're happy to change it, that council contact local agencies, or sorry, council request, or bring to the attention of local agencies people living in our free camping grounds.
Could I suggest, Mr. Mayor, excuse me?
Councillor Henson?
Local individuals and agencies, and would council in this chamber consider perhaps over the Christmas period a leniency or some form of leniency? And we see where facilities get abused with stopovers. They're everywhere. I see them every day on my travels, and they farm themselves from one to the other. Would it be a reasonable request to suggest that over the Christmas period, along with the amendment to this motion, of perhaps local individuals and agencies
the Rick and the Sarahs of the world, that council also shows some leniency on the stopovers over the Christmas period. Yeah, I aware that, but they farm themselves around and just have that noted, perhaps.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. So we'll just stay. The council bring to the attention of local agencies, people living in free camping grounds, to undertake welfare checks on our homeless people prior to Christmas. Are we comfortable with that? Obviously, they'll choose to say yes or no. No?
Councillor Henson just said that local individuals and agencies, because you got the Rick and Sarahs, and I think they'll be a big part in this as well. So it should be, and they're not an agency or a not-for-profit, so
Okay.
it should say, yeah.
Okay, you comfortable with that, Councillor Duff, as presented?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Can
Further
I-
speakers?
can I-
Councillor
Can I
Erkins.
just make mention that Rick and Sarah themselves, they also need support, you know, because they were very, very stressed with some handling they had of a lady in Nanango. So, you know, while they are individuals, you know, they don't have any proper formal training or anything, so they go around and do what they can, but they also need some support, and that's what happens when individuals go out and try and do it. Quite often they don't have the training, they take it all on board, and it really affects their mental health as well.
Yeah, the item for which I've declared a conflict of interest at 12.5, I think you'll find that there are moves afoot to provide support through that alliance to the Rick and Sarahs of the world. So I do believe our community are coming together on that, but I won't say anything further due to conflict of interest. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. I just want to say that a lived experience is an experience, and I think that they do have that experience because they completely understand what a lot of these people are going through, as long as they've got the backup and support to go with that. And I do believe that through the group that they work with, they actually have people in that group that can work with them.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to raise through our local housing and homelessness working group, this was actually something we did raise with the Department of Communities, following on from the fact that many councils, just like us, have got parks and garden staff who are sort of trying to respond and navigate and be lenient toward people living in our camping grounds. And the regional director encouraged us to work with Q Shelter, who may have some training opportunities or something for our staff and our people. And it's something that I think I would really like to see us progress in the new year, if time permitted, because the issue is going to get worse before it gets better. And it's clear that regional areas like ours are just so forgotten in terms of getting the funding and the support needed to respond to some of these very complex issues. So fully supportive of trying to work with what we have, and hope that in the new year, you know, we can do some more dedicated work on this and really try to support, get some advocacy out there, get some support, get some people on the ground, get some training to help our council respond to this issue, because it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Okay, anything further, councillors? Anything to close? Councillor Duff?
No, I think it's been covered. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the vote on the motion as presented. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Councillor, next item's 9.
True, Mr Mayor. Sorry, I just wanted to move another motion around the Glennon Street toilets, if that's okay. So it's to do with homelessness people.
Oh, okay. A motion off the floor. All right, well, we'll consider it if you put it forward.
So I sent this through to Kimberly. It's on the screen.
On the screen. Okay, thank you.
That council no longer lock the Glennon Street toilets at night and increases security in the Glennon Street car park through the installation of security cameras and video surveillance signage, along with a request to local police to include the Glennon Street car park in their nightly patrol routine.
Okay, I think it's sufficiently connected to the discussion around homeless people living in our council facilities, be it parks or car parks. So we'll take that as moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor seconder? No? No, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Not yet, no. Do we have a seconder? Okay. Yes, councillor Shoemaker. We'll get councillor Duff to speak first, then we'll come back to you, councillor Erkins. If you can speak to it, then we'll come back to councillor Erkins. Thank you.
No, I attended a meeting in the Mayor's office, and I'm pretty sure it was with Rick and Sarah, and it was about the Glendon Street toilets. And I think it's been raised before that there's people, the homeless people, and the toilets get, I think it's 6 o'clock, they get locked, and then those people don't have anywhere to go to the toilet, and so it's actually a health issue because they're actually using the gardens and different places. And so that is why this reminded me, when I talked about the welfare checks, it reminded me last night to suggest putting this forward, because we've got obviously the Christmas period coming up and we should have probably addressed this earlier, but I just only thought of it last night. So sorry for the lateness of it, but I just think it is a serious issue that we need to address.
We'll go back. Yeah, sorry, councillor Erkins. Yeah, opportunity now to add something or suggest a change. Thank you.
We've been speaking also of the vandalism, and I just wondered whether if council could increase the security and have the security guys go and check the toilet there as well. But also, just to add to that, the other day I came over to the Chamber of Commerce meeting, and it was raining that night, and honestly, it was I just felt so bad, because I walked past that lady that's in the car, and she had a walker parked next to the car. She had a blanket or something over to try and protect, so she could have the door open a little bit, and everything is locked up and it's pouring rain. I just think, it's really, I mean, even if she could have gone and sat in there till the storm had passed over, but I really would support this, that those toilets are left open.
Thank you, councillor Erkins. Manager Peterson, the issue of security, do we have security? Is that a possibility?
Yes, I just wanted to confirm, councillors, that you already have CCTV installed on the outside of the Glendon Street toilets and the IT building. So that area is covered by CCTV. Correct, the toilets are closed at 6 p.m. Due to all the vandalism that you do or have received in those toilets. And also we continue to have a security patrol through this area once at night as well, just confirming that they do a security patrol on foot through this area as well. So you've already got those things in place. And just on the security officers, looking at some of our high zones or parks that are getting a lot of vandalism at the moment, from an operational matter, we have just engage those security firms to continue some foot patrols on those sort of parks at the moment, just over the Christmas and the school period, just to see if we can try to reduce some of the vandalism that's happening in our parks at the moment, because we're certainly getting hit every couple of nights. So we're keen to just see if we can stop some of that.
Thank you. We'll stay with you, councillor Erkins.
And the Nango toilets in the park there that have had so much damage, they're actually locked, aren't they? Yeah. So they climb into them.
Particular night where the major destruction occurred, they weren't locked until a little bit later. The security guard came down, or the cleaner came down later in the evening to lock around 8 o'clock, and unfortunately the damage had occurred before then.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know this is something that we have been, well, I know it's come up quite a lot through discussion. I'm just wondering if, through Manager Leanne, if you have any ideas or any compromises in which could help us provide a bathroom to people who are homeless in Glendon Street, but also try to protect our assets. So I understand we've got CCTV. I think the foot patrols are great. In terms of opening up all bathrooms, could we maybe limit that, or is there an opportunity to trial something a little bit differently over the Christmas period? Really keen to hear your feedback or input as to what.
Yep, I would suggest we have a chat to CTC and just find out what is the most suitable toilet block that we have in Kingaroy, and where are some of the homeless people going? I know that up at O'Neill Square they can go and access food on different nights, Sunday. So is that a better location for a toilet block to be open rather than down here in Glendon Street? So we probably just need to talk it through and just have a look operationally which one is the best, and also just from a vandal proof management side of things, which is the best toilet to manage, where we've got cameras and security patrols and extra support if needed for people if they are accessing the toilets. Because it's not, it's not saying that it's the homeless people that are causing the vandalism by leaving the toilets open. Other people are using the toilets, and then they become a place for vandalism for children and other young teenagers to come to and vandalise. So they end up destroying it for those people that are in need to use that facility. So we just probably need to get some advice and support from CTC in how we manage that.
How terribly sad. I certainly would like to see us do something over the Christmas break if we can, in terms of trying to provide a toilet facility, but I'm mindful that we only have a skeleton staff, or I'm not sure what resource implications there could be. There's no report or information with this, so I'd probably rather, I don't want to put our staff on the back foot here from an operational point of view. It is an operational matter. I'm not really sure how or what we should progress in terms of a motion here. I'm probably looking to use CEO Mark for some direction or some support.
Look, if I could, Mr. CEO, yeah, look, just to provide some background, I've certainly had extensive conversations, and we had that meeting with Rick and Sarah, and General Manager O'May was there. With all due respect, Manager Peterson, the greatest body of knowledge, I think, intelligence on homeless people in Kingaroy rests with Rick and Sarah Henwood. They are on the street most nights of the week. They know who's where. They know where to find them. And I certainly am not understating the great work that CTC do. But if we want intelligence around what our homeless people need and what's happening, I think Rick and Sarah are the greatest source of knowledge that we have at the moment. Their indication to us was that Glendon Street is the best location because the police have told homeless people that they would prefer that they go to Glendon Street at night and stay there, because they are then concentrated in one location where the police can keep an eye on them for their own safety, and because of the lighting that's available. That is what Rick and Sarah have conveyed to us in terms of what the police have told them and told people who are homeless. So I suppose that was what really probably motivated this motion, was the advice that we'd got from them, based on what the police had told them, based on what homeless people had told them. Their advice from homeless people was, their information, and they've said to us, look, if you provide that, homeless people will actually come there and use the facilities. But at the moment, there is nowhere in Kingaroy where they can go to the toilet, so they are physically using, they are actually physically, well, how does one describe this? Doing their business in bushes, in the park, in the gardens around our town. So it's great to see that we've got the CCTV cameras there. I assume that they cover all the parking area, maybe some extra signage to deter vandals if they know, with big signs, that you are being watched on a surveillance camera. Perhaps we could look at that. But just to clarify, that's where the intelligence came from. And they were very keen to see us get something in place before Christmas, Mr. CEO, noting that we finish on Friday. So I think it's a matter of quite urgency. But anyway, hand across to you.
Okay, Mayor, I probably can't add to that. I'm probably, I don't want to wish to sound harsh, but actually one of the things that's going to come out of this, then, if that's the advice the police are giving them, we really need to have a sit down with the police, because the antisocial behaviour and the damage they do in that precinct for us, the cameras are ignored, and then providing that footage to the police and having the police request that footage, knowing it's available, is its own, it has its own delicacies. And having a build-up of, and again, absolutely, Mayor, something has to be done, but I think probably partly then that conversation is because you've got different agencies working at different purposes here, because you've where is the best spot for them, and not necessarily Glendon Street, because we have community interaction. We have, and I just know, I don't want to sound negative, but I just know the moment we open those toilets after 6 o'clock, it might not be the first night, might not be the first week, they're going to get destroyed. And every time we've opened them after dark, they just get destroyed. And it's just, and it does not necessarily, and I think it's well said, it's not necessarily the target market we're talking about, but the vandalism is just rampant, and it really does cause us some issues. So, yeah, Mayor, happy to take your direction as how best, but one of the ones then in the new year we might, and I know, we might sit down with the police and have a talk about a strategy for Glendon Street, and if they're directing people there, we need to know so we can work with them.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Councillor Hitchin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. Yeah, I can recollect when we shut those toilets, there was an expense of roughly $4,000 a month on vandalism in that toilet over there, and correct me if I'm wrong. My fear would be, and certainly not in any shape or form being heartless here, but my fear would be that if that became a bit of a centre for our homeless and that was opened up, vandalism will come back there without a doubt, as the CEO Mark has said, and along with that, I fear for the safety of those homeless people. That would be my concern. We will put them at risk. We will put them at risk with the vandalism that occurs there. And that, gee whiz, how do you weigh this up? And I can completely agree with Councillor Duff that it would be great to open them up. Honestly, if that becomes a centre point for our homeless or a facility that is designated, no matter how much CCT footage you get and police patrols are there and security patrols are there, honestly, I fear for the safety of the homeless there. Because the grubs we have, I'll be blunt, the grubs, you know, they're oxygen thieves. The damage they do to our facilities and assets across the Burnett, and that's a wonderful asset, and we've got that community shared zone there that'll be destroyed. Just be very mindful of that, and that's what I worry about, the safety and the health of those homeless people if those degenerates house themselves in there and frequent that facility.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'm also thinking I've received numerous complaints from businesses in the street, well, I understand, about the current issues with toileting not happening in the bathrooms. And I know that's causing issues for a number of those businesses in terms of smell and a whole range of other public safety hygienic issues that, you know, I don't think are acceptable. And this is clearly a very difficult thing to ascertain. You know, it's scary to think that that's actually happening in my hometown at night while we're all asleep. I would like to maybe suggest an amendment to the motion that council contact Queensland Police Services, Kingaroy officer in charge, and discuss this issue. And ascertain what potential solutions may support those requiring amenities after hours. And ascertain what potential solutions may support those requiring amenities after hours, and how collectively we can use our resources to minimise further vandalism in our facilities. I'm also very mindful that it's not just happening in Kingaroy. I'm sure you all represent different towns, and I know there's a lady living in a box and behind the street in Nanango, behind Drayton Street. So I'm not sure whether we should actually contact our other officers in charge at the other stations as well. But I do see we need to find a solution. I don't know what that solution is, but I know there's a number of businesses in the street there that aren't very happy with what's currently happening, and they are witnessing that because the toilet blocks aren't reopened until the next morning. So some of them are actually arriving to work and finding homeless people toileting at the back of their businesses, which is not acceptable, and it's not dignified for anybody. So I don't know what the solution is, Mr. Mayor, but I'm wondering if we need to actually collaborate with QPS here, because honestly, we need them to help keep our community safe, to keep our assets safe, and I think we need their interaction, knowledge and know-how around the street to put something in place.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Schumacher. Do we have a seconder for the proposed amendment? Councillor Erkins. Further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering on that one, like, could we put on your amendment, Councillor Shoemaker, could we add after Kingaroy officer in charge to discuss the potential opening of the Glennon Street toilets, so that we have a conversation and then put a timeline on that, because I want to see that happen before Christmas, because I just think we can't just keep leaving it as it currently is.
We'll refer that to Councillor Shoemaker to respond. Thank you, Councillor.
You know, I think I'm listening to our CEO, I'm listening to our Parks and Gardens manager. I'm listening to the feedback given. I'm not sure Glennon Street is the right place for our community. I think we should have that conversation with QPS. We should certainly take all that we know, and we should leave that operational decision with our team. We should trust them to make the right decision around what facilities and what knowledge or advice they get from QPS. If it is the Glennon Street toilets, my question is perhaps not all of them need to be open. Maybe we just open the parenting room or one room and trial that. Because if we open up the whole block and facility, maybe we are inviting behaviours that we don't want to see. So I'm not sure. I trust our staff to make the best decision in terms of our assets and our operations, and I also think we need to engage Queensland Police, and if that could happen before Christmas, that would be ideal. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually do agree with this motion, both. So I do think that it would be great if we could at least open the parenting toilet, because that would actually, it's just a single toilet then. So I think, to me, that's the best alternative here, is unlocking the parenting room. I mean, there is another way around this as well. Look, I don't know how well this would work, is if it is locked and we actually give them a key. I don't know whether that would work or not, but I'll probably leave that up to Manager Leanne. But, you know, if we do keep it locked and just give the people that are there a key that they can share, that they can unlock the toilets if need be. So, look, I mean, there's all these other options out there, but I do believe if the police are sending the people there, we do need to have that discussion with them.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Erkins.
I agree. Consult with the police service, but I personally agree with opening one of those toilets, and I think that should be opened straight away. You can do the consultations and all that, but you know, as Councillor Shoemaker has said, it's not nice for businesses to arrive and people are, you know, there's as much cleaning up, I'd say, cleaning up the gardens as there is cleaning up the toilet, and it's probably much better, much more dignified to be people to be using the toilet. If the door, you know, maybe if someone can speak to those people and ask them to shut the door, maybe the attention won't be drawn to it. If the others are locked and one of them open, how long it takes them before they work out that one of them is locked. But if we've got security going there as well, because quite often it's difficult for the police because they have got lots of other calls on their time. And quite often they'll take more notice of a security officer than they will of the police, because I don't know if you've seen the kids getting pulled up by the police lately, but they're pretty disrespectful to them. So, you know, but I would like to see if that could be changed, that the toilet is opened straight away, and we consult with the police as to whether that is the best option. But people need to be able to go to the toilet.
Okay, further speakers? All right, probably just a couple of comments. Yeah, it's a shame we didn't have Rick and Sarah here, because certainly in the meeting we had with them, they shared a lot of the issues. One of the issues was that with the parenting room, and they were reasonably comfortable with that, but that a lot of people want to have a shower after 6 o'clock too. So if they don't get there by 6 to have a shower, there's nowhere they can actually bathe themselves. Whereas opening up the male and female toilets gave them access to the showers. That was an issue that they were also raised, I think.
Be like everyone else.
Well, councillor, please, please. So that was an issue, you know. So, and we've got to remember too, we're dealing with people with often mental health issues here, that we have to compensate for that. They're not people who necessarily are in a good place mentally, so they may not always be planning and organising their day like one would hope they would. So look, it is a problem. I'm quite happy with consulting the police. I think that's a great idea. But I agree with Councillor Duff and Councillor Erkins. We need to get something happening straight away. We had this conversation 2 or 3 weeks ago. Time's getting on. I think we need some solution here. And the other thing is workplace health and safety for our staff, who we can go in cleaning these gardens. And if they're finding human excrement in gardens, I don't know that that's a really good situation we want to have for our parks and garden staff either. So, and look, if the community or the police think there's a better location, that's fine, but there is nowhere in Kingaroy to go to the toilet after 6 o'clock. In Mergen there is, in Nanango there is, but not in Kingaroy. Yeah, Councillor Shoemaker, to close, thank you.
Just my final question, just in relation to Glendon Street. Manager Leanne, you said there's security cameras and increased video surveillance. You mentioned signage before. I'm trying to think if I've noticed the signage over there, if maybe we should put up some more signage, what your thoughts might be around that.
Yeah, the signage is in place, just like it is in the forecourt. But yeah, we're happy to put up a few more signs around the toilets and the entrance to the toilet as a reminder. That's a minimal cost in the scheme of things. So happy to do that, just to help educate and inform people that the cameras are on.
Yeah. Such a tricky thing, isn't it? And certainly, you know, I absolutely understand and appreciate two councils accepting a level of risk with this, because, you know, there's no easy solution. But if we open these up tonight, they're vandalised tomorrow, you know, it's a nasty, awful position to be in. But I also I'm listening to those businesses, and we can't continue to have people toileting at the back of their businesses. We also don't want to, though, encourage more homeless people to take up refuge in Glendon Street. So it's bittersweet. I'm happy to support this. I do, however, think those conversations with the police service, our officer in charge, something that we can do, if there is anything we can do to minimise the vandalism. I don't think there's any easy solution here, and to be honest, I think every local government in Queensland, Australia, is grappling with this at the moment. I guess we'll give it a trial and see what happens. Cross our fingers and toes, nothing should happen.
All right, so we'll close the debate. We have the amendment presented. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. It now becomes a substantive motion. We'll deal with it as a substantive motion. Do we have further speakers? Okay, we'll put the substantive motion to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Council, the next item is 9.7, rural lot reconfigurations at 82. And I am going to put a change here, Kimberley, so I'll give you some time, but I'd like to put forward a motion that in respect of all future reconfiguration applications for the creation of allotments within the rural zoning, if approved, be not subject to conditions requiring certification letters for the supply of electricity and telecommunications infrastructure. 2, that council include a disclaimer on information provided pursuant to a rates search application, alerting applicants. Yes, thanks, Kimberley. That council include a disclaimer, or even just a statement. The council include a statement on documents provided pursuant to a rates search application. Informing the applicant that council cannot guarantee that rural zoned allotments have access to electricity and telecommunications infrastructure, and as such recommend that the applicant undertake their own due diligence in relation to such infrastructure. And you can delete the other. Thank you, Kimberley. I'd now like to move that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. So just to speak to that now, Council, we had a presentation from local applicants who have looked to reconfigure a rural lot, and they were accompanied by a representative from ONF Surveyors. And can I thank ONF Surveyors for bringing this to our attention, that Somerset Regional Council has a resolution on their books to this effect. I would, however, want to make you aware that with Somerset's, it actually says with land intended for rural purposes. So they use the term rural purposes rather than rural zoning. But other than that, it's effectively the same motion. In that discussion, Councillor Erkins raised the issue that people having rate searches done from a real estate point of view aren't often informed or aren't made aware that when they're buying a block, it doesn't have any power, particularly doesn't have any power. Then they find out later after settlement. So what we're trying to do there is provide some sort of statement to alert the applicant that, hey, this is a rural zone land. It may not have power. It may not have telecommunications. You need to do your own inquiries, because as a council, that is outside the scope of our rate search process, and we can't provide any guarantees around that. Well, I'm happy to reword that under advice from Mr. CEO and General Manager Jarvis if necessary, or General Manager O'May, but that's the intent. Because we have got rural zone blocks that don't have power because they were approved under old Shire Council approvals historically, and if we pass this resolution, in the future we could have rural zone blocks that also won't have power. So it was to try and make sure that we're at least bringing that to the attention of those applicants. ONF thought that this would be a sensible solution for rural lots on the basis that it works well in Somerset Regional Council area, because many of the properties that are reconfigured are used for rural purposes anyway. So that's the background. Open the floor to discussion. Councillor Erkins, thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to just draw attention to the fact that somebody doing those searches, if they are looking, if banks may at some time require them then to go and get a search, do an application for power if they require them to get power. So probably not going to affect us, but just to draw your attention, that may affect people looking to borrow money if that search comes back from the bank.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I actually agree with this one, but just curious to know through you, Mr Mayor, to GM Jarvis, whether this is actually possible to be putting on those notices, whether, so when people do a rate search and it comes back, it is possible to have that wording onto that rates search?
Thank you, General Manager.
I'll just take that on notice. Councillor, it's just that we are restricted, I know, with the program about how many letters we can add and that, but I'll take that on notice and investigate it for you if you like.
Perhaps in light of that, I should make it that subject to system constraints. Perhaps, Kimberley, can we put that subject to item 2, subject to system constraints? Council. Yeah, that's better, and just put a small I on include. Thank you, Kimberley. Yeah, is that better, General Manager Jarvis? It leaves it open. If the system doesn't allow for it, well, we can't do it.
Get through it. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, General Manager. Further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I guess I just wanted to seek some feedback, advice, thoughts from General Manager Peter O'May in relation to this motion. I know you were part of the conversation, General Manager, and just very, I know you were also going to do some further research around what Somerset may have done, and I know our major planning scheme amendment has been put on hold by the Minister. Just keen for any feedback or advice from yourself in relation to this one.
Thank you, General Manager.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, so I might address point 2 first, and I do probably tend to agree with the amendment that you have put up there, Mr Mayor, compared to the first. The concerns I did have with the first one was that we were speaking on behalf of other service providers, so I think you have addressed that in the blanket disclaimer that we can't guarantee something rather than talking on that it's not provided or something. So I think that has addressed that. It would, and again, it would be up to the people if the banks or someone were looking at wanting extra certification and then they needed to go to Ergon and pay for an application or pay for assessment, then that would be up to those providers. Yeah, so the first one, I probably tend to, the Somerset one talking about rural purposes, the issue with this one when we're just talking about rural zoning, and this is in relation to a particular application that we'll see later in the meeting, we are creating small rural lots which are going to be used for residential use, which you would be expecting to be provided an electricity supply, whereas a large rural allotment, then you would not necessarily expect that. Just the wording on, like, if the condition, so normally if we would condition a rural a subdivision, we would put a condition on saying that electricity be supplied. So this resolution to me doesn't actually remove the requirement to have it supplied. It would mean that they wouldn't be able to have the certification letters. Like what we get is a certificate of supply where an applicant may have arranged connection with Ergon, but that could be 12 months or 18 months off given Ergon's time frame. So we would sign the survey plan knowing that that arrangement is in place. Whereas if they didn't supply that, then it would be, well, we'd have to wait until Ergon, like the worst case scenario, you'd wait till Ergon connected the power before we'd sign the survey plan, and then they'd be able to release them for the thing. So there is just, I did talk to Somerset about the genesis of this, and it was an old subdivision back in 2012, and it was a particular purpose, but they did. So yeah, it probably goes to what council's trying to achieve. Are we trying to not require rural subdivisions to have electricity supply, and then I think you'd be wanting to limit that to the larger size blocks or some alternative. The talk is around alternative energy supplies rather than reticulated supply. So if there was, if Ergon was happy to, for an alternative supply, then that would satisfy. Yeah, I suppose from a planning point of view, we're just trying to avoid small allotments, even in the rural area, that aren't serviced by that facility, the electricity.
Yeah, just further to that, in terms of good quality ag land, it's my understanding that the state government policy provisions say anything under, so reconfiguring a lot or trying to subdivide, because we are just talking about reconfiguring a lot here, so aren't we? We're not talking, reconfiguring a lot. So in the instances where you are reconfiguring, we have had instances in the past where that reconfiguration is because, and the other lot will be under 100 acres, so 100 hectares. I'm thinking about state planning policy and how does this sort of speak to that policy, or what framework we've already got in place?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Yeah, so the regional plans and the state planning policies, they dictate those land areas. Certainly in the Somerset, because they're in that southeast Queensland, they're not allowed to, and it's prohibited development to split under 100 hectares. We have got, we can accept the application and assess it. But yeah, those planning policies require services to be provided, so there needs to be an adequate supply demonstrated.
Thank you for the information and advice. Mr. Mayor, based on the very limited report here that we have and the information, I'm certainly not against the motion, but I would actually like to better understand what Somerset has done and exactly how this feeds into our current planning amendment, and I'm certainly would like to see us try to make it easier and remove the red tape, and I see this as a great opportunity, but I want to make sure that our planning scheme any amendment to our planning scheme should be made on a lot more information, careful consideration. So I'd like to move a procedural motion that the matter lay on the table until a report can be brought back to council in, I'm guessing, February.
That will be problematic for Mr. Anning, but anyway.
I guess my concern is if we make this decision and we're making it because we've have a live application, I'm a bit nervous about whether we can actually even do that without all the facts. Does that put us in a compromised position? It's probably a point of order. Does this actually put us in a compromised position, being that we have a live application in the system? I just want to make sure we're making the right decision here.
General Manager O'May.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I was going to say we do have said that the application on the table today, so we can deal with that as a separate item. So I don't see that if this resolution was up or down, it can impact. You can still deal with the application as a separate matter on its merits. This is certainly related and triggered from that. But I think the other application, I think from what the Mayor, you could still consider your decision on that. Whereas this one probably is, and apologies to the council, I wasn't able to get information in a couple of days on that background, because the people in Somerset weren't the people who dealt with that original motion. So I'd be comfortable bringing back some more information that we could refine that slightly. But you can certainly deal with the other application, which is later in the meeting.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a great opportunity, and I just want to make sure that we're making the right changes. I certainly agree with the merit behind the motion. I'm just not sure we have enough information here to make this decision today.
So, councillor, did you want to proceed with your procedural motion?
Yes, thank you,
You're
Mr.
certainly
Mayor.
entitled to. Yep. Okay.
Could I suggest January if it's coming back to the ordinary? And yeah, because it's moved and seconded, it would be better to come back to an ordinary.
Okay. All right. So we have the procedural motion there. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay. Councillor Shoemaker, Erkins, Jones, Potter, and Henson. Those against? Councillor Duff and Councillor Otto. Thank you all. The matter will lay on the table now till January. Okay. Now, 9.8, Merkin Christmas Tree. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, can I move a procedural motion to actually merge 15.1, which is the new community Christmas trees, and the notice of motion regarding Merkin Christmas trees. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We'll now deal with items 9.8 and item 15.1 collectively. We'll start with you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my notice of motion was around the consultation. So the council provides Merkin with a new Christmas tree in 2023 and requests the relevant manager consult with the Merkin Business Development Association Management Committee and the Divisional Councillor in January 2023 to ensure that they have input into the size, type and location of the tree.
Thank you, Councillor. Just before we seek a seconder, I will bring to Council's attention that further to Councillor Duff's notice of motion, the recommendation from our staff is contained at page 216 on item 15.1. Recommendation is that Council provide funding for the purchase of 3 new Christmas trees at Merkin, Heisville and Cumbia for a total cost of $33,000 and allocate $33,000 from 22-23 capital building underspend of other capital projects, purchase new decorations for the 3 new trees from the 22-23 operational parks budget, total cost of $30,000, and installation of new footings for the relocation of Wandai, Proston and Blackbutt Christmas trees, estimated cost of $3,000 per footing, total cost of $9,000 allocated from the 2022-23 operational parks budget. I think it would be good, Councillor, if we can try and pick this up in one motion, Mr. CEO, if we can. So just looking at your motion there, Councillor Duff, is in relation to consulting the Merkin community. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
So, Mr. CEO, in terms of the officer's recommendation, would it be possible to perhaps build something around the intent of Councillor Duff's motion onto as an item 4?
I was thinking exactly the same things, Mayor. If you do 1, 2, 3, if there's no disagreement with doing 3, and then you just almost starts at point 4 would be request the relevant manager, and that just drop out buying new Christmas tree because it's in point 1.
Yep. So if we were to add item 4, Kimberley, that says request the relevant manager consult with the Merkin Business Development Association Management Committee and the Divisional Councillor. Yeah, perfect. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
With you to consider moving that motion.
Sorry, I'm happy with that. Just thinking maybe with to incorporate the Heisville and Cumbia for consultation, because where this came from was the fact that I think Blackbutt lost their tree and Merkin got the Blackbutt tree, and then the Heisville one is a very small tree that they're sort of a bit miffed about. So I think that it was just a lack of consultation around the fact that we thought we were going to get the trees this Christmas, not next Christmas.
Okay.
So just wondering about whether we should include consultation with Heisville and Cumbia as well.
Okay. Well, we could add that if that's your motion. Okay. So perhaps after management committee, who would you suggest in Cumbia? Would you just how would you suggest we do that in Cumbria and Highsville, Councillor? It's
Seeking
your
the
motion.
views of probably Councillor Henson. I don't know whether you've had enough consultation around where the Christmas tree goes and all of that, but I'm just thinking from Mergen, where the Christmas tree goes and...
Cumbria Community and Highsville Progress Association.
Well, I know that we worked out with the Highsville Progress Association where they want the Christmas tree, but I think the size of the Christmas tree was a bit... I think they thought it was going to be
Yeah.
a
So,
fair bit bigger.
okay, so consult with the Highsville Progress Association, the Cumbria Community. Okay. Councillor Henson, we'll get some advice from you on this and we'll go back to Councillor Duff to finalise a motion.
Extensive consultation with Cumbria, and I can recall Manager Peterson, I think Cumbria's up, it was put up on Tuesday, is that correct? But regardless, there was plenty of consultation, and I can recall in this chamber, Manager Peterson, you brought to us that the availability of Christmas trees was also a thing that was the conversation, and Cumbria never had a Christmas tree at all. They were previously putting decorations up a real live pine tree beside the Cumbria Hall in the churchyard there. Extremely happy with it, and the consultation process of exactly where it was, Manager Peterson, myself, and I think Councillor Shoemaker was there.
Yep.
It is installed beside the shelter, between the shelter and between the hall. So Cumbria certainly has, and I think, again, Manager Peterson, the availability of Christmas trees was a major influencing factor, and the costings of them. Thank you.
Okay, in light of that, Kimberley, perhaps we take Cumbria Community out and just change tree on the last word to trees, plural, for those two locations. Councillor Duff, with you, motion as presented, are you prepared to move that? Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Any seconder? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Speakers, Councillor Duff. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker.
Mr. Mayor, this is something that I know, during this term of council, we've had extensive conversations about Christmas trees, so many so. My understanding was what we were trying to achieve was a consistent tree, a tree that was easy for our staff to put up, had the right, in terms of time and efficiencies. My question to General Manager Leanne is, in terms of operational costs, what did it actually cost to erect the Christmas trees this year? You can take that on notice. Sorry to throw you, but I am hugely, when we're talking about saving money and our priorities of our region, all these things, I absolutely believe every town deserves a Christmas tree. But in the same instance, it's an enormous cost, and I think the community should be aware of just how much it actually costs to erect Christmas trees across our region. It's their money; they have a right to know. I think I'm concerned in this motion when we've talked about they have input into the size, type and location of the trees, certainly the location of the trees, but my understanding was the size and type, we're trying to go for a consistent model, a consistent design, and trying very hard to limit the need for our staff to be, their safety to be compromised, either standing in roundabouts or trying to climb high platforms. So my question is, you've actually quoted here in the report tree frames and footings at $11,000 per tree, and we've allocated you $33,000. I want to make sure you'll actually have enough money to deliver this project for next Christmas. And in terms of the actual consultation around the size, type and of the tree, General Manager Leanne, I want to confirm my original thinking, which is that we were trying to go for a consistent design in terms of setting it up, and what real flexibility you would have in that engagement place to change that with this budget.
Through GMMA to Manager Peterson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker. We have done an extensive amount of work on the designs. You can see in the report there are engineering designs for the new structures. The idea of the design was certainly was to actually come up with a tree frame that is movable through our own equipment. So council owns the truck and the high ab on the back of the truck that could actually pick up that frame and relocate that Christmas Christmas tree to each of the towns and villages. So we've had that design prepared. We've been in consultation with our own fabrication section, and we've been talking to them about the design and just making sure that that would meet all of our requirements as well as our park staff. So the idea around the design also came from a previous meeting that a former manager presented to council, Manager Watt. He provided a very detailed report to council prior to my commencement as manager on the cost associated with putting up the trees and all the safety requirements around traffic control, hiring of the elevated platform, closing the roads and around roundabouts for a day, why the actual trees are put in place, and then they're decorated. And that does take some time, as you can imagine. So we've gone through a very detailed process here in the report to come up with the costing. This has been put out for quotation. Local contractors have quoted for the construction of the frames, the tree frames that came in approximately $8,000 per tree. The footings has been quoted by local concreters at $3,000 approximately for each footing. And then we're going to dress and decorate that particular tree, and our quotes on that is approximately $10,000 per tree. So all up, you can see the cost there, but we certainly need $11,000 per tree. And in this case, my understanding from previous council resolutions, you want a new tree for Mergen, Highsville and Cumbia. We've done extensive communication with Mergen, Highsville and Cumbia community groups. We've just recently come out of the QE2 community consultation where we spoke about the plans for QE2, which the tree location was actually located on those plans. So if we're modifying that, then we'll need to stop our works on QE2 until we decide where we're going to put the new location of this tree and the footings. And then same at Highsville and Mergen, Highsville and Cumbia, we know where the trees need to be located there. And my understanding is that we put a report to council, advising council that we were going to have a temporary tree at Highsville and Cumbia, and they would be much smaller trees. We wrote to all of those community groups and advised them of that, and the time frame in which the temporary trees were going to be installed. So we felt that we have done a lot of community consultation and communication on these temporary Christmas trees and also the proposal of the new tree location. So our report here was really to ensure that these trees are actually built and all of the decorations are purchased well and truly before next year and before price rises. We thought we're ready to go, put the report to council, look for the $33,000 in our unspent capital works budget that we currently have, and also then the decorations, they could be something that may be looked at in our operational budget from Parks. So that's the report we're presenting here. But yes, extensive design works have been prepared for the tree, and if we're going to go away and do further community consultation on the design of the trees, then obviously we would have to have those engineering designs modified and we start the process again.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. I know this has been a long discussed item all year. I would like to propose an amendment to the motion, and I would like to propose items 1 to 3. And certainly recognise if Councillor Duff would like to do additional consultation as a councillor, she's certainly entitled to do that. However, I feel, I agree, I would like to see us get started on this so that they're up and ready for the new year. So I'd like to move that motion. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, we have an amendment moved. Mr CEO, is that fine? You're comfortable with that? We take out item 4. Do we have a seconder for the amendment? Okay, Councillor Potter. Rightio. Speakers, Councillor Shoemaker first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think there's been extensive conversations, extensive reports, extensive amount of information provided to council. I know I have been out to Cumbia and met with the community with Councillor Henshin. I know certainly in Mergen the other day it was wonderful to talk to businesses about the QE2 park. It was great to be there with my colleagues and be part of that. I really would love to see more of that into the future. And, you know, I'm very excited. I have been and had a beer at the Highsville pub. I know we've got a very passionate community out there, and I would love to see them get a new Christmas tree. So I feel we have all of the information here to make a decision and to give our staff the license to push the red button and get going. So let's get these happening in the queue. So I'm more than supportive of the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really pleased to hear that we actually wrote to the Highsville Progress Association. However, there was no consultation, as far as I'm aware, with the Mergen community. They, for the last, ever since amalgamation and before, the Mergen community have looked after they'd owned that tree. They have stored the tree themselves, and they have engaged Bruce Summerfield for free to put the tree up with the truck and HIAB. So they have looked after that whole, at no cost to council, handled their tree. So this year, for the first time ever, they couldn't find anywhere to store the tree. So then council took control of the tree, left it out, and this, with all due respect, into the sun. It got completely damaged. So that tree was a magnificent big tree. It got damaged so that it was unable to be used. So then there was no feedback to the Mergen community apart from me saying and asking Manager Leanne that we were going, is Mergen going to have a tree? Is it going to be a good tree? And assured that it was. No consultation to the Mergen community. Next thing, there's a tree starts to appear. They got told through one of the, just not putting any staff under the bus, but the feedback was that it had come from Blackbutt. So the one bit of it started to be put up, and then another piece, and it looked like it was just a mishmash. It was nowhere near the tree that they had, and it has been sort of put together in some way, shape or form, with me getting belted by the community as to what the hell has happened to the tree that we had, which was magnificent. So that's where this has come from. So I'm just saying that I think that at the very least we need to let the Mergen community know, and I'm not saying so much about the position, but that they are going to get a tree that has probably got a bit more shape in that than the tree that they've currently got. So it was just about a lack of communication and the fact that they had that magnificent tree and now they've got a tree that is like nothing like what they had expected.
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's just in response to your comments there, Councillor Erkins, just in response to your comment, Manager Peterson, you stated to the council that consultation was undertaken with Mergen in relation to the temporary tree and the new tree, and I quote, could you please explain how that consultation took place and who we consulted? Because Councillor Duff has made a statement that there was no consultation. That needs to be clarified for the chamber, if you could, please.
Yep, sure. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the community consultation I would have thought would have been through your QE2 designs. So you've had your concept plans and your initial discussion with members of the community, not just the Mergen Business Group, but other members of the community when you were designing up your QE2 concept plans, and that's where it's marked on the plans where you've actually identified the Mergen Christmas tree location. So your community consultation, and again the other day when we were out talking to the community and we were going through the concept plans and we were identifying things on the plans, explaining what the plans meant to the community, we were actually identifying and showing people where the shade shelters are, where the solar lights are going, where the Christmas tree is proposed. So they're the sorts of things we talked about through the QE2 concept plans. And that's where I've certainly highlighted where the Christmas tree was going to be located. But certainly I'm not aware of the discussions, but we've brought a number of reports through the council chambers here just updating councillors and the community about the designs for the Christmas trees, what the proposed size of the Christmas trees were going to be. for all of the locations throughout the region. When I was up there on Saturday, again, when we participated in those openings on Saturday, had some great discussions with a member of the Mergen Business Association about the Christmas tree that is currently on loan from Blackbutt. So thank you, Blackbutt community. But that tree is from Blackbutt. It is on loan, and the community member there was very, very happy with the size of the tree, the location of the tree, and the decorations. The only thing that I have to follow up was that they suggested that we put the small fence back around the base of that tree so children do not access the decorations and the decorations are stolen. So that's happening this week. So they're the conversations that we've been having about the Christmas tree.
Councillor, Manager, through you, General Manager Ramo, further to that, did we consult the Mergen Business Association about the temporary tree and the size and type of the new tree?
Not through the offices, unless Councillor Duff through reporting back through the Mergen Business Group at the at the business group breakfast meetings when she was providing updates, because we did receive, I think it was through either a previous council discussion here, and we've provided reports that we were looking at temporary trees because we weren't going to be able to get these new trees installed or made because we were still waiting on the quotations to come back from local suppliers.
Thank you, Manager. Further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I'm pretty happy with Councillor Shoemaker's amendment. I understand the Mergen Business and Development Association and the Highsville Progress Association. They're entitled to make their comments known, but I believe that there's a lot more to community than just those. Like Blackbutt, they've got a lot of places down there, Nanango, Kingaroy, Chamber of Commerce, all that sort of stuff. When we're doing community consultation, it should be wider and broader than just the Mergen Business and Development Association. Because in the conversations I had up in the main street of Mergen the other day, there was a lot of people that I spoke to that didn't have an opportunity to make any comments or make their ideas heard about the QE2 Park upgrade. So I wasn't supportive of that on item number 4. But again, in Councillor Duff's reference to thinking that we were going to have these trees completed, there was, in my recollection, I'm happy to be corrected if I'm wrong, but the conversation was had that we couldn't get the materials, we couldn't get the big Christmas trees built before Christmas, and they were going to be temporary. And Blackbutt, under different circumstances, we've had to upgrade to the park. And the tree, we've got a 4-metre tree down there that the community's not happy with down there, but I've explained to them that it's only temporary and we've put it there just as a guide for where we're proposing to put the big tree back, and that's how Blackbutt's bigger tree come available to go up to Mergen. So, and just a question through you, Mayor, to Manager Peterson. So with the trees that we're going to put across the region, they'll all be the 6-metre ones like Nanango's got in the roundabout, and the one that Kingaroy's got out the front here. That's what we're looking to put across the whole region for everybody, Highsville and all that sort of stuff. Is that where we're going with this?
They will be very similar. They're actually going to be 5.5 metres tall.
Half a metre.
Yeah, and that's purely so we can fit them into the truck. So if we don't go that size, then we're going to have to hire a different size truck. So we've made modifications to the design because the tree in the Nango and Kingaroy are permanent trees, so they don't have to be unloaded and loaded, where the other trees, they are removed from site.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm quite happy to support this, and I was under the full understanding that these smaller trees are going to be certainly a one-off for this year's Christmas, and then next year we'll have these other trees when all the materials and that become available, and they'll be permanently supplied, and right across, we'll have uniformity right across the whole region, every town. Like Councillor Shoemaker said, Councillor Duff, they all, all these communities deserve to have something across there, and if we can make them all the same, I think it's only fair and equitable. So, yeah, more than happy to support this amended motion.
Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. I also I thought I was aware that they were just temporary for this year, because I was sure that you had said that they weren't going up. But I'd just like to say that our Nanango tree, from when we first got that tree to how long it took the guys to put up, and it took them 2 days, sometimes more, this year they put it up in a day, and it looks absolutely fantastic. So when the rest of them get in, that looks really great.
Anyone else that hasn't had a chance to speak on the matter before we go back to Councillor Shoemaker to close? Okay, no, Councillor Duff, you've had your opportunity. Okay, in summary, look, I know that Councillor Duff has come under significant criticism from the Management Committee of the Mergen Business Development Association. They are very unhappy with the lack of consultation in their perception. They're very unhappy with the lack of consultation in relation to the temporary tree. And I guess as a result of that, are probably keen to have at least some discussion about what's happening with the new tree. So I am aware that that is the case. Just with Blackbutt, I know I've had committee members from Blackbutt, Councillor Jones, raise the issue of the location of the Christmas tree. Is it going to be towards the front of Lesmullah Park, that would be visible from the road, or will it be in the location of the current temporary one?
Mr Mayor, the conversations we had with the community down there in Blackbutt was the fact that we'd put the smaller tree that is currently there, that I copped a fair bit of criticism as well from the local community down at my end, but I had the conversation and I indicated that that is a temporary location to see whether or not the community groups that have anything festivities-wise in regards to Christmas approve of that. So conversations that we've had up on where we go towards the front, there's no suitable locations up there yet, simply because of the underground service and everything else, and in front of the toilets and all that. So that's sort of taken out. We took three options, I think it was, down to the community and put it through all the community groups and let them spread it through the community. And then we were down there and had opportunity to speak to some of the locals, and we certainly have indicated that that tree is only a temporary location and gives the people where it's actually situated is not exactly where we were proposing to put it. It was supposedly so it should have been out further away from that slab hut on the eastern side, a little bit more central to the grass. So it's put there just as an indication to see whether or not that would be or suffice and be able to be worked with the community, yeah.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Okay, Councillor Shoemaker to close. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dickens, have you had an opportunity to speak, or is this your second go?
I don't know.
I think you have. I think you have spoken, Councillor. My apologies, I should be keeping my little tab here. Councillor Shoemaker to close. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, my only suggestion is perhaps we write, following the discussion and the debate, perhaps point 4 is just that we write to the Mergen Business and Development Association, as we have done with the other committees, and advise them of the outcome of this resolution.
Thank you, Councillor. Are you comfortable with that, Councillor Potter? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly commend the motion to the chamber and thank the Parks and Gardens team and Manager Leanne for all of the work that has gone into trying to get the best outcomes across our community for Christmas now and into the future. I know we had some very ageing old decorations, and it'll be lovely to see a new fresh feeling in our towns for Christmas next year. So thank you very much. Heartfelt thanks to all of your team who have worked so hard to put up the Christmas trees, and I look forward to next year.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. That now becomes a substantive resolution. Further speakers? We'll go to the vote on the substantive resolution. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 10.1, adoption of Council's Portable Attractive Items Policy, Strategic 032. That's at 85, whereby the recommendation is that from the committee that South Bennett Regional Council Portable Attractive Items Policy Strategic 032 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Shoemaker. Speakers? This has been discussed extensively at a committee meeting. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you to the team for bringing that forward. 10.2, adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council Livability, Governance and Finance Standing Committee Terms of Reference. statutory 067 and 89, where it's recommended that policy. Sorry, no, I'll have to read this one, Mr. CEO. The South Bank Regional Council Infrastructure, Environment and Compliance Standing Committee Terms of Reference statutory 066 be adopted as presented. That the South Bank Regional Council Livability, Governance and Finance Standing Committee Terms of Reference statutory 067 be adopted as presented. And South Bank Regional Council adopt the following amendment to Standing Committee structure for each of the Standing Committees pursuant to Section 264 and Section 267 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. And that is presented on page 90, Standing Committee, Infrastructure, Environment, Compliance, meeting date first Wednesday of each month, members all councillors, chair, rotation of chair to each portfolio councillor over a 3-month cycle. So we'll remove the mayor and the deputy mayor as the chair and insert rotation of chair to councillors. Similarly with Livability, Governance and Finance, second Wednesday of each month, all councillors as members, mayor and deputy mayor removed as chair, and insertion of rotation of chair to each portfolio councillor over a 3-month cycle. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Duff. Mr. CEO, anything to add from your perspective? Thank you.
The only thing I was going to jump in, Mayor, if I could, if Councillor Duff and Councillor Henson are amenable. So this came out of the discussion and the direction from the Standing Committee, and so I folded both of them together because the two terms of references are all are both attached. The discussion with the chair was by council resolution previously, hence it's an amendment. So the terms of reference back to council appointing a chair. If council doesn't appoint a chair, and then there's a mechanism. If with the leave of the meeting, the councillors move points 1 and 2 and adopt the 2 terms of reference, and then point 3 is dealt with as a separate resolution, and that if we have to change the standing committees or do anything different, that allows us to change the terms of reference, and then council also can change its makeup as it sees fit by resolution. But other than that, Mayor, it sits directly from the Standing Committee and the direction and discussion the other day.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. So we'll deal with 1 and 2 as the first motion. So Councillors Henson and Duff, happy to move items 1 and 2. Mover and seconder, items 1 and 2 only, as presented. Do speakers? Councillor Duff, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, you are. Thank you, Councillor Duff. Speakers, items 1 and 2. We have the motion. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Item 3. Do we have a mover for item 3 as presented, which gives effect to mayor and deputy mayor being taken out, and for standing committee meetings, the chair will become the portfolio councillors rotated over a 3-month cycle. We have a mover, Councillor Duff, seconded by Councillor Erkins. Speakers, Councillor Duff, you've got your light on. Thank you. Further speakers? Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. CEO, for bringing that forward. 10.4, adoption of Council's grants program policy, community grants program policy. It's at 102. Oh, sorry, 10.3. I forgot about arts, culture and heritage, Councillor Potter. How dare I? Okay, sorry, 97. Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee Terms of Reference, statutory 045. Recommendation from the committee is that South Bank Regional Council Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee Terms of Reference, statutory 045 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Henson. Speakers? Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you again, Mr. CEO and your team for bringing that forward. 10.4 at 102. Community Grants Program. Recommendation is that the South Bank Regional Council Community Grants Program Policy, Strategic 005 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Henson. Speakers? To the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 10.5, adoption of Council's property leasing policy. That is at 109. Recommendation from the committee is that South Bank Regional Council Property Leasing Policy, Strategic 030 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers? To the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 10.6, quote, purchase of 1 grader at page 113 on the agenda. We have a recommendation, Council, that council purchase one Komatsu GD 655-7 for $467,400 excluding GST from Komatsu Australia. Do we have a mover? Councillor Jones, seconder. A seconder. Councillor Henson. Okay, speakers. Nothing from Councillor Jones. We'll go to Councillor Henson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I fully appreciate the work the staff do on this. We've had this discussion before with the previous purchase of a grader, and I just want to run through a few things here. And I'd like to ask the question of, within our fleet, how beneficial is it, or could it be to us to have the same equipment? As far as, you know, you're talking John Deere's and Komatsus, do we have more of one or the other? We have 7 graders, of course, previously, and I'll just remind people that I think Councillor Shoemaker and myself moved the motion to change the recommendation in the last purchase of a grader where it was more horsepower, more hydraulic flow, and this is exactly the same comparison, apart from the costing on this is much more absorbent. And that particular purchase agreement, I think from memory, it was $35,000 difference in the purchase of the grader. And for Councillor Erkins, it was actually not just $35,000 dearer, it was more horsepower and more hydraulic flow and a little bit of other input into it that got that decision changed to purchase a John Deere grader. In this instance, this John Deere grader, unfortunately, is $67,000, $600 more. That being said, and certainly do appreciate the work, as I said previously, that goes into this and the scoring process. AdBlue, the Komatsu is AdBlue, and there's implications with that. And previously we had trouble sourcing AdBlue. Whether that's a concern to council or not is I guess, unbeknown. And just in comparisons, we're talking the Komatsu is 165 kilowatts to 175, again more horsepower. You talk the operators work predominantly in 4th gear. There's a little variation there. There's a bigger fuel tank on the John Deere. There's more oil flow again. With the fuel consumption is a little variance there, but over the life of the machine, that equates to 12,000 litres. So that's roughly a $25,000, at $2 a litre is roughly $25,000. And I know the process, fully appreciate the process of how this is gone through. It's roughly a $25,000 saving on fuel with fuel consumption alone, but of course the other figures will negate that along the way. Another thing I'd just like to bring to Council's attention, and I've mentioned it several times in this chamber, that I really would seriously like this council to contemplate the fitment of a blade on the front. When there was roadworks done on the main road up here at the end of Youngman Street, there was a grader there, it was a contractor, outside grader of course, and it had a grader blade on the front, a blade on the front of the grader. From experience, I know Gesner Brothers over in Toowoomba make blades for graders that aren't that expensive, in my opinion, they're not that expensive. And I think the benefit to council in the event of putting a blade on a grader could perhaps be beneficial in down the track where there is machinery now going out to do drains and things, front end loaders, backhoes, and the likes, where a grader could possibly, with a blade on it, be utilised to do some of that work. It might be a further increase in costs. I would like to see council investigate, I'd like, if possible, Mr Mayor, even move a motion that council investigate the costing of a blade in the event of this tender process here that's in front of us today. And perhaps if we go with the Komatsu grader to implement a blade on the front of that, because I really do believe there could be some savings down the track, that particular machine could perhaps eliminate the likes of a loader going out doing the tail drains. So I'd like the chambers, and I'd certainly welcome Manager both our finance. I'd certainly like commentary on what their thoughts are on that. Thank you.
I think we'll go to you, GMs.
Right, okay.
GM Jarvis first, or GM
All right,
ladies
through you,
first.
Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
I'll start first. I do have a comprehensive list of all of the technical things that my supervisor of Plant and Fleet had prepared for me, councillor, in preparation for your questions, and a lot of it goes over my head. But just with the fuel consumption for a start, we have factored that into the costing there. That's been factored in. And also your question was about how many graders we had, and I think we have 3 John Deeres and 3 Komatsus. So I think 7 we have altogether. So yeah, sorry, it's 4-3. Yes, we have, yeah. And your other question about the blades, I'll leave that technical question to General Manager of Infrastructure there. That's, yeah, sorry.
It's the AdBlue. How much equipment do we have that currently is operational on AdBlue?
Sorry, could you just repeat that? Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, Manager Jarvis.
Yeah.
How much equipment do we have that's operational with AdBlue, the fuel component AdBlue? And I'm happy to take that on notice, Mr Mayor.
I will just let General Manager, through the Mayor, General Manager Infrastructure, answer your blade question. I'm just getting that information for you right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So just to the comment on the blade, I'm actually not against the idea, Council. I think that it's something for us to look at, particularly with those breakout drains on the maintenance. It's a lot easier. All I would say is probably I wouldn't, just suggesting to Council with the leave of Council, I wouldn't add it to this machine, because I'm not sure where this machine's going. Maybe if Council wanted to add it a resolution after that Council consider adding a blade to a suitable machine as a trial, we're quite happy to look at that. Part of our maintenance management review, we will be bringing in our maintenance grader operators for a discussion on what they think around work practices. And I always think often our best road builders are our staff. So I think it's an opportunity for us to look at what those machines need to be amended to. And yeah, quite open to the idea, probably just to pass that through. If we could, if the leave of Council was happy, we would investigate a blade on a machine as part of a trial and pick a suitable machine probably for the new year.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, thank you, General Managers. Anything further, GM Jarvis?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, Mr Mayor. I have that information here from my Supervisor of Plant and Fleet there. Your blade is $25,305 extra. Graders will not fit on the loader. And we have 4 Komatsus and 3 John Deeres, and all of our heavy trucks have AvBlue. Okay. Oh, sorry, and most machines are now arriving with AvBlue as it's becoming industry standard.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor Erkins.
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor. Can somebody explain to me what an AdBlue is?
Councillor Hensham. You've got the floor again.
I can.
Happy to go to our managers for further clarification, but it's the new fuel efficient, it's industry standard, it's environmentally, so if you guys would like to explain that in depth.
Yep.
Just, can I also ask then, didn't we have this discussion last time we bought one as to why it was much better for us to buy a John Deere than a Komatsu? Apparently our operators all think that the John Deere is a much better machine, it does much better work, it's much quicker to operate. So why are we here being recommended Komatsu when we already had the discussion that we wanted to prefer John Deere last time?
If I can, Mr Mayor, through you.
Okay, we've got
cost factor was $30,000 with 67,600 and it's over budget. I believe we have a $500,000 budget for this machine. Yep.
Mr CEO, would you mind? Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. There's 2 simple answers. It's nearly double the price gap as the last one, and it's outside of tolerances as far as keeping the budget. And it's the Komatsu is fit for purpose. And a lot of the times, and this with all absolute respect, but people have preference of models of machinery, and absolutely, it's acknowledged the John Deeres are a nice machine, same as the Cat. But for this one to maintain budget and also fit for purpose, the Komatsu has been recommended.
We'll stay with you.
So I understand like being over the budget, but I also would like to know, is that sometimes it's false economy to buy a cheaper machine? Are we sure that we're not, looking at false economy here?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll put it in my terms. I love Holdens. People buy Fords. I could buy a Ford Ranger. I mean, you can't buy a Holden anymore, but I could buy a D-Max. You look at the machinery that's fit for purpose. More than both make utes, both can do the job. What's within budget and what's fit for purpose. If it's fit for purpose and it can do the job, we'll purchase it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have Komatsu in the fleet already.
I understand what you're saying on wanting different machines, but if one machine does much, if you can grade a section of road or whatever in a shorter time, surely that is, worth looking at. I mean, it's not just a matter, if it does a better job, it's not just a matter of whether you prefer one brand over another. It's really the performance of the machine. I just know we had this discussion all before, and I just don't know why we're looking at a machine that last time we all decided that the John Deere was a better machine. So why are we arguing again now?
Yeah. Thank you. We're not arguing. If you want to spend $70,000 for a machine that will do the same job, please be all free. We've recommended the machine that's fit for purpose and more cost effective. Now, I don't know, will they do faster? They will both do the same job.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. No, that's right. That's behind the recommendation. General Manager Jarvis, from you.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to add, just for your confidence there, Councillor, in the process, is that it is evaluated, all of them are evaluated on the whole of life costing, and the Komatsu does come up equal with the John Deere, and they are fit for purpose, as the CEO alluded to. It is the difference there, and this wasn't a consideration at all, but it was 35,000 over the John Deere. And that sort of puts us in the predicament there that would limit our capacity to deliver our capital program that Council adopted. So that would have to be looking at, do we now purchase that hook lift truck that we've identified? We won't be able to afford that, or the wide area mower for the parks. Which one do you want to give up to purchase the more expensive bit of plant? But I also have the costs here associated with the total expenses for the council-owned graders, and they're very, very close with the John Deere and the Komatsu. Here, the total cost of our plant, 1504, for example, our John Deere 670G, on average, it's costing here for the 11 years we've had it, on average, 409,000, nearly 410,000 a year. Per year, and the Komatsu there, 1506, the Komatsu 5555, it's on average of the 10.5 years, it's cost us 403,000 a year to maintain. So, they're very, very close, and I've got the other averages down there, but that's just for your example. They are within the range. And when the staff are assessing the plant, they do go and they speak to the operators in that, and they do value the operators' feedback on what they do say. And I know the operators their preference was the John Deere, but the assessments that my staff do are stringent. Every single thing is taken into consideration there, and they factor all of that in, and that is the result of their professional recommendation that they're presenting to council.
Yeah, thank you very much, GM Jarvis, and thank you to you and your team for bringing that forward. Where the cost percentage, the price percentage is outside the threshold, the staff really don't have any choice but to recommend this. So unless there are other really significant factors, their technical assessment and their recommendation has to be in line with the policy. So we don't provide them with any scope to say you can recommend a machine that's $67,000 dearer because it's outside that percentage tolerance that they can actually apply. So that's part of the equation too, I believe, General Manager Jarvis, isn't it? But having said that, council can choose to purchase another machine if there's good reasons for that. At the end of the day, this is a recommendation. It's up to us to choose which machine we want to go with. If you were to go away from the Komatsu as recommended, we would have to look at an additional $35,000 into the capital budget because it's $35,000 over the 500 that's been allocated. Yeah, so I just want to clarify that. I think, Councillor Henson, we'll come back to you as the... we just need to go to the other speakers. Councillor, did you have anything further? Sorry, Councillor Erkin, sorry. And then we'll go back to Councillor Potter.
So does that mean that next time we're looking at setting budgets, we should be looking at our budget for machines so that we're not, with inflation, we all know inflation. So are we coming back to a lesser machine because inflation has gone up and we can't afford the higher one? Is that the bottom line?
Oh, I guess what I was saying is it's one element. It's one element of many that are considered. Mr. CEO, there is a whole range of other technical elements that are also considered. Price isn't the only one. So I don't think we're necessarily winding back to the Komatsu just on price alone, Mr. CEO. I think there's a whole range of criteria there. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, we do have to say that the staff has done a really good job getting this together for us. And I do note that on the assessment team, there were some of the drivers that will be using the equipment, which is wonderful to see. And I do note that, a difference of 67,600 is huge. And if we can save we've been talking about budget all morning and afternoon and probably tonight. So I think that, saving 67,600 should be high on our list because we seem to be spending money left, right and centre all the time. So this is a really good saving. And if we do go that extra 67,600, we will lose out on something else. It's got to come from somewhere. So, and I think the whole of life, the warranty is the same. The whole of life costings works out fairly similar. The amount of work the staff has gone into this, and as I said, the assessment panel, there are already people on that. So I thank the staff for the job and I will be voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Councillor Hitchin, you've had your opportunity to speak.
Yeah.
Sorry, we'll go to Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you. So impressed with how far we've come in these last couple of years with the data that we're now getting around these purchases. I have read through the report and certainly appreciate the conversation. I do recognise the specification suitability. The John Deere does rank higher at 4.92 and it did let us down. It had 1,000 hours less on the warranty and of course the price point. So it's good to see we've done a thorough investigation. I do agree and I do think it's very important that anytime we buy any machine we consider the job that it's doing and really do if, in terms of value for money, I think that's always a key. But really, if there are opportunities for operational efficiencies through the machines that we're purchasing on, I do think that operator feedback and information we receive is so key. I am happy to support the Komatsu. Of course, if the John Deere had have come in on budget, noting that that is the preferred machine for operators, I absolutely would have supported that. Again, I do see that it is a better suited machine for the job that we're trying to do. It's ranked at 4.92 out of 5 in comparison to the Komatsu at 4.65, and that makes up 30% of its scoring. So whole of life value for money though, it's ranked, the Komatsu's ranked at 5, so it is higher there. I do think it's just so great to see this data and information coming through to council so that we can make really solid decisions. But in relation to the machine in this instance, I'm happy to support the Komatsu. These purchases, we have these machines for 10 years. It's a very long time, so you do want to make sure you get the best value if it had to come in under the budget allocated, I certainly would have supported the John Deere. But thank the staff for the work done, and I'm supportive of the motion.
Has anyone not had an opportunity to speak? We'll move on. Look, just in summary, listening to the debate and reading this in detail, the John Deere has 175 kilowatts, the Komatsu 165. The John Deere consumes 12.1 litres an hour, the Komatsu 13.7. So that's an extra over 8,000 hours at $2.50 a litre, that's $32,000. But it looks as though the maintenance cost will offset that, General Manager, because there is a 6,000 hour warranty. And I guess there's probably servicing costs there that would offset that. So fully understand that. What I was a little bit concerned about is that a couple of points with the John Deere is under the 2.5 metres in width, therefore does not require oversized signs, whereas with the Komatsu is over the 2.5, so there does require oversized signs, which are already included in the purchase price. Okay, so just make sure there's no issue with that. And the operator on the Komatsu said that his wrist sat on some of the steering and gear change controls, which was described as uncomfortable. Is that likely to cause any workplace health and safety issues in terms of, wrist issues or with drivers? I mean, if we're doing if you're doing a lot of hours, yeah. And I suppose as part of that, were the operators definitely on the assessment panel? I couldn't find where it said that.
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor, yes. All
They
of their
were.
comments are recorded there on the assessment, the
Right.
staff being very transparent in that. And part of the ergonomics there where they were saying, the operator stated the controls on the Komatsu were uncomfortable and that it twists, and that his wrists were in contact with the steering and gear selector controls. This Komatsu grader does have fingertip controls which reduces operator movement by 98% where compared to a standard antler controls as fitted in council's other graders. The Komatsu's graders' fingertip controls are adjustable, and this is what the staff found, with electronic controlled height adjustments of the left and right consoles, which the controls are located on, armrests that have height extension and retraction, fore and aft adjustments, which would combat some of the issues stated by the operator, is set up accordingly to the individual operator. Told you I was prepared for you, Councillor.
You are indeed. Thank you, General Manager.
Thank you. And
General Manager, sorry, you go, yes.
no, sorry, and just that AVBlue, there was a question there by Councillor before about the AVBlue, and I feel very thrilled that I can answer this, is that the AdBlue is added through a dosing valve which mixes with exhaust gases, reacting with NOx and turns it into harmless nitrogen and water vapour. There you are, Councillor.
So more environmentally friendly. The other question was the John Deere only requires one person to adjust the circle, whereas the Komatsu requires two persons to adjust the circle. What does that mean, General Managers?
That I actually asked that question too. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Oh, there.
Is that additional staffing issues? We've got to have two people there to adjust the circle. How often do we adjust the circle? What's involved?
Correct me if I'm wrong there, General Manager. I was assured that makes no difference. The mechanics as well were involved in the assessment, as they are with all of the plant, and they said that the John Deere, I think, has all of the adjustments on one side of the plate, which would only take one person, whereas the Komatsu has it on both sides, so you need to hold it there. That's the only difference, but they said you can still access both of them, both sides.
Yeah, thanks, GM. The only other question was for General Manager Meehan. You know I don't like 3-tine rippers. I prefer 5-tine rippers, a bit old-fashioned. Can the 165K Komatsu pull a 5-tine ripper? I know our spec said 3. And a second part of the question is, when do we use a 5-tine in construction or maintenance compared to a 3-tine? I'm just testing your knowledge here also, General Manager Meehan. I
Three-
know you're very good at this stuff. So
Through you,
thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor. I actually don't know anything about graders. It's not my
My apologies.
not my thing. Probably just for council's reference, we did have a discussion about the 3 and 5 time previously once before. My understanding from the operators is we very rarely use the tines anymore. Or rippers. We generally use the scarifiers. So they don't believe the 3 time or the 5 time was an issue for them last time. However, if they did require, they'd look for a fit for purpose machine. A lot of times we actually have been ripping with loaders behind them as well. So, but generally we will use the scarifiers as opposed to rip. If we're going to rip, the 3 should be fine, but it's only on the odd occasions, my understanding, Mr. Mayor. But if we did need to look at going from a 3 to a 5, we can have that chat if the machine's purchased. So hopefully that covers off.
Does, gee, man, and look, a lot of the old grader drivers ask me, why'd you get a 3, a machine that couldn't pull a 5 tine? I can explain to them now we use scarifiers more these days. So thank you, that clarifies. I'll know what to say. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'll just point that out. That got told to me directly by the works coordinators. I have no other contribution to the grader.
We'll give you credit for the knowledge as we will for General Manager Jarvis. You've both done very well. Anything further to add from our General Managers before we go to Councillor Jones to wrap up the debate? Nothing further? Councillor Jones, close the debate. Anything further? Thank you.
Yeah, just quickly, Mr. Mayor, I've listened to everything, and I think the Komatsu is the recommended machine. I think that we have to go with it. It's been highlighted that if we don't go with the one that's inside the budget, we're going to have to drop out a hook truck or something like that. And we had discussions here on Monday regarding the future of our transfer stations and all that. So that's the sort of stuff. If we purchase the $67,000 machine, that goes by the wayside, then you've got a whole new problem that you open up. But the machine is not a lesser machine. It's the last conversation we had bigger machines, all that sort of stuff, and went down that line. I didn't really support. I did eventually support it, but going back to that conversation, it was the fact that the warranty and all that sort of stuff, it was just the fact that local buy got that one across the line. But if you had a look at the packages, we talk about the warranty and all that, and as the machine gets older, that's when you need your backup services and all that sort of stuff. So warranty is a very, very critical part when you're buying heavy machinery plant. So other than that, Mr. Mayor, I hope that we go through and we don't have to sacrifice any other plant and fleet that we've already agreed to purchase in our $500,000 budget. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. So we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, we've got all councillors except Councillor Erkins. Those against? Councillor Erkins. Motion has been carried, 6 votes to 1. It is past afternoon tea time, Council, but we do have a foreshadowed motion from Councillor Henson in relation to investigating adding a blade. That's right, a blade to a suitable machine on a trial basis. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Henson. Now you can speak. Thank you. Go your hardest.
No, it'll be brief, all right. It'll be brief, and thank you very much for letting me move this motion. And a classic example, we haven't bought a machine that's $67,000 more, but that might also allow us to look into a $25,000 purchase on a blade down the track sometime. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Further speakers? To the vote up, Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
I just think this is a great example. I really look forward to the investigation. You know, our council, we have to get smarter with the resources and the works that we're doing. If there is an opportunity to address drainage concerns by adding a blade to a grader, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Certainly look forward to the feedback and information about the trial. I think I would genuinely really like to see some operator feedback following this trial. Because that really will be key in terms of informing future discussions about the addition of a blade, but look forward to the trial.
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher. Yeah, I'd certainly concur. If this can help us do more drainage works, then it'll be a great thing. Thanks, Councillor Henson, for bringing that forward. It's great to have that knowledge. For the rest of us, it's a story of a little bit of knowledge is dangerous. So please excuse us, General Managers, for doing our due diligence and interrogating, but wonderful job by the staff, thank you. But, you know, a little bit of knowledge is dangerous, and that certainly applies to me when it comes to graders. But Councillor Henson's much more knowledgeable in this space. Councillor Henson, anything to wrap up? Okay, we're good. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. I now move that we adjourn from afternoon tea. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter got the jump on Councillor Henson. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Request that we resume. I've moved that we resume the meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, you've got Councillor Henson twice today. Well done. Seconded by Councillor Potter. We'll go to a vote. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. So we've resumed and we'll go, Council, to 10.7 at 123, waiver of rates, Mergen Pastoral Agricultural and Horticultural Society. Thanks to staff for bringing this forward. And the committee have recommended that rate charges to the value of $1,261.92 for the period 1 July 22 to 31 December 22 is waived for the Mergen Pastoral Agricultural and Heritage Society Incorporated. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Jones. Any speakers? No, to the vote. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Our next one is a hardship application at 124 in relation to rates. Recommendation through the committee meeting is as presented, Council, on 124 and 125, which is effectively that Council agree to suspend interest while hardship payment arrangement is maintained and has the payment terms and conditions outlined as presented in 124 and 125. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, secondly Councillor Duff. Any speakers? To the vote, those in favour, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 10.9, monthly financial information for November 22 at 126. I'd now like to move that the monthly financial report, including capital works and works for Queensland, as at 30 November be received and noted. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, thank you. Speakers? To the vote, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 10.10, Council, notice to repeal a Council resolution 2020/168 at coincidentally, page 168. And this has been through a committee meeting, of course, Council, and from the committee meeting, the recommendation is that in accordance with section 262 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the following resolution be repealed. Resolution 2020/168, item 8.9 of the general meeting held on 14 October 2020, establishment of council standing committees and terms of reference. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Henson. Speakers? To the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 10.11 is Acting Chief Executive Officer at 169. Recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council approves the Chief Executive Officer leave from Monday 9 January to Friday 13 January, inclusive, with a return to work date of Monday 16 January 2023, and appoints the General Manager Finance and Corporate as Acting Chief Executive Officer. Do we have a mover? Councillor over here, Erkins, seconded Councillor Shoemaker, sorry, Councillor Erkins. Speakers? To the vote, carried unanimously, thank you all. 11.1, Cycle Network Local Government Grants Program 23-24 at 170. Council, we have a recommendation that the committee, from the committee, and I'll just get that one up. Okay, Council submit a funding application for the detailed design of the Youngman Street Rail Trail Crossing and King Street intersection upgrade, and if successful, commit to funding 50% of this design cost from the 23-24 budget. Do we have a mover? Councillor Jones, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers? Councillor Erkins, yeah, thank you.
Can I just get a little bit of, how much money are we talking?
General Manager O'May. Oh, sorry, James. Yes, sorry, Manager Darcy. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. In this report, this is around the King Street intersection and the rail trail crossing across the highway. This has been a bit of a challenge for a fair while. We're looking at a signalised crossing now, which brings in an electrical component into the project, not just a civil matter. So there is a bit more additional cost, but I'll be envisaging an intersection detailed design of the layout in the attachment would be in around $100,000, in all honesty, on the TMR state corridor.
So where's King?
And 50% of that it would be council.
Is that another set of lights for people to go through? Traffic lights for the
Yes.
community? Oh, I just love the traffic lights here.
it is something that we have tried to avoid, and we haven't been successful through our consistent engagements with TMR from both the Bundaberg point of view, but also down in Brisbane in liaising with the active transport team of the state.
So would that be council put in 50,000 or council put in 100,000?
50,000, councillor.
And what benefit is that actually going to be?
The King Street intersection has a number of challenges. It's probably our worst intersection that we have in the region at this point in time. And as well as the rail trail crossing, there is a strategic linkage that it currently terminates on the western side of the Bunya Highway. The rail corridor exists, and the intent is around bringing the cycleway through to the northern side of the CBD, but also from a future strategic point of view, it actually does go down the eastern side of the Alfred Street car park into Somerset. So on page 174, if we could just bring that up, please, Kim, that might help with illustrating some of the discussion. And the fact is that council would look to work with the state in trying to advance this, because they're not looking to approve any funding applications until we actually have this piece of infrastructure in place for any of the cycleway, all the way from the CBD out to the rail trail. This intersecting point is heavily reliant on this getting further advanced to detailed design.
Are there many accidents there?
There has been historic accidents through there as well, but also just because the service station.
When we say historic, how many accidents do we have there?
We've had, I'm aware of at least 2, and I'm also very familiar with the congestion through there with the King Street intersection and the service station entry. As you can see in that diagram, being fairly close apart. There is challenges in how it is currently working, and it bottlenecks through there at times. Just because we've got northern traffic wanting to turn right, we've also got southern traffic wanting to turn right. So we end up with a bit of a conundrum on traffic being able to push through that area at times.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Major Darcy. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is absolutely incredible, and thank you very much for bringing this forward. This is something we've been trying to get for quite some time. So, and especially considering the start of the South Burnett Rail Trail actually starts at O'Neill Square, but at the moment you have people actually driving onto the rail trail, which they're not meant to, but they do, and we can't really stop them. So, having the extra car parks down the bottom with George Street and the King Street car park, people can park down and actually ride their bikes safely right from the start of the South Burnett Rail Trail. So this is just wonderful, and thank you very much for the work you're doing. I've often seen people try to cross that road. I saw a fellow the other day with a couple of kids on their push bikes trying to cross that main road intersection, and to be quite honest, Mr. Mayor, I was actually really scared for them. So, but yeah, so thank you very much for this.
Further speakers? Okay. We'll go to the vote on this one. Those in favour? Carry unanimous. Sorry. All. Okay. All right. We've got all councillors bar Councillor Erkins. Those against? Councillor Erkins against. Thank you very much, Manager Darcy, for bringing that forward. The next item, Council, is the Principal Cycle Network Plan Review at page 175.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Schumacher.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to check. I have a property in Blackbutt on Staines Road, and it adjoins the Blackbutt Valley Rail Trail. I was just thinking, I see this as a strategic document that sort of sets out, I guess, the priorities for both council and government in terms of future funding opportunities for cycle network infrastructure routes. I'm probably just seeking some advice from council as to whether I don't run any sort of enterprise or anything at the property. It's a rural property where I run cattle, very few cattle at the moment. I just guess wanted to seek council's direction whether I could participate in this conversation or whether I should leave the room.
Mr. CEO, it would appear that from what council has disclosed, there's no interest here greater than any other person that may have land along the rail trail, and the land that councillor has is not tourist land, it does not engage in activities on the rail trail, it's farming land. Your thoughts? Not declarable?
Yeah, it's without knowing the details. But if council wanted to be absolutely safe, council could do by resolution, participate in the vote, and just step out, and then council. Yeah, that'd probably if you wanted to. Yeah, so it'd be you want to stay or would like to stay, and then council can decide that you've got no greater or lesser or.
Yeah, I haven't really picked it up before, and I
No.
just know there's been such careful consideration of conflicts. I was just thinking about it in the break, actually, and I thought perhaps I should declare it. So I'm happy to leave the room while council makes a decision as to whether I can participate in the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. So, Council, we have conflict of interest matter to deal with. Councillor Shoemaker has disclosed. Yeah.
I also own property on Burnett Street, just adjacent to Mill Flat in Nanango.
Oh, do you? Okay, very good. Would you be happy to leave the room and we'll consider your matter as well? Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Erkins. Councillor Erkins. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we have the two conflict of interest matters. We'll deal with Councillor Shoemaker's first. Declarable conflict of interest. I'm comfortable to move that the councillor's interest. I can never remember exactly what this motion should be, Mr. CEO. Do we have a template on this one somewhere, Kimberly? Yeah, if we can get the template up. But while you're doing that, Council, I'm comfortable moving that Councillor Shoemaker can participate in this matter. I don't think her land holdings are going to influence her ability to be able to exercise sound judgment in the best interest of the community on this matter. So, yep, so we've got a brief, that's fine. Thanks, Kimberly. Do we have a seconder? Yep, Councillor Potter, thank you. Speakers? Okay, go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried. Thank you all. Can we bring Councillor Shoemaker back? Thank you, James. We'll move on to the Councillor Erkins matter. Parcel of land across from Millflat. Okay. In relation to the, so Councillor Shoemaker may participate in the matter as resolved unanimously by Council. Councillor Erkins, her matter. Mr. CEO, happy if I move a motion that Councillor Erkins may participate. The same motion as previously, if that's okay. Thanks, Kimberly. I'd like to move that on the basis that I don't think Councillor Erkins' ownership of a property in Burnett Street across from Mill Flat is going to influence unduly her decision-making in the best interest of the community. Do we have a seconder? Yep, Councillor Potter, thank you. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. CEO. We'll bring Councillor Erkins back. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so councillors, we have that recommendation there that council endorse the below changes to the principal cycle network plan, items 1 to 5 as presented in relation to the tourism rail trail routes in the southern part of the region. So I'll put that forward as presented. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Potter. Second, Councillor Henson. Speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
I guess I just wanted to confirm, my understanding is the purpose of this strategy and the identification of these loops really would enable council into the future if we wanted to seek funding opportunities that the state might offer us, that we would have to seek those funding opportunities in line with this strategy, or I guess really trying to understand the purpose of the strategy and the decision that we're making here. Thank you, Manager James.
Thank you, Manager Darcy.
Through you, Mr Mayor, absolutely correct, Councillor. This is a strategic document that is held by the state. As can be seen in the report, they've gone out and facilitated community consultation with a few responses, and we've looked to bring in that feedback into the document to then resubmit to the state. But looking to bring this to council for formal endorsement before we submit to the state.
Yeah, thank you for your work on this. I just think there is enormous opportunity for our region. Not only is it good for our community to have cycleways for their own health and well-being, but from a tourism and a development point of view, people really are looking for ways that they can connect with our community, and it's exciting to see that, you know, the state has identified the proposed Kingaroy to Theebine rail trail would be the predominant long-distance tourism route in the South Burnett region, connecting through Murgon, Wandi and Kingaroy. And the support for that project, which we know we've met with rail trail users, and many have said how exciting that project is into the future. So this is really exciting strategic document, and thank you for the opportunity to view it and provide feedback.
Further speakers? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 11.3, Maintenance Management Update at 184. It's recommended that the report be noted and a further report be presented to the March Infrastructure, Environment and Compliance Standing Committee. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Duff. Speakers? Just would like to thank the staff for bringing forward this preliminary report, and we look forward to the further work that will now be undertaken between now and March. Thank you, General Manager Megan. To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, moving on then to 11.4, shelter structure and picnic table at the intersection of the Bunya Highway and Bunya Mountains Road, and we'll note that Councillor Shoemaker is going to leave the meeting. And that's at page 186, where we have a recommendation. South Burnett Regional Council consider retaining the shelter structure and undertake the required ongoing maintenance and repairs this is the shelter structure and picnic table at the intersection of the Bunya Highway and the Bunya Mountains Road. Do we have a mover for that motion? Councillor Jones, seconded Councillor Duff. Any speakers to the vote? Yes, Councillor Jones, thank you.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, we had a TAC meeting yesterday and we discussed this in regards to the main roads and all that sort of stuff, and it was suggested, the outcome was that we, as a council, approach the corridor section of the main roads just to see what the go is. They did indicate that if we wanted to keep it there, it was probably constructed and created by locals over a long period of time and probably had nothing to do with council, and there was mention of maybe the shelter was put there by a local community group out of Cumbia. So there is a little bit of work there, so it's probably something, I don't know if we can make an amendment to the recommendation that we make contact with the corridor section of TMR just to see what the next steps are and how we advance that if we do need to maintain and look after it. So it's, but yeah, they did mention RMPC funding and all that sort of stuff that we currently get that may be responsible to go towards that. But happy to go through you to the General Manager or Manager of Infrastructure if they've got anything to add.
General Manager Meehan, would it be worth putting a resolution, just adding to the resolution, including liaising with DTMR as to potential funding? Yeah, thanks. Welcome, Manager Serlin. Thank you. We've got a mover and a seconder, so we'll now go to you for your comments. Thank you.
Yep, so just a little bit of background. Main Roads had formally written to Council identifying the structure and the picnic table, requesting that the facility be removed, and that would be at no cost to Council. Alternatively, if Council was like-minded to take on the ownership and maintenance of that, then there would need to be a permit application for that. And so essentially the question for Council is, do we wish to perhaps formally undertake the ownership and maintenance of that picnic table, the shelter and the surrounding area of the shelter?
Is there any scope to liaise with DTMR in terms of potential funding from, RMPC or somewhere like that? Any value in including that?
Through the RMPC, the funding available is for the removal of the structure. They've indicated that they do not have a desire to allocate RMPC funds for the maintenance of that, specifically that structure itself.
Councillor Jones, are you happy if we leave it as is, as it stands? We might take out the DTMR funding. It would seem as though there's no option there, General Manager Meehan.
I,
Sorry, you're.
yeah, Mr Mayor, rather than consider retaining the shelter, I think that we need to have conversations regarding the corridor section of main roads to see what's involved and what we can and can't do there. And then if we desire to keep that there with shelters, it's going to come down to ratepayer money that's going to maintain it. But I think we do have to seek approval to go and put something in the corridor on the main road, on the corridor there. So, yeah.
So Kimberley, perhaps we could put the South Bennett Regional Council engage with DTMR prior to finalising a decision as to retaining the shelter and undertaking required ongoing maintenance. Yeah. You comfortable with that, Councillor Jones? Yeah, you comfortable with that, Councillor Duff? Thank you. General Manager Meehan?
Yeah, through Mr Mayor, I'll just add there that maybe via the divisional council, we undertake some community consultation with the bus company. Just a suggestion, we would probably, with what we call it, local transport users. So maybe engage with DTMR and local transport.
And local transport users.
Yeah.
Kimberley, thank you. Comfortable with that, Councillor Duff, Councillor Jones?
We would do that by Councillor Henson.
Yes,
okay,
Councillor
Yes.
Henson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, just a little bit of history on that. Certainly had community consultation out there with the locals. As Councillor Jones alluded to, that's a very historical piece of asset there. Years ago, it was manufactured by an engineering works in Cumbria, and a lot of locals had input into it and just put it out there back in the days when you could just about do anything you liked. With the recent 12 months weather events, it's seriously scoured out, and our staff have had awful difficulty getting in there, maintaining the grass there. The bus that did frequent and pick up kids there at that shelter now have been picking the children up on the Bunya Mountains Road, which in itself is a safety issue. So it'd be good to be able to work towards, and as Councillor Jones, and I was at that meeting, TAC meeting as well, good to be able to get some direction from Main Roads and see what we can do there to make that an achievable result there so that it can stay there. The actual shelter is not in bad condition itself. It's reasonably aged, of course, but it's on a cement slab. And I think that if it was a little brush up and if it was to be allowed to stay there, some bunting and some gravel or something there to make it secure would be a good result for the community.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Can we bring back Councillor Shoemaker, please? Thank you, Manager Searle. Okay, we'll move on to 11.5, Wandai and Mergen drainage. That's at page 189, where it is recommended committee note the report. Councillor Duff.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I have a motion, and I've sent it through to Kimberley. The council completes the drainage and clearing works on the Mergen Road and Dingo Creek in the third quarter of 22-23 from council's operating budget.
Right, so, okay, we can see that on screen now. Thank you, Kimberley. Okay, Council, we have that a motion moved there that Council completes the drainage and clearing works on the Mergen Road and Dingo Creek in the third quarter of the 22-23 year from Council's operating budget. Do we have a seconder? Seconder anywhere for that? Councillor Erkins, thank you. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. These have been ongoing issues. I don't know how many times, and I'm sure Councillor Henson has had the same in Wandai. People saying that Dingo Creek area needs to be cleared to stop a lot of that water flow and issues that they have with water going over the road around that Dingo Creek area. And that similarly in Mergen, the ongoing complaints I've had about that drainage across in front of the Dairy and Heritage Museum since amalgamation, that has been an ongoing issue. So just really keen to see something happen there. It's been costed there, and I'm suggesting it comes out of the operational budget and we actually do that work.
Okay, further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really appreciate the report that's come back. That's certainly got a lot more detail in it this time round, which is great to see. Just wanted to check, so the 50, well, a couple of things. First thing is, I understand in total the works is $50,000. So third quarter operating budget, with that, I just want to confirm what's actually meant by that. Is that from our existing maintenance budget, and would that mean taking money from an existing maintenance program to deliver these works, or is there, I know we don't have hollow logs, so I'm just wondering how do we actually fund this with the $50,000? Where's that coming from?
Thank you, General Manager Meehan.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just discussing with Kev, it will come from our maintenance budget, which will just be the normal allocation that we have, so we'll need to manage that through. Kev's just talking with Red Frost this morning. There is an opportunity we may receive some subsidy through QRA for this work. Okay. So there is an opportunity for us to have a look at that in the third quarter, how council proceeds and what the impact of that cost is. At the end of the day, if council wants us to go ahead and do the work, we'll have to manage that through our budget, and like any request essentially for maintenance.
Now, I read in the report, first line, this drain is the Department of Transport and Main Roads' responsibility where it's located within their road reserve. DTMR currently don't view the cleaning of these drains as a high priority, but don't object if council does the work at its own cost. Is this something that we would do? You're saying we'd cover it through our maintenance budget. Is it not something that we're funded to do through RMPC, or is this sort of additional works to that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we had talked to Main Roads. A significant portion of that cleaning work is within the State Road Reserve. TMR have indicated that it's, in terms of the RMPC, it's, although it is work that's potentially needed, it doesn't rank as a high priority. They don't have an issue if council does the work, but at this stage, not through the RMPC funding. Aaron did talk about the potential QRA. It's called a cleanup grant. It's a competitive grant, and there is an opportunity for us to seek funding through that, at least prepare and look through the eligibility criteria, which obviously is certainly going to offset the OPEX alternative.
So, and my final question, just DTMR corridor works permits are required and for the Mergen Gander Road, and then DTMR approval is required for Dingo Creek. So is that a process? Obviously, we've had conversations with DTMR. Have they given an idea of time frame, in terms of doing these works as part of the third quarter? Is this achievable?
The approvals through TMR, we have talked with TMR. It is a works permit, so it's not a terribly lengthy process typically.
Yep. Certainly I'm supportive of the motion and getting the work done. I probably just would like to see Councillor Duff, if you would consider acknowledgement or recognition of the opportunity to apply for that Q rider. What's the right terminology? Q rider.
Queensland Reconstruction Authority cleanup grant.
Cleanup grant. Thank you. Seek or progress a grant application with the QRA clean-up grant. Have I got the name right? Yep, thank you.
Councillor Duff.
Yes, Mr Mayor, happy with that inclusion.
Thank you. Councillor Erkins. Yes, very good. Thank you all. Okay, further speakers? Councillor Duff, anything to close?
All good, thank you, Mr Mayor.
We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Council, we've dealt with 11.6, so we'll move on to 12.1, which is the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee at 199. The recommendation is essentially, as presented, is essentially to replace a vacant position, to provide a replacement to a vacant position on the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee through the appointment of a community representative, Pam Kerr. Recommendation is as presented. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Shoemaker. Do we have any speakers? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. And thank you and congratulations to Pam Kerr. 12.2, request to enter sub-agreement, Kingaroy Cricket and Sports Club.
Miss
Yes,
Mayor,
Councillor Shoemaker.
I just wanted to note the last committee meeting, I did note that I played touch football this year for the Kingaroy Club. I'd just like to note that, and I propose to leave the room, stay away while the discussion's had. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, is that the?
Oh, did I jump the gun? Oh, Kingaroy.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yes.
Sorry,
No.
I'm ahead. Well, I will then leave for 12.3 if I can note that.
12.3, yes, we'll
Thank
note
you.
that. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Kimberley. Okay, so Cricket Sports Club, right. So we do have a recommendation there from the committee that approval be provided to the Kingaroy Cricket and Sports Club Incorporated under Clause 5.21 of the lease between the Kingaroy Cricket and Sports Club Incorporated and South Burnett Regional Council to grant licence to occupy to South Burnett Saints AFC Incorporated, Wirral Warriors Cricket Club Incorporated, Kingaroy Croquet Club Incorporated, Kingaroy Junior Cricket Association, South Burnett Thrashers Rugby Union Club Incorporated and South Burnett Cricket Association Incorporated. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, a seconder. Councillor Henson, thank you. Any speakers to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we'll note that Councillor Shoemaker is now leaving the room and we'll go on to 12.3, Kingaroy Junior Soccer and Kingaroy Touch Association at 204, where the matter has been considered by the committee and a recommendation to council is that under clause 7.04, provide 60 days prior notice of the intention to terminate the lease between South Burnett Regional Council and the Kingaroy Junior Football Club Incorporated. That South Burnett Regional Council resolves that the exception in Local Government Regulation 2012, Section 2361B, 2, applies to council for the disposal by way of grant of a lease to the valuable non-current asset, which is the land comprising lease area G as part of Lot 6 on SB 274891 to the Kingaroy Junior Football Club Incorporated and Kingaroy Touch Association Incorporated as joint tenants, community organisations other than by way of tender or auction for a term of 10 years on terms agreed between council, the Kingaroy Junior Football Club Incorporated and Kingaroy Touch Association Incorporated, and South Burnett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the lease between Council, the Kingaroy Junior Football Club Incorporated and Kingaroy Touch Association Incorporated on terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer reasonably considers are satisfactory to Council. Do we have a mover? Councillor Jones, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Can we bring back Councillor Shoemaker, please? Thank you, Manager Darcy. 12.4, General Practitioner Services at page 206, where committee has recommended to Council that South Burnett Regional Council liaise with the Primary Health Network and write to the Federal Minister for Health, raising concerns about GP shortages and implications for residents who require a medical certificate seeking licence renewals, with consideration given to extension periods being granted in our regional communities, and seeking a Teams meeting with the Minister and inviting local GPs across the region to participate in this discussion. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Shoemaker. Speakers? Councillor Henson, thank you.
Mr Mayor, just quickly, when there was when this was tabled at the standing committee, I made comment of a gentleman trying to get his licence. I'd just like to add to that, that the general practitioner took that on board and fitted that gentleman in almost immediately, so his licence wasn't out of date. So that is a good luck story there. Otherwise, he would have had to have waited until the end of January. His licence was to expire this month on his birthday, so the doctor very kindly got him through and got his licence sorted. Thank you.
What a wonderful story. Thank you, Councillor Henson. Of course, I guess that is symbolic of what all our GPs do across the South Burnett region. They're not in it for the money, they're in it for the community and the people they look after. They're a wonderful group of people, our GPs. Yeah, thank you very much. So, councillors, we have that there. Any further speakers to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Council, myself, Mr CEO and General Manager Jarvis are now going to, I believe... Oh, no, Susan, you're staying. We said you could stay, didn't we? So myself and Mr CEO will now leave the room. And I think GM Jarvis, so you're going to... General Manager May, sorry. Yep, you'll assist a Deputy Mayor in dealing with item 12.5, South Burnett Support Alliance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll just move on to 12.5, the South Burnett Support Alliance. The officer's recommendation that Council offer a letter of support to the South Burnett Support Alliance supporting their proposed lease of the Queensland Health Building, former community health building in the Glendon Street car park. You can see a letter there. It goes through on a number of pages and lists the people that are involved in that committee. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconder, Councillor Potter. Any comments, questions before we go to the vote, councillors? Councillor Duff?
I just want to say that I think it's a good news story and that building's been sitting there for a long time and it'd be great to be utilised to help the homeless people.
Thank you. Any other comments before we go to the vote? We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Bring the people back in.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones and General Manager O'May. Okie doke, we're on to 14.1, Memorandum Transfer Station at 214. This matter has been considered by the committee, which has recommended the South Burnett Regional Council introduce the following operating hours at the Memorandum Transfer Station, 7 days a week from 6:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. That those operational hours be on a 3-month trial, that a report be brought back to Council prior to the conclusion of the trial, and that a community awareness program of the new operational hours be implemented prior to the commencement of the trial. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Potter. Thank you. Speakers? To the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay. We've dealt with 15.1, Council, so we'll move on to 15.2, QE2 Park upgrades, feedback from community consultation, page 225. We'll get to that one. And we have the officer's recommendation there that South Burnett Regional Council receive the report on QE2 Park upgrade, community consultation feedback and community survey results, removal of the 2 Moreton Bay fig trees on the southern side of the park and replace with a new shade shelter as part of the QE2 upgrades, leave the Moreton Bay fig tree on the northern side and continue to prune this tree to maintain it from growing into the overhead power line clear zone. Councillor Duff, you've got your light on.
Thank you,
We'll
Mr.
go to
Mayor.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that the South Burnett Regional Council receive the report on QE2 Park upgrade, community consultation feedback and community survey results, and then replace the second dot point with option 2, which is the Moreton Bay fig tree on the northern side of the park could be relocated and the power cable replaced. relocating the 2 trees on the southern side of the park is not an option as they are too close to the Telstra cables. Therefore, these 2 trees are recommended for removal. That option 2 is what I would like to propose in that second dot point.
Okay, we might just give Kimberley some time to cut and paste that in. Oh, you won't have that. Okay. So I might just get you to read that slowly, please. We need to get that up on the screen, please, councillor. So item 2.
Option 2, the Moreton Bay fig tree on the northern side of the park. Change that to be relocated.
To be relocated.
And the power cable replaced.
Full stop.
And removal of the 2 trees on the southern side of the park.
Oh. Councillor, sorry, we already had the removal of the 2 bay fig trees on the southern side, didn't we? And we were going to replace it with a new shade shelter.
Yep.
So could we not just add on to the end of that?
Yes, okay, that's good.
Sorry, Kimberley. If we can backspace back to where it says upgrades. And then cut that and put it at the end of that, perhaps, Kimberley. Thank you. Okay, fig tree on the northern side of the park to be relocated, the power cable replaced, full stop, after replaced, please, Kimberley. Yep. And then remove, and you can then delete the remainder of that text. Thank you. We'll just get that in as item 2 shortly, councillor. We'll get you to confirm, councillor Duff, that that is your motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a seconder? Any seconder? Yep, councillor Potter has seconded. Councillor Duff, to speak to your motion, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there was community feedback. A total of 73.02% of completed surveys agreed to the removal of the Moreton Bay figs, and 26.98% disagreed with the removal of the Moreton Bay figs. There's the pros and the cons, if I read out the pros, lots of shade for the park users, pedestrians and car parks next to the park, beautiful native tree, well-established trees will continue to grow over the next 15 years, habitat for birds and wildlife. And the cons, it is recommended that you do not install pipes, structures and pathways within a radius of at least 25 metres from a Moreton Bay fig tree. If these trees are left in the park, they will do major damage to underground surfaces, new footpaths and shelters. The trees will also impact on the overhead power line running down the centre of the park and will need to be pruned to maintain a 6 metre clear zone. If the trees do eventually have to be cut down, the bigger they are, the more it will cost council to remove them. And root systems breaks through the park surface. Additional maintenance is required to prevent trip hazards. So the community, majority of the community wanted that other tree removed, and I think that the issues that are in the cons against leaving the trees there speaks for itself in regards to ongoing maintenance, ongoing damage to infrastructure, and the feedback I've had from the Mergen community, particularly the Business Association and Leo Garrity, who was leading this project, that they absolutely want that large fig tree to be removed and that a shade shelter to go in that spot.
Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to say that I really thought that the councillors going up there and speaking to the community was really a great exercise. I really enjoyed speaking to the community. I'd say the ones who didn't want the trees removed were probably the ones that I spoke to. But I'm happy to go with to support the motion. But I really would, after going up there, I think it would be great if we went to one another's areas again and spoke, not particularly looking to gain their support on anything, but just to meet the community. I think they really appreciated councillors going there, and it was a great exercise. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Schumacher.
Yes, I I absolutely agree. It was wonderful to actually be out on the street and to actually be demonstrated as a collective and to have a plan and to be seeking feedback. It is interesting, the feedback received, and certainly there were some really good ideas here. So I would really like to see more Indigenous recognition that come out really clearly. They want to see, the Mergen community really wants to see local artists involved in that, in QE2 Park, and putting something in place. So I hope that might be a future arts project with more First Nations art. Certainly the trees, in an ideal world, they are a beautiful shady tree, and everyone I spoke to commented on how beautiful the shade really is. There were a lot of concerns that when those trees are gone, there are people who actually said they park on specific sides of the street there at specific times of the day, just purely because there's always so much shade. I think it will be very sad and it will look very different in the park without those trees and without that shade. But I also recognise that the extensive network of underground infrastructure there and that the roots of those Moreton Bay trees grow up to 25 metres, and that's just, the park is barely that wide, so not feasible. I really do hope to see this project get started in the near future and look forward to celebrating that with the Mergen community. All in all, I'm supportive of Councillor Duff's motion and I understand it fits within the current budget provisions of this project. So thank you for the opportunity for the impromptu pop-up consultation. I'm a big fan of that and hope to do more of it into the future.
Okay, further speakers? Councillor Duff to close. Thank you.
Yes, to Mr Mayor, just wanted to thank the councillors for coming along. It was really good to have this councillors talking to the community, and also just wanted to flag that there is pretty sure, I just wanted to check with General Manager O'May, but we did get some funding to put Indigenous art on the outside of that Visitor Information Centre, where there's a gap at the front there on the right-hand side, so that which will support the project as well.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Kingaroy Lions Park amenities upgrade and park redevelopment at 237, where from the committee it's recommended the South Bennett Regional Council install 2 shelters and picnic benches in Lions Park on the other side of the drain and remove the old log shelters for $15,000 and reconsider the remaining items at the second quarter budget review in February 2023. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, and a seconder, Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you. Any speakers? No. Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
I just wanted to highlight I guess for the community, this has been a really challenging project. We put aside $80,000 in hopes that we could refresh the existing toilet facility, and unfortunately that hasn't been able to be achieved within the budget provisions that we have, purely because the building is dilapidated and doesn't meet current standards for people with disabilities. I guess I'm just flagging that I still really desperately want to see Kingaroy Lions Park completed for our community. I think it's the first of park redevelopments in Kingaroy, and as much as people say Kingaroy gets everything, I challenge you to go around and have a look at all of our parks and the ageing condition of our parks. I think this is a wonderful opportunity to use the shelters that are already there and install them, but I really do think and I do hope through that second budget quarter review that we can find a way to invest that money that we had tagged for Lions Park in another way and get a good outcome for our community, because every community, regardless of where it's located in the South Burnett, in my opinion, is just as important as the next.
Further speakers? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 15.4 Mergen PCYC toilet refurbishment at 239. This matter has been dealt with by the committee, where it was recommended that South Bennett Regional Council maintain the current Works for Queensland budget of $380,000 for the Mergen PCYC toilets and investigate alternative funding options of $280,000 to allow for full completion of the project, and this matter be considered for the second quarter capital review in February 2023. Do we have a mover? It's Councillor Jones, seconded Councillor Henson. Speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
I just think it's important for the community to realise this is one of many projects that we're grappling with, the Mergen PCYC toilets. It is seen we have given a rather large, sizable Works for Queensland allocation there of 380,000. So disappointing that that won't be enough to complete the job and that there is such extensive work required. I just think it's important for our community to realise the challenges their council faces with the ageing of so many assets and how we are trying to spread the dollars that we receive across the community to get good outcomes and improve the livability of our region for everybody. Fully supportive of the Mergen PCYC toilets upgrade. Do hope that we can find the additional funding through that next quarterly review. It's just another example of the challenges our council faces and projects that are running well and truly out and beyond the budget that has been allocated, and another reminder why the planning phases and scoping phases of every project is so important. So I'm fully supportive of the motion as it stands and hope that we can achieve this outcome for the PCYC. Those bathrooms are so outdated.
Further speakers? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 16.1, Q Rider, application for funding for Coolabunnya Sale Yards Capital Works at 240. Committee has recommended that an expression of interest is submitted to round 5 of the Rural Economic Development Grants offered by the Queensland Rural Industry and Development Authority to the total project costs of $200,000. Co-contribution of 50% of the total project costs is considered by Council in the 23-24 Capital Works budget. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Henson. Speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
I just want to acknowledge the communities team and certainly our Manager of Communities, Jennifer Poynton. Since she's been appointed to that position, there have been so many grant applications that have come through this chamber. This is another example of how our council's trying to seek external funding to deliver on the core needs of our community. And I really cross my fingers and toes that we are successful in this grant application to see some really valuable improvements to the Coolabunnya Sale Yards.
Further speakers? To the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 17.1, application for a negotiated decision reconfiguring a lot at Mount McEwen Road. Applicants are Bruce and Andrea Anning, care of ONF Surveyors. Council, that's at page 242. And the first recommendation is that the matter be lifted from the table. Mr. CEO, is that correct? Yeah. Okay, so it was laid on the table previously. Procedural motion that be lifted from the table. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Shoemaker. To the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We have a so we have the matter here at hand, and we'll continue the debate in relation to this one. So the recommendation was originally that Council, as I understand it, General Manager May does not approve the request for a negotiated decision. We have that there? Oh, yes. Okay, sorry. The Council does not approve the request for a negotiated decision pursuant to the provisions of Section 76 of the Planning Act 2016. However, includes the following advisory note. Council would accept a certificate of electricity supply from the Electricity Supply Authority demonstrating that all lots can be provided with a reticulated electricity connection as evidence of compliance with ENG 15. So just in terms of that recommendation, General Manager May, are we saying that if, so it says that Council does not approve the request, however, do we need to change the wording? Is that wording fine as it stands?
Yeah, through Mr. Yeah, so this is the original report that was put up to the last standing committee. So we haven't amended that report because it was laid on the table. So we brought it back as is. So the recommendation, as probably discussed earlier, that from a planning point of view, we didn't recommend that that we change the condition to approve the alternative. So the applicant is looking for the condition to be amended to say that we'll accept an alternative, say off-grid supply whereas we were recommending that the advice condition was that they wouldn't need to provide the electricity supply. It was just that we had a certificate from Ergon basically saying that electricity supply is available. And those lots there, we do know there's an 11 kVA line that goes across the front. We have talked to Ergon and they said they would provide that that advice that electricity is available. Not saying that it would need to be connected or an application made. We did have, subsequent to that, we had the applicants and ONF come and present to a number of councils and on their proposal that they were looking at an off-grid system. So that's council's decision. If council was of a mind to approve the amendment, because as the and I have just included it here that the prior to the sealing of the survey plan. So this is what the applicant was looking for: alternative, provide evidence that alternative electricity supply can be made available. So in that we would still be looking for some sort of evidence that there is an alternative supply that can be made available. So if council, so I have included that as the option if council wanted to look. Again, these are the small rural blocks. I think 7 hectares and 10 hectare allotments are going to be created. I would suggest if council was of a mind to include that, approve the negotiated decision, you still include that advice condition, because we're pretty confident. We've spoken to Ergon and they will provide that certificate. So we're confident that that will be an easier way than trying to provide evidence of an alternative supply. But if the applicant is, wants that in the negotiated decision, then you can satisfy both. But yeah, we do still think we have talked to Ergon and we're confident they'll supply. It's not a full-on application. They wouldn't need to make an application to Ergon, just probably a couple $100 to say that there is supply available, but not actually have the design or put poles or anything in the ground. So I've just given council probably the alternative here, given the discussions with following the presentation, and the wording at the front is just sort of like some rationale.
Thank you, General Manager May. I'm looking to move a motion here, council, but before I do, I would like to get some advice around this in relation to ADV 4 and ENG 15. So this was laid on the table so that council could undertake further inquiries in relation to the matter through discussions with the applicant and their representative. Now, the understanding that I got from those discussions is that there is significant cost involved in obtaining the certificate. Now, I was told $20,000, and that's going to make this an expensive operation for the applicant. The applicant also indicated that the land reconfigurations are for rural purposes, are for primary production purposes. I'm just wondering, Mr. CEO and General Manager O'May, how we could word up a motion that says that council approves the request for a negotiated decision. No, that may not be the case, but council agrees to, just looking here, to change ENG 15 to insert wording that that council will accept that ENG 15 has been satisfied council will accept where the applicant can demonstrate that the reconfiguration will be for rural purposes, for primary production purposes. How do we do that technically in ADV 4 and ENG 15, General Manager O'May? I've probably got myself a little bit tied up in knots here, but just wanting to have a resolution that effectively gives approval to this, takes away the requirement for a certificate of electricity, where the applicant can demonstrate that the reconfiguration will only give rise to use of the land for rural purposes, which is consistent with what the Somerset Council do. Sorry, General Manager, can you do?
Yeah, I think yep.
Is that hectares?
Yeah.
Hectares. Okay. Sorry, GM. I think we'll need some technical assistance here.
No,
thanks, GM.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think the applicants did say the 20. We don't agree with that $20,000 cost. That is to actually make application and get a pole put in. But all we're saying with that advice condition, and we spoke to Ergon, is if they can provide a certificate saying that there's power out the front without designing it. So, but what I have given you there prior to that was just the a motion that's saying that given the rural location and nature of the proposed allotments, being satisfied that it may be possible for the sites to be adequately serviced by a reticulated electricity supply or an alternative non-reticulated electricity supply, Council approve the request for a negotiated decision notice and the following amended conditions be included. And ENG 15 is what the applicants have provided us. It's the amended condition. The black is the bits that the applicant have requested. So it's basically just approving their request. So that will give them peace of mind that that they can put an electricity supply. But I would also urge Council put the advice the advice condition that we had originally approved in there as well, which I think it was advice 3 or something. Was it that? Advice 4. So and that's the condition that we're saying that Council would accept a certificate of electricity supply. So it's basically just saying that there is electricity at the front, and we have confirmed that with Ergon that they would be able to provide that certificate. So I would add both conditions in, and yeah, so you could accede to the request for the negotiated decision notice, and I think the advice 4 will give us the trigger to be able to sign off on the survey plans.
Certificate of electricity supply would not cost $20,000 as
No.
indicated. Right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So for my benefit, Mr. GM, can you just talk us through what the recommendation is, what the motion would look like?
Essentially is the motion, instead of our motion that we had that we refuse it, it would be that motion there, that given the rural location, that Council approve the request for negotiated decision notice and the following amended conditions be included. And as I said, ENG 15 was the condition that was requested by the applicant. So we're actually basically approving their request, and the additional one, I just think that advice condition is would be relevant to add in as well. That gives us that gives another option of how they satisfy that condition.
Thank you, General Manager. So we have that as presented, that given the rural location and nature of the proposed allotments being satisfied, it may be possible for the sites to be adequately serviced by a reticulated electricity supply or an alternate non-reticulated electricity supply. Council approve the request for a negotiated decision notice and the following amended conditions being included. ENG 15, prior to Council sealing the survey plan, the applicant is to provide each of lot with an electricity supply, or alternatively provide evidence that alternate electricity supply can be made available to each lot. The standards of service nominated by the Electricity Supply Authority with reticulated electricity to be made available at the proprietary boundary, should the applicant choose to provide reticulated electricity supply. And advice 4, Council would accept a certificate of electricity supply from the Electricity Supply Authority, demonstrating that all lots can be provided with a reticulated electricity connection as evidence of compliance with ENG 15. Do we have a mover? Councillor Jones, seconded Councillor Duff. Speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it was a really interesting learning, and I really do look forward to that report coming back in the new year in relation to these clauses and a potential change to our the way in which we process reconfigurations of a lot for rural properties. The applicants, when we met, made a very good point that often they could actually go to the expense of putting the infrastructure in, and it could be seen as redundant because where they had actually planned for it to go wouldn't actually be in the right place for whatever operation, such as operating a bore pump or alike. So I think this has been a great learning for us. I also think there are great opportunities with solar and other renewable sources. Batteries are getting better, and I look forward to more conversations about this. I think, in my opinion, I'm happy to support this recommendation, being that the rural lot is already actually subdivided physically by the road, so it does make sense. And yeah, thank the team for the work that's gone into this application.
Further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I just needed a bit of a stretch, really. I was getting cramped up there. I'm happy to move it simply on page 252. The overall, there are no conflicts with the planning scheme identified. Reasonable and relevant conditions are included to manage or mitigate potential impacts from the use such that use maintains acceptable amenity outcomes in the locality. And Councillor Shoemaker's made some good points, and I think it's just, we've got to the point now, I think we can move forward and feel very confident that we're making a good decision, and again, look forward to that report coming back in the new year.
Further speakers? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay. 17.2, Councillor Shoemaker and General Manager Meehan will now leave the room. Thank you. It's a material change of use application for a service station, food and drink outlet and showroom at Rogers Drive. Applicant is Property Opportunities Holdings Proprietary Limited, care of Adams and Sparks Town Planning. Council, that's at page 253 on the agenda, where we have an extensive report and a recommendation there in relation to the two essentially elements where the recommendation is that the application for a material change of use for a development permit for a showroom and service station with ancillary food and drink outlet at Rogers Drive, Kingaroy, and described as Lot 5 on SP 112069 be approved in part and refused in part as per the reasons contained within this report, and the part approval be supported subject to the attached conditions, plans and the adopted infrastructure charges notice. Council, I would like to move an alternative motion. And I'm going to need some guidance on this. So, Kimberly, what I would like to put forward is if we could take the recommendation and take out the words in part and refused in part as per the reasons contained within this report. To keep deleting. Be approved subject to conditions, plans and the adopted infrastructure charges notice. Now that's just the start of the motion. I'm going to need some technical assistance here. My apologies, General Manager O'May and Mr. CEO. Looking at the report here, Council, this matter involves two elements that I believe can go hand in hand. I would like to see Council support. If we go to page 261, there's photos there from the draftsman, which includes an example of a Spotlight retail outlet. And the second element is for a service station, which I believe is outside the scope of the planning scheme, the planning scheme. I would like to move a motion that gives effect to approving both the Spotlight development and the United Service Station with a ancillary drive-through food and drink outlet as described on page 264 under the development description. I would need to provide reasons for that and also be looking to provide some concession in relation to the on-site parking, where Council would accept 58 car parks under circumstances where the developer, Major Darcy, would be prepared to provide a reasonable contribution towards on-street parking, subject to our design suitable design. So my apologies for making this complex, Mr. CEO, but I would like to move a motion around that, and I'm just not sure how to progress on this one. But General Manager O'May, your thoughts?
Yeah, through you, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you.
Yeah, as I say, we would need to provide the rationale behind the approval, but also just the only thing with subject to conditions is we would need, so because this recommendation was for a refusal of the service station part, so there isn't conditions that could be specific to that part of the development. So we would need to, if it was being approved, we would need an opportunity to actually provide relevant conditions. So there's certain things, say stormwater control in like because fuel dispensing and in that area. So there would be site-specific conditions for a service station that aren't included in those list of conditions provided. So, if council was minded to approve it, then we would need to be able to have that opportunity to go back and look at conditions on that.
Just in that, so in response to that, Kimberly, be approved subject to existing conditions contained within the report and other required conditions relating to a service station development as determined by Council's Planning Department. After notice, on the basis that, and we may need to bullet point here, colon bullet point, and so this is just a draft for consideration by our senior management, that the service station development will satisfy the absence of such, the service station development will satisfy the absence of such a facility at the southern corridor into Kingaroy, semicolon. Service station development will support the viability of existing businesses within the precinct. Councillors, does anyone have, I'm looking for other things there, my two big ticket items.
Just
Formulating a motion.
Mr. Mayor, the difference of what you've proposed to what the existing recommendation is in the fact that you've got your support points there, but it's be approved subject to existing conditions contained within the report and other required conditions relating a service station development as determined by Council's Planning Department, plans and be adopted infrastructure charges notice on basis. To me, that is be approved in part and refused in part. So, can you just explain?
Yeah, I think I might refer to our CEO here. I guess at this stage we're just considering the contents of the report before we go to a motion, if we can get some clarification. Thank you, Mr. CEO.
I think, Mayor, and it may be a little bit inconvenient to the applicant, but it'll be very, if this is where council wishes to go, it would be best if we just tinkered with that bit and said that the application be approved subject to council developing suitable conditions and infrastructure attached decision notion and the report be brought to the January ordinary meeting of council, And that would allow us then, just at that bit, certainly you could leave a couple of those two reasons there, and we can, and if, as I said, if that's the will of council, then we can form it up into a proper report, because we had that with Blackbutt recently. Totally would understand it may be inconvenient to the applicant, but if the applicant's getting an approval as opposed to refusal, I would be more than willing as an applicant to work with council while we developed up the conditions for the approval, I think would be, and so that way, yeah, then that way, I was just thinking what we did with Blackbutt the other day, and that's Peter. I'm not sure if that works for you, but that way would, because it is a significant development. There was objections by other similar businesses, so they will have appeal rights. So it'd be good to take the time to get the conditioning right, so that we don't trip over it down the track.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. That would seem a sensible approach. Council, effectively what I'm indicating here is that there is seems to be here a recommendation to approve the Spotlight development, but not to approve the service station. It would seem that the applicant is seeing those as complementary to each other, so wanting to do both, and that I'm expecting that my understanding is that my view is, as one councillor, that there is significant community benefit from having this development occur. There is significant community support for this development, and that we have a large area of land there that has been left undeveloped, and that this would not just support the economic growth of Kingaroy and our region, but would also facilitate population growth, would also support the businesses that are out there by bringing more customer traffic into that precinct. That's the basis upon which I'm prepared to support it. So I'm very keen just to have Mr. CEO put that in writing so that we can have that presented to council and move our CEO's recommendation as a motion to council. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. CEO.
You know, I was through you, Mr. Mayor. I was actually thinking, well, if that's the course of action, I think we just would say that we lay the matter on the table until the January council meeting, and that a alternative list of conditions supporting approval of the service station development be provided should council warrant approval of the, yeah. My team's died. I was trying to do it. I can't send something to thing. But.
And we're both going to the same spot, Pete, with a different wording, because it gets the gist that it's being approved with, but comes back to January for the development of the conditions. Yep.
I'm very happy with your suggestion there, Mr. CEO, that it will come back with suitable conditions, and this will then be brought to the January meeting of council for a decision once those suitable conditions are provided to council for consideration.
And Kimberly, I'd add in the preliminary reasons for council, the preliminary reasons, but not exhaustive, to give us some. List of reasons for council's consideration of this approval, and then we can build on that in the report.
And Mr. CEO, if I could add a third item, Kimberly, when you're ready. Yeah, thank you. There's certainly only preliminary reasons, and obviously they'll be further developed. But the third element for me is that that both developments together will support the economic development and growth of Kingaroy and the broader South Burnett region. Full stop. Sorry. Support the economic development and population growth. I'll now move that, Mr CEO. Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Yes, Councillor Potter, thank you. Look, I'll speak to the motion, Council. I think there's significant appetite in our community for this particular retail development in the form of a spotlight facility. I don't think not just in Kingaroy, but across the whole South Burnett. It is my understanding that many of people in our region at the moment drive to Toowoomba to access that particular retail outlet. That is taking people out of our region. And when they travel to Toowoomba, they do more than just buy spotlight items. They do other shopping, they buy fuel there, and spend their hard-earned income outside of our region. As a council and as a regional rural community, it's very important that we do whatever we can to retain as much of that income inside our region and limit the amount of money that our community is spending outside of the local businesses. So I believe that this will support local businesses. I believe it'll help grow that precinct out there, which is only partly developed, but has tremendous potential for further development. And I would like to see us consider, as part of the Rogers Drive development, if we do go to a one-way road out there, and we'll go to Manager Darcy soon, approaching the developer around contributing to the cost of some on-road parking so that we can help address the shortfall of 17 car parks for the retail showroom. So on that basis, I would like to put that forward as a motion to council, speak to that, and now invite further speakers. Thank you all. Councillor Henshaw.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, curly one, I don't have a problem with the spotlight facility at all, and I think that'd be a great addition to the South Burnett. My concern is in the fuel station development, service station development, in that we have 7 already in Kingaroy, and you don't have to go far to Anango. There's a couple down there. Wandai, there's some things happening there. At what detriment will it be to those 7 service stations with another one? And just in conversation with community, that's exactly the sentiments that I got back from how many more service stations do we need in growth in our region. Of course, we welcome that. You know, and again, we have Cumbia, Nanango, Wandai. My concern is for the 7 already established service stations. Position might be fine, but I think it's going to be very detrimental to the 7 established service stations in the town. I really do. That's my concern. That's not meant to be negative. It sounds as though it is, but my concerns for the established service stations there, which some are just that, service stations. They don't rely. I've never been to a service station in Kingaroy yet where I've had to wait for too long to fill up for fuel. I fill up with fuel regularly and share it around. So that's just my comment and concern in relation to the service station, Mr Mayor.
Further speakers? Who's first? Councillor Erkins, thank you.
I was just looking at the assessment response on here, and like there's a fair few reasons there also as to how it would affect that site and you know, future use of the site. So I do have some concerns. I mean, Spotlight, everyone knows Spotlight will be great, but as Councillor Henshaw said, we do have a lot of garages, service station garages, and you know, we've got 3 in Nanango, and I do have concerns. So can I just establish that this is just going to, it's going to be brought back? We're not making a decision on it here today, are we?
So the application being approved subject to the council developing suitable conditions, and this report be brought to the January meeting. So we are approving it subject to suitable conditions being developed. So council will have to consider what those conditions are at the January meeting.
There's a fair bit of reading to go through here to really take in. I personally would prefer a bit longer time to be able to go through, you know, the what's been brought back by our council officers before we were to do that, because I think it is pretty, there are a lot of other people to consider besides just the one service station.
Okay, further speakers, councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I actually think this is great, and I think it would be great for our community. I just want to ask with regards to the application paperwork on page 262. There is a they do have a picture. They do have a plan there, and it says up in the top left corner, the service station is not supported and shall be an area that is grassed and maintained for any future redevelopment proposal. This site plan is indicative and shall be amended to reflect the decision made. I'm just wondering why that was added in there. When they put this application in, did they have some idea that there may be issues?
Thank you,
Through
gentleman.
you,
from
Mr.
there.
Mayor. No, so that's a comment that we've added in as an assessment team. So that's because if it's approved, or if that component was refused, then that wouldn't exist. So yeah, that was more to clarify that if that plan was approved. So it's an assessment comment, not from the applicant.
Through you again, Mr. Mayor. So we added that comment in on the top left, but the picture of the service station and the Bowsers looks like it's completely gone. Is that, or was that in the grey? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supportive of the recommendation on the screen. I'm concerned that, like everybody wants a spotlight. I think, as the Mayor has suggested, all of the communities would love to see spotlight in our region. They do. I know the buses travel, like they get a bus and they go down to Spotlight in Toowoomba. Like I think it's an exciting project. My concern is that obviously they've put forward a package, including a service station. My concern is that if we knock back the service station, you risk it not going ahead at all. I think that it's an exciting project for Kingaroy and for our region. So, and also, as the Mayor has said, on that southern side, like the service station, there's no service station there on that southern entry, and that would complement the existing service stations that you've got on each entry. And I just think I can't see, I hear what Councillor Henson is saying about the numbers, but I think as the population is actually growing, our region is one of the few that is actually going ahead as far as population growth, which is what we've wanted. So I just think it'd be a real shame if we knocked back the service station and then we lost the opportunity to have a spotlight. So I'm supportive of the project, of the recommendation.
Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I don't think that we're wanting to knock anything back as far as development goes, but I think everybody's concerned about making the right decision, and every conversation we have about development and all that sort of stuff, these things come up. I think people are just asking the question and raising concerns. How far has community been involved in conversation out around Rogers Drive and all that? They all happy with that? I see the entry point and all that sort of stuff is in off the roundabout into Rogers Drive. The traffic and all that, I guess that we've looked at all that. I guess the conditions that we're going to put on it or looking to do in regards to that, just I guess it's what you're looking for, Mayor, is you want it to come back to the January general meeting, and you want a decision made in January with the revised conditions and proposal that we're going to put forward to the applicant. And Councillor Erkins has probably raised a good point. There's going to be a fair bit of reading and fair bit of stuff to get your head around, and we'll only have that report, 5 days before the general? Would that be is there any chance of getting that information earlier in regards to that? And I know you guys, everyone's going to have a holiday across, I just think, January, and I understand the importance of making a decision on this. And I don't think that anyone's trying to make a decision that if we don't do the service station, he doesn't do the Spotlight. And I totally agree. Spotlight's just one of the best shops for women in particular. That they love the place, and there's been good comments. The mayor's points there for the support of it are all valid and legitimate points, but I just think there is a fair bit in there, and some, the staff are obviously operating under what they're supposed to as far as legislation and that goes. I don't want to be felt like we're getting forced or rushed into a decision. We've been accused of that before. I've been told that I've made decisions on the run and all that sort of stuff, but I'd like to think that I'm across it. But just the time frame and all that sort of stuff, and understanding that we're going on a break as of this Friday, and there's going to be a lot of work needs to be done before the January General. I just don't know whether there's enough time for us. This is a big decision, and they're all valid points, everybody's point of view, as far as the number of service stations that are involved, the significance of Spotlight coming to the region, and major development for economic growth. It's all good points, but I just wanted to raise the point that, there's going to be a lot of reading and a lot of questions to be answered before, and I'm only speaking about myself, that where I can confidently sit down and say, I think that's a great idea, like that access coming in off Rogers Drive, the effects of all that sort of stuff. They're going to have fuel trucks and everything coming in across there to fuel up. There's a lot of work. That Rogers Drive, I don't believe it would have been constructed for B doubles. It may, I don't know. There's a lot of questions that have yet to be answered for me. So I just think that time frame, and I understand what you're trying to achieve, Mr. Mayor, but I don't feel comfortable about the amount of questions that are unanswered at the moment, and we're only going to have a 3 or 4 day period to sort of get a head around it and make a decision. So I was just wondering whether or not we can, address that or something, I guess. That's my views on it.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you, councillor.
can I just have something clarified?
Yes, you may.
So the people that are put in this application, are they going to be renting that building to Spotlight? Because, we've had indications in here that other people were looking at putting Spotlight in somewhere. So, I believe that our area is big enough to support a Spotlight. So if we were not to go ahead with this, I don't think that is necessarily going to...
Councillor, ask your question, but please don't debate. So opportunity to ask a question. What's your question?
Is he going to rent, whoever's doing it, are they going to be, is he opening a Spotlight? Does he have a contract with Spotlight? Or is he just hoping to get Spotlight?
General Manager O'May.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a material change of use for a showroom. So that is what the approval for. So we can't dictate who the tenant can be and that. So that's a commercial arrangement.
So it's a
but the approval is for a showroom, retail showroom.
Thank you, General Manager May. Okay, so I'd like to go to Manager Darcy there, who's kindly stayed back to provide technical advice in relation to the road, the movement of traffic through there. And I guess 2 issues, Manager Darcy. In terms of the issue that Councillor Jones raised in relation to fuel trucks getting access to that Rogers Drive precinct under the current heavy vehicle regulations, number one, is there an issue there? And number two, if council was to resolve to make Rogers Drive one way, would there potentially be scope for us to negotiate some on-road parking with the developer? Is there potential possibly for on-road parking on Rogers Drive under a one-way arrangement? Those 2 questions would be much appreciated. Thank you, Manager Darcy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're quite fortunate when we work with main roads to upgrade the roundabout a fair few years ago. The original configuration didn't actually allow for B-doubles to have the opportunity to go into Rogers Drive, but we had a bit of foresight in thinking that there was an abundance of vacant land still there, and facilitating B-double movements in the future is what we came up with to enable developments like this to occur. So the answer is yes, B-doubles do have the ability to circulate through Rogers Drive, but there would need to be some closer assessment if it were to be two-way through there. There is some concerns on, and valid concerns on, B-doubles operating in two-way movements through there. So we would need to look at it closely in, looking to probably make it one way if we were to open it up for B-double operations through there. The first one that comes to mind is probably looking at it in a clockwise direction. So turning left as you exit the roundabout, straight into Rogers Drive along the front of Houston's there, and then working their way around. We're in the process of actually executing correspondence to send out to landowners, to facilitate the public engagement of landowners and tenancies out there for their consideration on this item as we speak. And also around the fact that probably 99% of service stations have their service vehicle fuel truck as a B-double as well here. So looking at the layout, probably have some reservations around B-double access getting in there. It doesn't look as if it'd work, in my opinion, as it stands right now. But it's not to say that we couldn't work with them on seeing how things may be able to be modified to achieve that, or unless that's already been done. I'm not privy to the background on that. In relation to the second part of the question is looking at on-street abilities, you would need to, in my opinion, we would need to look at making it one way to enable the on-street car parking to occur. So that would need to be a catalyst to enable square metres to be created to allow for car parking to occur. The gap appears to be quite significant. We're looking at around 20 car parking spaces. I don't believe that probably opening up that amount of square metres for car parking, because we'd need, probably, we'd be looking up at probably 200 or 300 square metres to be created in order to facilitate that sort of gap. But I think there would be redundancy within the road and street corridor that could create a number of car parking spaces, but it's really one that would need to be investigated fairly closely to see whether the outcome is meeting the intent of the conditions of approval there as well. There is historic application of this in the South Burnett, so looking at car parking operations that don't exist on site. There is like an old legacy condition from the Kingaroy Shire days where we did look at an off-street car parking contribution, and I am familiar with other councils having done this historically. But I think if we were to open up Rogers Drive to one-way operations and making the most out of what is left over, that we could come up with a solution that I think would contribute quite positively to not only probably this site, but you've also got Reese and Houston's as well in the immediate vicinity that could make use of those car parking spaces at the same time.
Yeah, that's valuable advice. Thank you, Manager Darcy. General Manager May, in terms of what Manager Darcy said there around, traffic movement, heavy vehicles, are we able to build those into those conditions? Are we able to condition them into the approval when that comes back in January?
Yeah, we would need to condition so that they would be able to have access. So as Manager Darcy said, the site we have looked at it, so the B-doubles won't actually fit on site just in its current format. So that was looked at, but you to allow that, you'd have to remove more car parks to allow B-double movement on site. So getting into the site is probably not the issue. It's just probably not quite big enough to allow those truck movements. There would need to be looked at, and I think there was an issue around the actual access for for your semi trailer in there to refueling vehicles. So we just have to make sure those driveway and those swept paths can be facilitated on site. So Yeah, but it doesn't look like, from what we've seen, the B doubles would be a stretch, given just the size of the site isn't quite big enough, or you're losing more car parks. So you're damned if you do on those ones. But yeah, we could certainly condition it. It would mean we're throwing it back to them, whether they look at reduction in showroom floor or the size of the thing to get some of those movements. So it would change the and obviously they're looking from a showroom. They want a certain amount of floor space to make it worth the X amount of dollars that they can rent out. So those conditions could would certainly impact on the development. So it would be a fair redesign component.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to see the matter lay on the table to give us enough time to go through the information. There's too much there to make a decision in this, I believe.
Okay. We have a procedural motion to lay the matter on the table. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Erkins, Councillor Jones, Councillor Henson. Those against? Councillor Duff, Potter and Otto. I'll exercise my casting vote as the chair and defeat the motion to lay the matter on the table, and we'll continue. Yeah, it was 3-3, casting vote to the mayor. Thank you, Kimberly. Okay, Council, I'll exercise right of reply and respond to the matters raised. Thank you for the debate. I believe that these two developments are part of a package that the applicant has put forward, and that they have, that together they will provide more economic growth for our region than one done in isolation. I believe that our region, I'm told that our region is one of the fastest growing populations of any rural regional council in Queensland, and that we're likely to see that continue for some years to come, particularly on the back of the southern flow population up into Queensland and the flow of people into the more close, those regions such as ours and others which are in the southeast corner are attracting more and more people to our region. One of the things that we hear from people is that sometimes they don't want to stay here because they don't have access to the facilities, the services and the shops that they have in other communities, so they tend to sometimes go back to the coast or the city. We want to retain those people here. If we're going to support small business and we're going to grow our region and we're going to create jobs for our young people, then we need to grow our population. And I believe that these two developments done side by side will complement each other. I feel for the other service stations, don't get me wrong. I know we already have a number of service stations in Kingaroy, but I believe that Kingaroy's population is growing, so that by the time this work is completed, I think there's going to be sufficient demand there. And my understanding is that there's sufficient demand in the local economy, regional economy, to support another service station, particularly when there isn't one in that part of town on that southern corridor coming into Kingaroy, and that will actually add growth. I feel that by having people retained here and not travelling off to Toowoomba or the coast to do their shopping, well, that could actually help our local service stations, because people then aren't buying fuel out of town, aren't leaving our community and spending their money, they're staying and spending it here. So I would like to commend the motion to the chamber. Having said that, I'll conclude the debate and we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Duff, Potter and Otto. Those against? Councillor Erkins, Jones and Henson. Thank you, Kimberly. And I will, in accordance with Council's policy, I will exercise the Chair's casting vote and support the motion. And the motion will be carried through the Chair's casting vote. Thank you all. Okay, shall we bring back councillor Shoemaker? Okay. Right. Okay, we'll proceed. Thank you, council. Okay, 17.3, we've got reconfiguration of a lot at Millis Way, Nanango. Applicant Michael Iverson, care of ONF Surveyors. It is at page 320 on the agenda, council, and we can go to 320 now. Thank you, Kimberly. Okay, so council, we have that there. We have the recommendation as provided by the officers that council approve the reconfiguring of a lot, development permit, one lot into 4 lots, lot 4 on RP 187484, 23 to 25 Millis Way in the Nango, applicant Michael Iverson, RAL 22/0017, subject to the following conditions. Conditions as presented on pages 320, 321, 322, 323, and going across to the top of 324 on the agenda. Do we have a mover for such? Councillor Jones, seconder Councillor Shoemaker. Speakers, Councillor Jones, thank you.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, this one is a lot easier than the last one, I think. So I'm just reading through the summary there. No referrals triggered, to only 2 public submissions received during the public notification, and the application recommended for approval subject to reasonable and relevant conditions, and they're all listed below. I think this is a pretty much straightforward one. Another opportunity for 4 more people to come and buy blocks of land in the South Burnett, as you just indicated. It's supposedly one of the fastest growing areas, so we need more land. So happy to recommend this to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Just a question just in relation to the development incentives. I just wanted to confirm from what I read here, it didn't say it was necessarily, it just said that we're offering, on page 323, it said that we're offering the development incentives. But then when I looked at the actual infrastructure charges notice, it just said something about the discount may not exceed the adopted charge. No, there was something here about the amount, automatic increase of levied charge. The amount of levied charge is subject to an automatic increase. Refer to the information notice attached to this notice for more information on how this increase is worked out. I just wanted to confirm what that actually meant. I didn't quite understand it, sorry.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So with the infrastructure notice, there is indexing on them so that they do become relevant. As you understand, developments don't happen overnight. Could be 5 or 6 years down the track. So there is indexing on them. So our development scheme offers that discount if the development goes ahead. So you'll see the infrastructure notices are the full infrastructure notice. And if the development doesn't go ahead or it's outside the time frame, then so we certainly don't pay upfront for the discount and then not have the development go ahead. So the discount is applied at the time it goes ahead. So that's why you'll see infrastructure charges notices show the full amount, and that's just a standard thing for them, that indexing like your CPI and leases and that. So just so they remain relevant.
Yeah, thank you for confirming that. Fully supportive of the application. I think this is another demonstration of how perhaps our development incentive scheme has been encouraging some of these reconfigurations of a lot. And I think as much infill development that's using existing infrastructure in our region as possible is really important. So this is a great application, and certainly 1 into 4 lots adds, and I hope they progress with it sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Further speakers? Thank you, Council. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 17.4, South Burnett Agricultural Strategy at 3:45. It's recommended that the draft South Burnett Agricultural Strategy be adopted. Do we have a mover? Oh, sorry, Councillor. We'll get Councillor Erkins back. My apologies. So 17.4, it's recommended the draft South Burnett Agriculture Strategy 2022 to 2027 be adopted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff. Second, Councillor Henson. Speakers? I'd like to thank Baido and the work that their team's done on this. It's a significant document that will no doubt lay a good platform for future planning in relation to the development of the agricultural sector across our region, which of course is very clearly the largest part of our economy. Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we'll go to section 19, Council. Questions on notice. 19.1, infrastructure at 383, and we'll have the response provided. Okay, question on notice. Question 1, will there be money in the budget to conduct roadside slashing prior to Christmas? The response is in the attached report, and the recommendation is that the response to the question raised be received and noted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff? Yes. Mover? A seconder? Councillor Henson, thank you. Speakers? Councillor Duff?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just concerned, the question is, will there be money in the budget to conduct roadside slashing prior to Christmas? I know that I put forward a customer request about Steinhart's Road and some of those roads around Moffedale, and the response came back that they won't get done prior to Christmas. So I'm just concerned about the look for our region. That's a very it's a high tourist area. Moffedale is one of our major tourist attractions, and I'm just concerned about the slashing. I'd just like to get some comments around Steinhart's Road and those roads around that area, and if it's possible to engage a contractor to try and speed that process up and have those roads slashed.
Thank you, General Manager.
Yeah,
General Manager Meehan, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. I have to take it on notice, but the best thing probably to do, would recommend the councillor send me an email about that. If you're looking to, I'd see where it is on program prior to Christmas. If practicality, given that shutdown is on Friday, send me an email and I'll just have a chat and have a look and see where that is on the program. Just on that program there, that's the TMR program. My understanding from Kevin is all those roads have now been completed per that schedule, which is good. But yeah, if shoot one through to customer contact and myself, councillor, I'm happy to have a look at it for you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, General Manager. Okay, so we'll go to the vote on 19.1. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 19.2, Silverleaf Road at 385. Councillor Duff, question. And we had a question on notice here, Councillor Duff. Would you like to put forward your question? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The question is, has Silverleaf Road been assessed through the REPA process, and when are the works planned to be done on Silverleaf Road?
Happy to answer, Mr Mayor. Yes, it has been assessed through REPA and it will be programmed for the first quarter of 23. Most likely January, February. for Brecon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd also like to thank you for doing some temporary work on Silverleaf Road because it was in a real mess, and also Campbell's Road. I noticed the guys were out there yesterday, so that was great. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager Meehan. It's recommended that the response to the question regarding Silverleaf Road raised by Councillor Duff be received and noted. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Potter. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 19.3 Mergen Pool at 386. Okay, we've got two questions there. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to ask whether there is a learn to swim. Does Mergen currently have a learn to swim program? And is the learn to swim program a requirement of the pool managers across our region?
Thank you, Councillor. If I could just interject, I believe this matter is going to be dealt with most likely at a closed session of council into the new year, Mr CEO. After this morning's discussion, I think, Councillor, if you're comfortable, we'll defer the questions to be swept up as part of the report that will come to council. This does relate to a commercial contract that council has with the provider, and as such, I think it's appropriate that that is held over until that report comes back. Are you comfortable with such?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, yes.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, we'll move on. Mr CEO, can we move on there without any resolution there? Yep. Thank you, Mr CEO. Okay, Council, Section 20. Recommendation is that Council considers the confidential reports listed below in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with Section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012. 20.1 Proston Pool Management. Considered to be confidential under Section 254J-I of the Local Government Regulation. 20.2 Development of 1 Pound Street, Kingaroy. Considered to be confidential under Section 254J-G of the Local Government Regulation. And 20.3 EBA negotiations, considered to be confidential under Section 254J-B of the Local Government Regulation. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconder. Councillor Duff will go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll now go into closed session. Okay, welcome back. We're back into open council, having concluded the closed session of council. And I'll move a procedural motion that we escalate item 20.3, EBA negotiations, to be the next item on the agenda. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Jones to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, so council, we have a recommendation as presented on screen that South Burnett Regional Council endorse the following proposal to be put to a staff vote for the draft enterprise bargaining agreement, a 2-year agreement with limited changes to the current provisions to the exclusion of a once-off increase over the life of the agreement of 4% to the on-call allowance for staff on-call rosters to ensure the ongoing provision of council's core services, water and wastewater compliance and works, a once-off increase of $15 to the officer's uniform allowance and an increase of $15 to PPE work boots in both agreements if it is a requirement of the role, equal employment opportunity, participation from unions and delegates in corporate induction, and a 4% wage increase each year of the agreement. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, a seconded. Councillor Jones. Speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I can't support the 4% wage increase. I absolutely value the staff, but I just think that I'm concerned about the community and the capacity to pay, and just our operating deficit and all of those things that we have as huge issues. The fact that we keep wanting to just say yes, value the staff, but just can't support the 4%. I'm just looking to do. I was hoping to achieve a 2.5% wage increase, simply on the basis of supporting the community.
Further speakers? Okay, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. It's been a giant day. I equally am certainly concerned about our community and the rising costs of living. And I recognise that this will be a challenge. Any
any change to our budget at this point is a challenge. It's a challenge I'm willing to accept. I know there's a number of levers we're going to have to pull. We're going to have to look carefully at our capital works program. There's no easy solution to achieving these outcomes. We're going to have to look very carefully at our service delivery, at our operational expenses once again, and it's going to be a challenge. However, I certainly agree in that all of the wages that this council pay, the majority of our staff do live in our community. They shop locally, they spend their money locally. I believe we are absolutely nothing without our people, and I recognise that we are struggling to attract staff, and that after wages were held for such a long period here at council from 2012, our staff agreed to have no increase from 2017. Was the last increase of 2.5% for 3 years, and the reality is the modern award increase for the states and feds is marked at 5.2%, and the Australian federal servants we've discussed today at 3%. I think 4% is fair, and I thank the team for the work they're doing in terms of negotiating that agreement. I certainly recognise it will be a challenge, but I do believe genuinely that we do need to provide opportunities for our people, and that they too are struggling with the rising cost of living.
Further speakers? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Duff. We've been here for hours with this, absolute hours, and we could stay here for another couple of days. Just like that it be noted, and not noted, but that it's a proposal, so I thank the staff for the work that they've done on this. And good luck with this proposal, because if it comes back to us and it's not accepted, we'll take it from there. But as Councillor Shoemaker's alluded to, without this organisation, without staff, we don't have an organisation. And we're just like, and at this time of the year, with ongoing costs, and as Councillor Shoemaker's alluded to, that that money will be spent and it'll go round in our community and hopefully help in some shape or form. Yes, it's going to be a cost to this organisation, and it's going to be a cost to our ratepayers in some shape or form, and how we deal with that is something that is going to be a huge challenge for this council. With that being said, we would all love that it not to be 4%, but in the agreement and with the proposal or the suggestions that it could have easily been 7-point-something%, or the starting point of where the CPI might be, it's a figure that, well, I guess we start at and see where we end up. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, anything further? Right, okay, well, this certainly, thank you certainly to our People and Culture team and our CEO for the work that's been done in relation to this. These aren't easy decisions for us as a council, please understand that. I'm not going to support the 4%. Sadly to say, I would love to give our staff much more than 4% in an environment where they're being affected by cost of living pressures like everybody else. I also come from a council worker family, and I know how hard it is to live on a tough wage. But I also know that we're carrying a $3.4 million deficit, and that this will add an extra $1.1 million in wages costs per year without any productivity increases attached. That means that our deficit will start at $4.5 million in future years without any increases to any materials or services costs across our budget. So sadly, for financial and asset sustainability reasons, for the future financial viability and sustainability of this council, I can't support an extra $1.1 million a year in wages, as much as I would love to. My conscience just does not allow me to do that, so I'll be voting against this. Right, if there's no further speakers, Councillor Potter, round of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, this has been a hard decision. We've had long discussions and deliberations here tonight because, I've been in this council chamber. I got here at 7 o'clock this morning, so it's been a 13-hour trip in here so far for me today. So But I think with considerations that the CPI is at 7.9%, I think, and the fact that the staff have done so much for us as council with regards to wage increases that they haven't had over the last while. So I'm going to be voting for this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that concludes the debate. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, Councillor Shoemaker, Jones, Potter and Henson. Those against, Councillor Duff, Councillor Otto. The motion has been carried 4 votes to 2. Thank you, everybody. Can we bring back Councillor Erkins, GM O'May and CEO Mark? Thank you. Thank you, General Manager Jarvis. Okay, welcome back. Okay, we'll now deal with item 20.1, Proston Pearl Management at the agenda, and the recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council enter into a contract with Natalie Mann for the management and operation of Proston Swimming Pool from Thursday to Sunday each week from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. from the 5th of January 2023 to the 26th of March 2023, with progress report to be brought back to the January ordinary meeting. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Henson. Speakers, Councillor Duff.
Just wanted to say this laid out that that's a good news story for Proston. They haven't had a pool for the use of the pool after hours for a very long time, and they'll be excited about it. So just thank you. If this gets up, it's exciting for Proston.
Further speakers? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. The final item is 20.2, development of 1 Pound Street, Kingaroy. And okay, so we have a motion here in relation to the future sale and development of the property known as 1 Pound Street, Kingaroy, that council hold a special meeting to consider all land use options, consider all options for the development of a master plan for the property, including Lot 13 RP 814986, Lot 2 on RP 814986, Lot 87 on RP 7952 and part of Lot 86 on RP 7951, and make a decision on any potential development and or divestment of the property. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Jones. Speakers? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Now call the meeting to a close. Thank you all for what has been a long yet productive day. Thank you.